Hello, everybody. By the way, if anybody's just watching this, just doing a test, but I think I should be fine. Hello, everybody. By the way, if anybody's just watching this, just doing a test, but I think I should be fine. Hello, everybody. By the way, if anybody's just watching this, just doing a test.
Hey, there he is.
There he is. There he is. Look at him. What a beautiful background for a beautiful man.
Well, got a bit of trouble when you're into this game, haven't you?
Indeed. Yes.
How are you, mate? How are you? Long time no see.
Very long time no see. Indeed. Manic. It's all been manic. I am about 50th as busy as Tessa is on any given day, and that is going stuff. So yeah, been busy, been manic, but been enjoying it. The people of Tiverton have been great. I love it back down here. It's great being.
Hey, I can imagine.
It's
almost a homecoming.
Yeah, being on assignment is really good. It's really good fun.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's class. I think people in Tiverton are great, really good.
Had you been to Tiverton much before, or you went today?
Not too much. I've been there before. Been for a few nights out, been to see friends sometime, but I've really got a lay of the land for it recently. Tessa, how are you? My God, it's so nice to.
Hi.
Chat.
I'm great. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Very excited indeed.
Me too.
Nice
It's going to be a long night. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Right. Have we got Torrin? Torrin will be joining us, and then we'll go properly. I will send you all the link, and it will be amazing if you guys can just tweet it in a different fashion. Patrick's already done it.
Not a coordinated cabinet tweet.
I might be cabineting you. I might be Boris Johnson.
Can we say something like, "Would be great for you to join us tonight"?
You can. By the way, we are live. The unfortunate thing is being I can't. I don't have the magic skills of an editor to sort of cut it short and then just bring you on. So we're rolling. This is very much Big Brother, right? Not Love
Right.
Island, in the sense that once we're here, we're here.
Okay, good to know. Well, I won't ask you about the Tiverton nights out then.
It was good. It was genuinely good fun.
I can't imagine a night out in Tiverton. Like, did it end at 11 when the pubs kicked out?
Actually, no. This is the thing. I moved up to London. The last sort of tangent before I go to political stuff, but I moved up to London and I thought, you forget how early London ends. Everything ends.
Yeah, it's true, actually. Yeah.
Anyhow, just to introduce everybody, so I'm here. I'm with. Below me is Patrick English. He is a YouGov whiz. He's a previous Betting People interviewee. He's been doing some studying on the various walls of British politics, including the latest seats in the southwest, and I'm very excited for him to show all that with us. And then we got Tessa Milligan. Tessa is the co-chair or chair of Open Labour. Chair of Open Labour. Open Labour have released what I have to say is a magnificent document about their aims for the year ahead. I think it's really worth looking into, especially as we are going into a period, I think, where the vision of the Labour Party is going to be quite important to people watching here. It's important in all sorts of ways, but especially for political West, I think, and I would not count on there being more by-elections or against that, I should say. Just quickly, some comments already in. Ken Dodge, let's hope people see sense and stick with the Conservatives. We shall see, Ken. We shall see. Henry L is buckled in for Pete Channing. Harry Harlow is of the opposite opinion to Ken Dodge. Let's hope people vote the Conservative Party and Johnson out. And Henry L says there's a little drift on the Lib Dems. Now, this is interesting because I've been tracking this. We took a fairly big bet on Lib Dems last night. We haven't really squared off that position, and I think it's interesting that we didn't see the money for the Tories today that we have done previously. We hope to be joined by Paul Krishnamurty in about an hour, Neil Channing Sunderland, and then of course Jasneet, Samrai, and Wilkins at the Centre Think Tank. Tessa, what are you looking out for this evening?
I think the interesting thing will be to see the psychological impact once these results come in. Now, I think Tiverton and Honiton is a more interesting by-election than Wakefield tonight, because of the impact that will have whether or not the Lib Dems manage to take it or not. Because even if the Tories cling on in Tiverton and Honiton, if the Lib Dems do some damage, it will have wider reverberations for other Tory MPs across the southwest and across the south. And then in the event that the Lib Dems take it, I mean, they're looking at more than a 22% swing in order to take the seat. So if they do, it would be pretty outrageous. When you look at other Tory MPs who have seats in the south where the Lib Dems are second place, not necessarily in the southwest, but cabinet ministers, quite senior Tories like Dominic Raab, Michael Gove, they need much, much smaller swings in their seats to the Lib Dems to lose their seats. Dominic Raab's looking at a 2% swing. I mean, I don't think anyone expects by-election results to be fully replicated in a general election, but if there are echoes of this in a general election, it spells very, very bad news for cabinet ministers like Dominic Raab and Michael Gove in other parts of the south. And that's why this result in Tiverton and Honiton will be particularly interesting in terms of the pressure which could potentially pile on Boris Johnson once that result comes in from within his own cabinet, not just outspoken backbenchers that whose views we kind of already know from that confidence vote. And he is already in a vulnerable position, even though the government came out, tried to come out swinging after he won that confidence vote. It was clear that he is damaged goods. And when I speak to activists in Wakefield, Labour Party activists, the song remains the same. What always comes back is Boris Johnson is the Labour Party's greatest asset at the moment. And I'm sure he's a pretty good asset for the Lib Dems in those southwest seats as well. He's the gift that keeps on giving. Now, that will cause problems for the Labour Party further down the line when Boris Johnson is no longer there. But as long as he is Prime Minister, he is the gift that keeps on giving. The circumstances in which these two MPs have stood down in Wakefield and Tiverton and Honiton is sort of highlights some of the issues and the uncomfortableness that people have had with this Conservative Party under Boris Johnson's leadership. So you've got one guy who's stood down, Neil Parish, after he was caught watching porn in the House of Commons, and then another guy jailed for a sexual assault, from what I remember. So it's got that sort of, both of them have this sort of seedy feel about them in terms of the circumstances in which these by-elections are being held. And it's another reminder to voters about some of the other news stories that have come out in the Conservative Party under Boris Johnson's leadership, no less Partygate. That's something which, again, activists in Wakefield have said comes up time and time again on the doorstep. So that will be the interesting thing about, I think, about the results tonight. And in terms of a future general election, I think it's going to have significant questions over what happens if Boris Johnson does manage to cling on. I mean, there is a possibility that he does call an early general election at some point so that he can't be ousted. But even in that circumstance, I mean, his own seat of Uxbridge is vulnerable. It's going to be, I'm sure, a target seat on steroids. And even if it's not, even if he clings on in Uxbridge, the question will be how much longer will he cling on after general election, even if he wins a general election, before his own MPs oust him. And in a by-election, you don't have that issue. In a general election, you have the issue of who is going to be Prime Minister. And people may find Boris Johnson to be very unpopular in many parts of the country, if we're being honest. But something that is potentially even more unpopular, including amongst Tory voters, is the issue of uncertainty around who the next Prime Minister is going to be. And I think that's going to be an issue that potentially comes up in a future general election. It's certainly going to be a bruise that the Labour Party and other opposition will press. But it's not something that I think we'll get a look into in the by-election tonight. But I think it's certainly going to be very interesting in terms of the psychological impact on the Conservative Party, not just those red wall MPs, who many of whom are already vocal Tory backbenchers and have come out against Boris Johnson, but it's going to be really interesting in those true blue southern Tory seats. So that's my take.
Indeed, a very detailed take and a lot to agree with there. Just want to welcome Torrin, Wilkins and Jasneet Samrai of Centre, and of course Neil Channing of the polling station. Neil's waving to us, lovely Neil, there down below me, at least from what I can see. And I can see and hopefully hear Torrin and Jasneet. Torrin and Jasneet, how are you?
It's good to be on again.
It's great to have you again. Might as well I'll ask you then Neil, and then we'll get to Patrick, because I really want to dig into some of the things Patrick's looking at as well. But what are you looking out for this evening in particular?
I think in some ways I don't see these as being sort of massive turning point by-elections. I certainly think they'll hit the idea that the Tories are this sort of election winning machine. But I feel like there's almost this view now of Boris as if he's sort of a cat with 9 lives. He doesn't seem to be going anywhere despite all of the scandal and everything else on top. So I see them as probably damaging for the Tories' image. But in terms of sort of raw, will this affect, general elections and stuff in the future? I honestly think that, these are by-elections. They aren't deciding, the next prime minister style thing. They are very much sort of indicative of what people think in that area about the current situation. And they're easily able to say, this is what I feel. I don't like the Tories. I want to send a message, which is very much, even if, 1 or 2 of the seats end up staying Tory, if there are swings, I think that will sort of be the message at the end of the night.
And you, Jasneet?
One thing that I'm looking for, which is something that I don't think I've ever needed to look for, was I'm hoping deep within my heart of hearts, even though it's probably never going to happen, which is a green win. Because we have a friend from Centre who's standing. So yeah, I'm really hoping that there's going to be a green win, even though I don't think there is, but
the chances
hopefully.
Oh, sorry, mute myself. Neil Channing, good evening to you, sir.
Hello to you, Will. Now, I'm sure everybody on the panel and all viewers at home will have seen that we recorded something. It seems a long time ago. Was it this morning? No, it was yesterday, wasn't it?
Only yesterday. And
you were standing in the town square of Tiverton. And, we do this polling station most weeks, and we, although we can't help occasionally straying into talking more generally about politics and what we think about politics, we tend to try and focus on political markets and percentage chances of outcomes. So I'm going to start off by talking about a bit of that stuff, because if you did watch what we did yesterday, I'll probably slightly repeat it. So in Wakefield, when this by-election was first announced, it was considered to be a fairly easy chance for Labour to win back a Red Wall seat, partly due to the circumstances of the by-election, and partly due to the fact that, Brexit got done, apparently. So the Tories were about 8-1 to win Wakefield when it started. And pretty much throughout the campaign, the price has collapsed on Labour. They've gone from being roughly 89% at the start of the campaign. They're greater than 99% to win it now. It's, they're considered by the market to be pretty much certain to win in Wakefield. And if you sort of think about the effects of Labour winning a seat in Wakefield and how that might affect Boris Johnson, I'm sure we'd all agree that we'd be mightily shocked if Boris Johnson was to suddenly resign on the basis of Wakefield, or in fact resign on the basis of anything. This man is not resigning at any stage. So I don't really see how Wakefield is going to have much of a big effect on the whole, when will Boris go situation. So there is a market on when will Boris go. 2022 was roughly a 28% chance this morning, and for most of last week. 2023 is kind of roughly a 32% chance. And 2024 or later has been roughly a 40% chance. These prices haven't really moved very much in the last week. Just in the last couple of hours, there's been a bit of money for 2022 because it's looking more likely from the betting that the Lib Dems are going to win in Tiverton and Honiton, and so some people are thinking, well, maybe that will make it more likely that Boris Johnson leaves this year. But I mean, it hasn't changed particularly. I mean, it's gone from sort of 28% to 30%. These markets are generally not hugely traded. If somebody comes and has a kind of £200 bet at any stage, that's a pretty big bet on these markets. You know, you might have to tie up your money for a couple of years, and people don't generally want to do that. This evening, a punter has come and decided to try and bet 8,000, which is a huge amount for this market. I think I've seen a 20,000 bet on this market, but I've been following it pretty much daily for about 3 years now. He wants to bet that Boris Johnson will last until 2024 or later, and he's looking to get. He thinks if he can get 38%, that'll be a good bet for him. That's pretty interesting. So, you know, because you would think that, you know, it's probably 2 losses for the Tories tonight is not going to be a big change to the national picture. Boris Johnson's not going to resign. They've already had the vote of confidence. He's got another year before the next vote of confidence. So how are they going to get rid of him, according to what happens in these by-elections tonight? It's going to be difficult. So I just thought that was quite interesting that somebody suddenly decided they want to tie up £8,000 for 2 years, betting that it'll last to 2024 or more, on what essentially is billed to be, you know, a bad night for the Tories. It should be a bad night for the Tories. Just quickly before I shut up for a second, in the Tiverton and Honiton market, so this opened up when betting first began on this by-election. It was kind of 70-30 that the Lib Dems would win. At one stage, it got to kind of 86-14 that the Lib Dems would win. They were an 86% chance with the Tories at 14%. Yesterday, I kind of feel like there was a kind of groundswell of opinion that it was going to be a lot closer. Obviously, there was that Lib Dem internal polling that they released showing that it was dead level. There was another bit of polling that showed they were slightly behind, slightly ahead, weren't they? Slightly ahead, but, you know, pretty close anyway. And at that stage, the betting kind of reached 72-28. Earlier on today, maybe about 5 hours ago, we got to a sort of solid 82-18 to the Lib Dems, and people are starting to say it looks like they've won it. I don't know whether it's jitters. I don't know whether it's people just taking their profit, but just in the last 20 minutes, it's gone back to 75-25. I don't know whether anyone's got any view on whether there's anything behind the moves today. I'd be interested to hear that. I'll be very interested to hear from Patrick. We were talking earlier about the effect of the ground game. You know, this idea that as tradition, there was always a traditional idea until maybe 3 years ago that ground game wasn't really a big thing in politics. It wasn't until maybe 5 years ago. People tended to say that ground game didn't make as much difference as people thought. The 2017 election slightly changed people's opinions on that. They started to say that a ground game could really help you in an election. And I was wondering when we were talking yesterday, whether the fact that Tiverton and Honiton is such a rural constituency and such a big constituency would make it hard for the Lib Dems to really benefit from the ground game. And I just wondered if you could put a number on what percentage effect the ground game would have, and also whether you would agree broadly that the effect of the ground game very much depends on the kind of constituency, and whether you think it's a big effect in this one.
It's a really good point. And on Neil, I'll take it to Patrick.
Shut up. I'll shut up now. I didn't really take a breath then for about half an hour.
It's polling station classics. What are people here for? Patrick, would love to get your thoughts on that. Also really interested to hear what Tessa, Torrin and Jasneet have to say on it, given that you guys have done lots of actual campaigning. So Patrick, please take it away.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're both good questions. The campaigners are definitely the people to speak to from that kind of perspective of whether they think on those individual levels the ground game kind of really matters. But in the aggregates, generally speaking, ground games are something which is so sort of priced into a lot of the aggregate results. It's very hard to unpick when you don't have them. So when you have circumstances of parties that simply don't try and seat and they sort of pull out their ground games or pull out all their resources, you can kind of maybe estimate an effect there, but then that could also just be a general, well, they're not trying. So it's difficult to kind of estimate or put a number on how much a ground game is worth. I think it's worth a lot more for certain parties than it is for others. The Conservatives, for instance, don't really rely on ground games to win seats. They rely on sort of much more different campaign mechanisms, a lot more sort of national messaging, and a lot more kind of spend at that level. Whereas obviously for the Labour Party and the Lib Dems in particular, ground games are everything, particularly when they're building from the bottom up and they're kind of trying to move into a seat or move into an area and establish a presence. So certainly ground games matter. Ground games matter more for different parties than others. Ground games do matter more in certain constituencies. So for example, I think one of the reasons why Batley and Spen was a slightly easier hold than Hartlepool was because Labour's ground game A was is a bit more sort of bit more urban there, so sort of Leeds conurbation. So there's a lot more easily movable sort of activist base. And two, the ground game knew where the voters were, and they didn't really know that so much in Hartlepool. So you can have a very strong ground game in terms of getting a vote out, but if you don't know where it is, well, then that's absolutely useless to you. So the ground game is also affected by how marginal the constituency is and how competitive it has been in the past. In Hartlepool, they didn't really need to know where their votes were because they always won it by massive margins, and then suddenly they were defending it for their lives and they couldn't. Whereas Batley and Spen has always kind of been a bit marginal. They know where the vote is. A lot more urbanisation, a lot more urban density, so you can get people around, you can get cars out to people if you need to a lot faster than you can in rural areas. So definitely I think it's ground game matters, and it matters varyingly depending on the context of which parties are contesting, which kind of seat we're looking at for sure. You muted yourself again.
Well, indeed, my apologies. Going to go to Tessa for some thoughts on basically what we're discussing.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I've seen Lib Dem ground games in local elections, certainly firsthand. There's no other way of saying it. They run very, very impressive ground games. The ones I've seen, they've got the data, they've got the modern technology. They pile in, they bus in activists from elsewhere, and I get the impression from Lib Dem activists in Tiverton and Honiton that they are absolutely piling everything in to this by-election. I think when it comes to ground game in rural seats, it's definitely a big factor in terms of transport. I mean, the Southwest as it is, I mean, public transport links are appalling. You've got so many actually major towns in the Southwest, not even particularly rural areas where there are no direct trains from other major stations. So it is an issue. But in terms of the Tory ground game in Tiverton and Honiton, I mean, the Independent was reporting this morning that no Tory activists turned up to their sort of dawn raid call out this morning on election day, which is astonishing, and that signals some problems within even confidence within the local Conservative association in terms of this seat and who is actually willing to go out and campaign on election day. I mean, I've campaigned in seats, safe Tory seats with Labour parties that have very few resources, very few activists, and you will still get hardened activists out there for the dawn raid on polling day. So that's really interesting. I think in terms of Tiverton and Honiton as a constituency, I think when you look at Neil Parish's record, it's a really great insight into the kind of voter who emails their MP, the kind of MP who listens to his constituents and what about. And the Tory party will be in a kind of weird situation where Neil Parish was actually generally quite a popular local MP. He was chair of the DEFRA committee. He was a very outspoken lobbyist on agricultural issues, and he was very, very outspoken against the government on agricultural issues, particularly those related to Brexit, which is obviously a bit of a flagship policy of this Conservative Party. He came out last year saying that Brexit was destroying British agriculture, and so the Conservative Party are in an awkward situation where they have a local Conservative candidate who is essentially a Boris Johnson candidate, is running on a position of backing this government, which is almost the kind of opposite of what a Conservative Party would want in this by-election, because in Neil Parish you had someone who could rally Conservative supporters, but also those from agricultural backgrounds in the constituency. So I'll be interested to see how those sort of local issues are going to play out in this by-election, not just national issues as relating to Boris Johnson, Partygate, and the like. Particularly when you look at, the Lib Dems being the sort of Remainy party, if they do swing to the Lib Dems in this constituency, I think it shows quite an interesting trend with regards to the conversations around Brexit and agriculture, which is something to look out for, I think, in other parts of the southwest. As has been mentioned, this isn't going to change who's in the government, and it will be a metaphorical bloody nose for the government. But it's definitely, I think, a trend to look out for in terms of rising Lib Dem support in unlikely places.
Indeed, and we'll definitely be keeping an eye on that. Just having a look at some of the comments here, I see that we've got a few of the old guard back in. Frank Brennan has a couple of interesting views, saying that there's no obvious successor for Johnson, which is why he'll hold on until 2023, call a snap general election for May, and also why he's so resolute about being no to Sturgeon on Indy Rev 2. I agree with two of those three things. I don't see the good angle to a snap election for the Tories at the moment. I don't see where it is, and I don't see where they build that sort of positive case. And when I go to Patrick, just in a little bit, I will show, and hopefully he will show, where there's a lot of peril for that, particularly if things don't change. Also interesting to note, there's the matter that the electorate have already made up our minds that Starmer's complete unsuitability to be here. We did it pretty quickly too, and like with previous opposition leaders, that's is something I'm going to test amongst the panel. Henry says that Lib Dems are drifting a little bit. This is interesting. From the fixed odds betting perspective, we didn't see a big drift on the Lib Dems. We also didn't probably take as much money from the Tories today as we'd have liked.
Henry's right though, Will. There's definitely a drift happening just, since 10 o'clock. Just in the last 5 minutes, the Lib Dems have gone from a 75% chance to a 72% chance. At one stage, they touched under 70% for the first time in like 4 days. Again, we're not going to get a result until, what is it going to be, 5 a.m. or something like that. It's unlikely that people have got any insight into the bundles or anything at this early stage. But maybe it's just jitters. I don't know. It's hard to know what the reason behind that is. Does anyone have a guess as to what that might be?
I'm interested to let everybody else join on that. My personal feeling would be, and maybe it's just a hunch, but I do believe that, considering what we'd heard from the constituency and considering all the factors, they had the feeling of being quite short to me, and I just wonder if the jitters might be some people just getting out a bit. I don't know. What do you guys think? Torrin and Jasneet, not heard from you in a little while.
I don't need to. It's difficult to know. Especially sort of late sort of changes, it's really difficult to know, especially if it is just people getting slightly worried that, it's been all so optimistic through the campaign that they can do it. But the reality is it may well be a very close result. The Lib Dem campaign there, it did very well, but at the same time, I saw them sort of struggling to actually get cars to get around the area to deliver leaflets kind of thing. So this isn't a sort of well-connected constituency that I think they tend to be used to campaigning for. And I think that whilst they may win this by-election, does sort of, it's going to be worrying for them down the road if they're really intent on the blue wall strategy of trying to take these seats in the future, which is if you're struggling when all of your manpower is going towards sort of one seat, to actually get enough leafleters out, get your message out when the Tories aren't campaigning. If you then win that seat by a sort of small margin with the sleeves behind it as well, then holding on to that seat whilst you're also trying to fight a general election, whilst the coverage and everything will be towards who will become the next prime minister, that's where the real challenge, I think, will kind of set in for the party. And they're also having to do this interesting narrative at the moment, which is they're going down that route of saying, you know, we dislike Brexit and we dislike, in terms of free trade deals, you know, everything in terms of farmers. Now, the Lib Dems have two big factions in them, the social liberals and the classical liberals. And so you will have this issue of those who are more supportive of free trade and those who are more supportive of protections for farmers. And those are coming at loggerheads a bit during the campaign around issues like that, issues like housing as well. It is creating some internal divisions. Whether those will be anything major really will show over time. It may be that winning by-elections and stuff keeps everything together effectively. They go, well, you know, yes, we may have lost a few issues that we care about, but it's important in the long run because we're winning stuff. But at the same time, it's holding on to those seats afterwards, which I think will be the main challenge for them.
Patrick, I'd be interested in your views on this, and also, actually, I'd really like to get into some of the YouGov research that you released today, which has caused a bit of a stir.
Yeah, so I think probably a good opportunity to talk about this. Idea of what exactly is Tiverton and Honiton in the grand scheme of Lib Dem targets or Conservative seats, and it's been referred to a few times as the blue wall in various circumstances and circles, and I very much don't think it is. I think it's a very different kind of seat. For some of the reasons we've been talking about today, it's highly rural nature being one of them, the fact it voted Leave being another, the very high, relatively speaking, presence of agricultural workers. You don't have a town there, I think, with a population larger than about 20,000. So it's very, very different to say your Cheshires and Amershams or your Maidenheads and places like that. Woking, Guildford, all these sort of commuter belt, Remain voting, graduate heavy, blue wall areas. I think this seat is very different, and the seats around it in sort of Devon, Cornwall, Somerset, Dorset are very, very different. So if am I allowed to share screens? Is that a thing?
Yes, and we're absolutely going to facilitate that. So,
all right, here we go. Here's something I prepared earlier.
Righto.
But yeah, so I'm just going to kind of go over, I guess, the what I think these seats are, and I had a lot of fun on Twitter today, arguing and watching people argue over what or what isn't Celtic. It's been absolutely brilliant. Like, what a way to spend by-election day.
Absolutely.
All right, so here we go. Yeah, so if I share this now, this is what I call the Conservative Celtic Fringe.
The Celtic Fringe.
The Celtic Fringe, exactly. And now, while many people are in agreement with me that this bit is Celtic, they get very, very funny the more degrees you go eastwards. And I've been having death threats from Swindon people telling me, you know, don't you dare. I haven't really, of course, but. Yeah, so this is a kind of a group of 41 constituencies in the southwest of England, which voted to leave, according to Professor Chris Samrai's estimates in 2016, and have been held by the Conservatives since at least 2015. So you won't see Exeter in there, and you won't see Truro and Falmouth in there, the former being a Labour seat, the latter being Conservative, but actually voted Remain. So these constituencies, I think what they share collectively isn't being Celtic. I'm sorry, guys, but it's more about this kind of very different identity to the commuter vote blue wall. Right? They're more rural. They're Leave voting. They offer a very different set of challenges for the Liberal Democrats and Labour, who might be coming through trying to take these seats. However, what our polling has found is that the Conservatives are in trouble here. They're in trouble in seats like Tiverton and Honiton. Of course, now, there it is right there. It's in blue. If a general election, not a by-election, were being held right now, it would be staying blue. But there's other areas sort of around there. Looking down here at St Ives, Campbell and Redruth. You've got the Bournemouth seats down there. You've got Wells, Taunton Dean. All of these constituencies that probably would be going if an election were held tomorrow. So the Conservatives are struggling here big time, as well as the blue wall, as well as in the red wall. But blue wall seats, they are not. And I think for some of the reasons we touched on today, this is a very different battle for the Liberal Democrats. And if they were to win it tonight, I don't think anybody would really reasonably expect them to hold it in a general election following. I think it's would be a very, very difficult hold, very, very difficult seat for them to defend if they did take it, I think.
Superb, absolute masterclass. So,
can I just jump in, Will?
Of course you can.
Because funnily enough, we were having a similar conversation yesterday, and we were talking about the two key issues of the Tiverton and Honiton. I mean, we were mostly talking about Tiverton and Honiton. No offence to Wakefield, but from a betting point of view, it's pretty much done, and there isn't really much speculation on what's going to happen there. So Tiverton and Honiton is where it's at, really. But we were sort of saying the two fundamental things about the Tiverton and Honiton are, will the people that voted in 2019 for Labour come out and vote Lib Dem, or carry on voting Labour, or not bother voting, is one key factor. And the other key factor is, will people that are Tory voters in 2019 that are fed up with Boris Johnson and upset about Partygate, will they stay at home, or are they capable of switching to the Lib Dems? And basically, if you can answer those two questions, you know who's going to win. And we started talking exactly as you said, really, about how this constituency might be slightly different from the likes of Wokingham, Guildford, Surbiton, and other places like that. And then we sent Will off to try and find a Waitrose, and but so that we could find Waitrose woman. But sadly, and I know you're going to be depressed to hear this, the nearest Waitrose to Tiverton and Honiton is in Sidmouth, which, funnily enough, as you might know if you're a geographical expert, is in East Devon constituency. So they don't even have a Waitrose in Tiverton and Honiton. So how can you have Waitrose woman if you don't even have a Waitrose? So that would be, for me, I think that's a bit of a worry for the Lib Dems, that they, as you say, it's quite Brexity there. And, Paul and I, when Paul comes on, Paul and I don't know, to an outside observer, a lot of people would say Paul and I have quite similar politics, and, we shouldn't really be arguing that much. But we have these huge feuds about quite minor things. And he sort of thinks very strongly that the Lib Dems can regain that whole kind of Celtic fringe that you've highlighted. He talks about, the good old days of Penzance and Torbay and Devon North and all those places being marginal seats. And I sort of point out to him that they haven't been marginal seats, since he didn't have any grey hair. He doesn't necessarily, I'm going to slag him off while he's not here. He's not going to be listening. If he's going to be late, it's his own fault, isn't it, basically? But I mean, I think, for me, this is why I'm finding Tiverton and Honiton really interesting, because I think, if we remember back to the 2010 general election, essentially, the reason that David Cameron, the 2015 general election, the reason that David Cameron finally got a majority was because of Cornwall and Devon, really, essentially. He smashed the shit out of, are we allowed to say shit? I just said it, Will. What are you going to do? Sue me. He beat up the Lib Dems, didn't he, at the end of the day, and he wiped them out. And it was in these constituencies, and that's where their majority was built in 2015. And I think, perhaps it's too early for them to go back, but I don't know. I think for me, that's kind of the most interesting thing about the by-election tonight.
Yeah, that's a really good point, going back to 2015 and the sort of smash-up job that the Tories did do on Lib Dems, and the fact that we are seeing sort of a slow role reversal, basically, of what had been the Lib Dem collapsing and many of those seats going to Tories, and some of those seats appearing to come back into the range of Lib Dems. Just also on the Tiverton Waitrose thing, I did go in search of sort of, how do I describe this, right? I went in search of shops that might be
Lidl.
Yeah, because
Morrison's.
I'll tell you what, the most happening spot in Tiverton.
It wasn't Morrison's.
Wasn't Morrison's, it was Tesco's, which was where I did my first video from, and where I actually got lots of interest, which might hopefully be some sort of a good signifier. I'm just going to get some interesting questions in from the chat. Chris, I am absolutely staggered, and I promise you that I didn't set this up. Can we hear a bit more about William prowling around Waitrose? Maybe later. Right, but I genuinely cannot believe that I've been asked that question.
You were there. Are you still there now? Are you at home now in London?
No, I'm still there. I'm still in Tiverton.
Okay. I mean, you've had several days without the Heston range, so you'll be back soon. Don't worry, you'll be back into London. It'll be fine.
Yeah, it'll be fun. I can have my avocados and my chai lattes, and I can forgo a mortgage for another 5 years, and hopefully look forward to lots more renting. Chris also asks, how predictive are by-elections for future national elections? That's a great question. Can I throw that to you, Patrick?
You certainly can. I think by-elections are wonderful paradoxes because they're simultaneously nothing to do with national politics and simultaneously everything to do with national politics. And they simultaneously tell us nothing about the next general election, and they simultaneously tell us everything about the next general election. Now, I think it's the truth, of course, with all these things is somewhere right slap bang in the middle. They're not predictive in the sense that, for example, you're not going to see the Lib Dems, if they win tonight, they're overturning a massive majority. They're not going to go and win 400 seats to the next general election, of course. Doesn't happen. However, what we look for in by-elections and what we need to care about are the trends and the types of voters and the types of swings that we are seeing and where and why and under what context. So Cheshire and Amersham was a kind of the first, I think, real glimpse in an electoral sense, getting into what the sort of polling and surveying and the sort of context have been picking up around this kind of blue wolf phenomenon, this kind of idea that, hang on, in this cross break here or in this sort of council elections here, there's something going on with the Conservatives and Remain voting areas. And Cheshire and Amersham was kind of the first big bang, I guess, that, this is real and this can happen in a Westminster arena, if you like. So I think by-elections are very, very, very good at giving us early warning signs about what trends to expect and what things are coming down the track. You can even look at Copeland, way back under Corbyn's leadership before the Red Wall even happened, as a precursor to the Red Wall. So they think they're early warning signs, they're good flags, they're really important to keep an eye on to see what's the next thing coming down the track, what's the next big political shift. But in terms of predicting who's going to win that particular seat, not really very good unless it's a marginal. Who's going to win the election? No, the Lib Dems aren't going to have a 400 seat majority, so don't worry about that. But they do have a lot of interesting things under the surface. So predictive, maybe not, but very important, very interesting, and predictive of longer term things or predictive of things coming up under the surface, definitely.
Couldn't agree more with that, Chris. I hope that was as good for you as it was for me. Tessa, I'm really interested to ask you this question. I'm paraphrasing it a bit, but Frank Brennan has come in with this comment. So when Harriet Harman says that the now completely London-centric Labour Party's next leader must be a woman, step forward Angela Rayner once Starmer loses the 2023 general election. Now, I am going to take some of the, I hope you don't mind me saying so, Frank, bias out of that comment slightly and ask you basically what thoughts you've got with regards to Labour's next leader, and actually also, where are you at with Starmer? Because we saw the Open Labour paper this week, and I must say, I don't care if people do have a pelt at me for this, I thought it was a document which was deep with a lot of knowledge and a lot of policy, and I thought it was a document that deserves to be taken very seriously. Some people would say we haven't seen enough of that from Labour or from Keir Starmer. How do you think he's doing? How do you think the party's doing? And can I ask you those two questions both separately and at the same time? Because depending on who you ask, you're getting different answers to those.
Absolutely, and I think the big thing that I always have in the back of my mind is the 2019 general election and the way that absolutely shook the Labour Party to its core. And I think when Keir Starmer was elected leader, nobody expected that he'd be able to turn the party around and deliver Labour a thumping 80-seat majority the next general election. Everyone knew this is going to be a very, very big uphill battle, and I think he's made really significant steps in sort of turning, I like to think of it as the Labour Party's character arc, and he's sort of done a good job of sort of writing the beginning of that bit in terms of, for example, his action on anti-Semitism and some of the more toxic parts of the Corbyn leadership that went down like a lead balloon on the doorstep in 2019. In terms of how he's doing now, I think the rest of the character arc has yet to be written, and I think that the Labour Party is struggling to find the necessary dramaturgs and things to consult on how to write that arc, and I think it requires much, much greater confidence from the party. I think the biggest issue is confidence. If Labour wins the Wakefield by-election tonight, a lot of people saying, "Oh, they're bound to sweep up." People feeling very, very buoyant. Something which shouldn't be missed is that this would be the first by-election that Labour has beaten and taken a seat off the Tories from since 2012, if I remember correctly. So it would be a much bigger moment for the Labour Party than just, Boris Johnson isn't doing as well in the Red Wall as he was, is he? It's actually a very significant moment for the Labour Party as well if they win this by-election tonight. In terms of Labour's direction from here, I think, thanks for your comments on our paper. We started working on it late last year, and we wanted to put forward a kind of alternative to the current Tory government, and we decided let's make it very, very broad-reaching, very, very detailed on issues like housing, education, childcare, the National Health Service, foreign policy, a whole range of issues, justice, particularly detailed on the issues which come up in general elections. But since we actually finished writing the paper, it's really been the cost of living issue that has really exploded in the sort of public psyche, and that's something where I definitely think Labour could be much stronger on. A big win for Labour was the windfall tax. That was something that Labour put forward. Rachel Reeves championed as Shadow Chancellor, and managed to get Rishi Sunak and the government to U-turn on. But there was no follow-up, and there should have been a follow-up. When you win on something that significant, you need to build on that momentum as a party. That the next phrase always has to be, okay, what next? What next? And I think that comes down to potentially a lack of confidence. And I think that's something that the party needs to build on, and I hope that it takes wins like, hopefully, fingers crossed, in Wakefield tonight. Turning to Tiverton and Honiton, in terms of the sort of Lib Dem impact on Labour, I mean, Labour was second in Tiverton and Honiton, a distant second, but it was second in 2019. And what we're seeing is tactical voting from Labour supporters to the Lib Dems. Potentially, as Neil mentioned, how many Tory voters are staying at home. But those things are all key for Labour to deprive the Tories of a majority at a general election. And it does tend to be that when the Lib Dems are doing well, Labour is usually doing well as well. So I think the story of the Lib Dem resurgence is also interesting in terms of the impact that it has on what the next general election might look like, how deprived the Tories could be of a majority. And to go back to the point that I think it was a guy called Henry wrote in about about a potential Boris SNP deal. I mean, we have heard in general elections in the past, about Ed Miliband being in Nicola Sturgeon's pocket and a potential Labour SNP deal. But I think the real question is going to be at the next general election, if Boris Johnson is deprived of a majority, who will he do a deal with, and will it be the SNP? And if we know anything about Boris Johnson, it's that he will do a deal with the devil if he wants to stay in power. So why not the SNP with an India F2, which I'm sure they would snap up in a heartbeat. So in terms of Labour's direction, they've got a difficult job of balancing those two sort of quite different sets of voters, which is the sort of red wall, deindustrialised sort of towns and places like that, and the sort of more metropolitan, liberal, young graduates, sort of parts of, for example, London and other major cities, and parts of the south. But I think where Labour will, where the key is for Labour is to capture this zeitgeist of the cost of living. And that has been highlighted obviously pretty significantly this week in terms of the rail strikes. People are sick of, the last 12 to 15 years of real terms losses in terms of wages, and now inflation is absolutely turbocharging it, as is the rise in the cost of basic goods, utilities, housing. Childcare is now quickly rivaling housing in terms of a big wrecker of people's wallets. And if Labour highlights the cost of living crisis and crucially puts forward a much brighter alternative to the Tories, that is where I think it will be able to unite those very different sets of voters, rather than being tempted to choose sides or play into the sort of Tory identity tests that the government likes to put forward, that are quite divisive. And Labour needs to avoid those traps and keep focusing on really the economy and household budgets.
Okay, very comprehensive indeed. David Stewart, this is absolutely fascinating. Forgive that, I am being called. And I'll have to leave that until later. As you can see, I am clearly hot property. It's probably Waitrose woman down over who wants to get in touch and presumably give me a word for not finding her. But anyhow, David Stewart, might be a silly question, but why aren't exit polls held on key by-elections? That's not a silly question. That's a great question. As somebody who's very much invested in that sort of thing, I would genuinely love to know, Mr. Patrick English, why can't we get an exit poll for Tiverton and Honiton and Wakefield?
Well, quickly before I answer that, there's some on the ground, some east of the ground intelligence from Noah Hoffman from the Sun that she's just been tweeting. She says that in Wakefield, everyone is saying it's too early to say. They should have a better idea within an hour or so as the boxes start arriving. In Tiverton, however, interestingly, her Lib Dem sources there are saying that they're feeling cautiously optimistic, might just have snuck it. So that's the first kind of line I've seen where the Liberal Democrats have actually kind of come out of the shell a little bit and briefed to say they might be doing something there tonight. So answer the question, why not an exit poll? Well, an exit poll is a very costly, very hugely resource heavy exercise to do. Now, what we normally do when we do exit polls is we return to around about 150 of the exact same polling stations, or as near as we can get to them, election on election on election, and try to ask pretty much the same sample of voters how they voted in that election. What we then do is we compare it to the election before. So what we're measuring isn't the party shares on the day, we're measuring the change on the shares from the previous election. We then take that and model it as if we had collected the data in every single polling station, every single constituency, and that predicts a forecast on the day. And we work on that all day, from morning until we release it at 10 p.m, and then we switch over to the on-the-night coverage. So it's for one thing, exit polls would be massively resource intensive to do. For another thing, you need the baselines. If we were going to do an exit poll for a by-election in Wakefield, we would need to have a baseline of a by-election in Wakefield to compare it to. So it simply really wouldn't work, at least not using that methodology, to do a by-election. So really, what the best tools that we have are the constituency polls, and even them, they are very hard to do. At YouGov, we simply don't do them because the panel isn't sort of big enough to do it. But there are companies who will use phone methods and sort of other methods to get the sample size necessary. But yeah, that's why we don't do exit polls, because A, the methodology wouldn't work, and B, it's a massive multi-million-pound exercise. So unless someone's going to fund it, probably not going to happen.
Absolutely brilliant explanation, and also a really interesting question. Just looking through, I want to get back to this message, and we'll talk about this a bit more through the night. But Frank asked what Price Star's thoughts on Angela Rayner becoming the first female Labour leader, and I can tell him that Angela Rayner is a 15-2 shot with us to be the next Labour leader. And before anybody asks, yes, Andy Burnham is still favourites, and yes, we are all well aware that he cannot stand, even though he's not an MP. I have to say this, when the market first went up, it's a bugbear, I always love saying this, when the market first went up, that looked a bit more likely than it does now. It's a long-running market, and you can see the odds by simply going to the website. If you watch this via the content site, and hopefully you are, there'll be a link to our betting site, and you can go and look at those odds. Just scrolling through some of the other comments, we're getting quite a few in. Also, hello Andy, good to have you back, really good to have you back. Interesting, I'm getting some comments about Labour and also comments about Ireland. Firstly, an interesting comment about Labour here, which is the idea, or sorry, I should say, need to go shifted out here. The Tories need to win the next election to basically own their mistakes. If Labour win, they'll have to deal with the crap and Tory media. They could be crushed early in power, unfortunately. This is actually rather interesting, because we do have a situation, I think it's fair to say, where large parts of the press in the print media have still been supporting the Conservatives, even though you're seeing more critical reporting of Johnson. And I definitely think there's been some effect in terms of the changing of some editorial positions, which has hurt Johnson a bit. You're seeing lots of critical reporting. I think it is having an effect. I think it is feeding a bit into perception of Johnson, which are holding nationally. Certainly YouGov data is telling us that. Ipsos Mori's data seems to be tracking with that. I do wonder if those positions simply harden, and also if those positions become sort of adopted, and if it becomes sort of a thing that people think, in the same way that Labour are bad in the economy became a thing that people simply fought and kept answering, as you'd know, Patrick, to pollsters for about 10 years. Now, just to update where we are in the evening, it's 11:30 now. I am told roughly that around 4 a.m. might be a time for an early declaration, possibly here in Tiverton. Somebody told me 3:30 earlier. I think probably about 4 might be more realistic. I think it's still going to be pretty tight. Frank Brennan thinks that 15-2 is very skinny for Angela Rayner. I would actually like to challenge Frank Brennan. Who do you think would be a good value bet for next Labour leader? In fact, actually, might as well ask everybody else here, if you had to have a go at who would be the next Labour leader, and I'll give you 2 shots at this because it looks rather open one, who would they be and why? I'll go to Jasneet and then Torrin Wilkins.
I'm really indecisive about these things, and I never know quite what to say. I feel like you throw me in the deep end. Gut instinct, maybe Lisa and Andy might go again. Maybe, hopefully, would like that. I don't know, you're looking at me with, I know you don't know either.
I'm just wondering what your answer is and trying to make one myself.
I'm not really sure, to be honest. I don't think there's anybody that really stands out as. I think Angela Rayner is potentially likely to be next Labour leader just because she's been pitched as being the next Labour leader so much that it's kind of been written, if that makes sense. As in, I think for a lot of people, they can't really, especially me, but I think a lot of people in politics can't think of anybody else of it being other than her. And there's also people that I'd like it to be, like Philip Lisa and Andy, maybe even Stephen Kinnock, someone like that. But I'm not thinking, I can't see it being anybody else but her, realistically. That's a lot more put together answer. But yeah.
Yeah,
Go on, sorry.
I was going to say, honestly, I think fairly similar. I mean, it may be someone like Andy Burnham, maybe David Lammy. There's a few people there. I mean, at the moment, the one thing is the shadow cabinet is fairly strong in who it's got within. Someone maybe even like Yvette Cooper again. There's a few people that, have been doing things that have attracted media attention that might be able to get in. But part of me does think it's more likely it would be someone either from outside coming in, like Andy Burnham.
It might be a surprise person. But I think as well, it's just a question of the Labour Party's identity, as in where do they want to go next? And I think that's the key bit kind of behind it. And I think the Labour Party has struggled to establish, even now, I think, being involved in politics, I can say, the Labour Party stands for these policies, but I don't have any idea of kind of the overarching values of the Labour Party. To me, it feels like the policies are very scattered in different directions. So I think it'll be interesting to see kind of if the Labour Party travels at all. So after this by-election, will it shape the direction the Labour Party's going in, or will it stay the same? And I think that very much depends on who the next leader will be. But yeah, very deep, sorry.
No, not at all. That's what we're here for. That's the live stream. We have all the time in the world. Just want actually to have the honour of introducing another guest. But Torrin, you've brought over somebody from the centre. We love people from the centre. Centre are friends very much at the polling station. So do introduce yourself, sir. You can unmute yourself and go.
Hi, can you hear me all right? Is that sounding good?
Yes, we can.
Beautiful. My name is Pushkin. I'm the Membership Development Officer at Centre. And a very great pleasure to be on the live stream. So I appreciate you for inviting me on. Thank you very much.
No worries at all. Looking forward to getting your insights on all the various things that we'll be discussing. I'm actually intrigued now as to where we are with Next Labour Leader Chat. Also, just having a look, we got some comments in there. Frank Brennan thinks Ray should be 12s to 14s. I actually I'd agree with him a little bit. I think it's going to be a really open field. Tessa, this is absolutely right up your street, I would hope. So 2 shots for the next Labour leader. Just contenders you think could go well?
I think it will be very similar to 2015 in the sense that there's going to be a few old hands who will run. There'll be a few new, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed up-and-comers. Maybe Andy Burnham will make a reappearance. I'm sure he's dying to. But I think it could be a little bit like 2015 where there is an underdog that we can't predict right now who could well come through during an election campaign. Full disclosure, I did support Lisa Nandy at the last election. Open Labour members voted to endorse her as an organisation. I thought she kind of hit the nail on the head in her election campaign in terms of how serious the loss was for us in 2019 and the kind of steps we'd need to take to rebuild. Unfortunately, I think that's not what a lot of members wanted to hear at the time. But I think she was on the right track. In terms of Angela Rayner, I think she's another very strong northern woman who speaks to her and Lisa Nandy are great to have in the shadow cabinet because they speak to those parts of the country that I think sometimes Keir Starmer struggles to get through to. So they're really important sort of key campaigners for Labour at the moment in that sense. I think if Angela Rayner ran, she'd have a pretty good shot. I think she'd also get the crucial, sort of good trade union backing because she did come up through the trade unions before she was an MP, and that's something that's quite crucial in those internal elections, not just in terms of getting on the ballot, because you do have to have a minimum of, I think it's 2 affiliated trade unions backing, but also in terms of the affiliate supporters who also get a vote. You can also see already some of the future leadership election battle lines being drawn. I noted where Streeting not really following the leadership line on the rail strikes last week. I'm in no doubt that maybe he had the thought of a future leadership campaign in his mind when he maybe said those comments. But any leadership election, the candidates will have the same problem that every Labour politician has, which is being able to speak to Labour Party members and being able to speak to the country, and making sure that they don't end up talking one way out one side of their mouth and one way out of the other. So I think it would be really interesting, but I think I'm a lot more interested in who the next Prime Minister will be, because I think Boris Johnson, I'd be really surprised, honestly, if he lasted the next 12 months. I mean, I know he's a stubborn old dog who will do anything to stay in power, but I think at some point he will run out of road, and then who's the Prime Minister going to be? There's obviously a few front runners, but I haven't seen anything that shows that they can convincingly break with this era, which has been so toxic for them as a party. And that's going to be the next challenge for the Tory party, as another big reinvention exercise, potentially the biggest that they have had in well over a decade.
Just on Boris Johnson, him making it to the next election, we do have odds on that. We are 8-15 that he doesn't lead the Tories into the next election. In pure percentage terms, that's 65%, give or take. So we think it's we think it's more likely, basically not, that there'll be a new Prime Minister. And he's also 5-2 to leave this year. He's 2-1 to go next year. So yeah, plenty of people thinking that Boris Johnson could end up out on his ear in 2023. Pushkin, you were keen to jump in, I think.
Yeah, just going back to the Labour leadership point. It's very interesting because I think in terms of the affiliate supporters point with Lisa Nandy, it's actually where she came second in the leadership election results. With affiliated supporters, it was Keir Starmer's weakest showing, it was Lisa Nandy's strongest showing. So that's very interesting to watch, actually, to see how that then translates into perhaps stronger backing going into the next leadership election. Because what I'll find interesting is, obviously, the last leadership election produced a very moderate. Perhaps his leadership campaign wasn't as moderate, but in his leadership style, Keir Starmer is very much more moderate, perhaps, than many Labour leaders in the past. And in terms of obviously before that, you had Jeremy Corbyn, who was very left wing. So I'm wondering if Labour members will be looking to a leader potentially who could perhaps chart more of a line in the middle, if that makes sense. Sort of, is moderate but can still sell left-wing policy. And I think we're seeing it with the strikes at the moment in terms of Labour's position. It's many criticised very wishy-washy. And I'd be very interested to see if, I imagine Labour members on the whole would want Labour to back the strikes. And I'd be very interested to see, how the balance is between the left and, let's say, the left of the centre and the centre of the party, the moderates and the left. I'd be very interested to see if Lisa Nandy tries to sort of walk that tightrope as she tries to do in the, I suppose she was trying to do in the last leadership election. I think Andy Burnham's another interesting profile to look at. Obviously, again, hard for him to run if he doesn't have a seat. And I don't see it necessarily happening. But again, he seems to be charting that course where he's very moderate when it comes to perhaps speaking as a whole, but he does still, he's been very vocal about nationalisation online, very vocal about a much more left-wing stance, especially compared to how he used to be in the leadership election. So I'd be very interested to see if he also tries to chart that course. And I'm wondering if Labour's going to want to try to, or the next leadership campaign sees that, there's not so much the moderate wing, but there's more of a sort of radical, but moderately radicalised. But it's hard to sort of give a name to it, but still trying to hold that radical flair, but in an electable sense, I suppose. So that's how I feel about the leadership election.
Just on the strikes point, I think it's worth bringing this in. YouGov have been polling strikes, a variety of sort of issues and questions. Also, big disclaimer, I want to make the disclaimer, these answers, as Patrick will tell you, they can change massively depending on what questions are used. So please don't take any of this as necessarily gospel, 1000%, but latest poll I can see, who's to blame for the rail strikes, this is where YouGov respondents could pick multiple options. Patrick can tell us a bit more about how those polls sort of work, but it was 42% equal the governments and trade unions, 33% rail companies, 19% rail workers. And I think, and I'm sure you'll all have seen various bits of data with this, but I think that the main sort of two polling trends have been people having sympathy with those on strike, but sort of being anti-strike action because of disruption, which would sort of go without saying. Actually, good to ask you, Patrick, what have people told you about their response to the strikes, and just how much support is there at the moment for the unions and the action, if it makes sense?
Yeah, I think a lot of very good questions, and the answer to each of them is different, of course. Nothing is simple. So I think the first thing to say is that as you've already said, it really depends on what question you ask and how you ask it. So if you ask questions such as, should unions be able to go on strike? Should rail workers be able to go on strike? The answer usually is yes from the British public. It's not a resounding yes, but it's a yes. Are the strikes justified? Again, you tend to get more people in support of that phrasing than you do opposing it. If you ask, do you support the current strikes, then things get a lot tighter and you tend to find oppose or sort of anti-strike feeling ahead, although it's marginal. And the gap that we've been finding recently has been under sort of under 10% in that regard. So it's kind of, it's shifting, it's coming in, it's shrunk by that anyway. And it's very much dependent on the question you ask and who you ask it to. Now, strike action, of course, is destructive. It's supposed to be. So if you're a striker, you're kind of probably not that concerned that some people are saying, well, you're disrupting my plans. It's probably kind of point by parcel, isn't it? So you're not too fussed about that. I think what the interesting thing about public opinion will be moving forward, and the thing we're wanting to measure, as we've alluded to in this conversation, is what impact it has on the political parties and what impact it has on the government. General rule of thumb, if strikes go on longer than a week, the government starts to get blamed and people start looking at them and saying, well, this is your fault now. Why haven't you found a way of getting around it? So in the short term, you tend to find people don't like the strikes happening. It disrupts them, it gets in the way. But then the longer it goes on, they start to look to the government and say, well, why haven't you sorted this out yet? And sort of strike sympathy, if you like, grows. So depends on what question you ask, depend when you ask it. Very much a Pulse's answer there. Sorry about that.
Very interesting, and thank you very much for that perspective. Do I sense that? Do you want to come back, Pushkin? Is there another point you wanted to make?
If that's okay.
Yeah, of course, always.
I'd be very interested on Patrick. I'm interested. Is there any opinion polling around regarding the popularity of the current union leader, the RMT leader? I think it's Michael Lynch, if I'm correct, going around the airwaves. I've seen a lot of excitement about him on social media. I quite like I find his style very interesting. Has there been any polling on how that's looking for him, how that's perhaps benefited the union, how it's benefited himself, perhaps in public opinion?
No, there hasn't, but we can have a look. Why not? Whack on a poll at some point and see what happens. What we tend to find with figures such as union leaders is that most people, when we say, do you like this person or not? Are they doing a good job or a bad job? Most people say, don't know. It's very much the thing that we pay attention to and we care about a lot, but the sort of average voter, the average member of the public really doesn't know who these people are and really doesn't pay much attention to them. Now, however, big national news stories do change that, of course. So the longer these strikes go on, we might find that he gets a sort of a known level as, say, Arthur Scargill, perhaps. So at that point, it would be very interesting to check in with the public and see what they think of him. The other thing we can do is we can kind of look now, we take another temperature check on the strikes and we ask the same question again. And if we see movement shrinking in once more, you might attribute some of that to the coverage that's been happening and to the performances of the union sort of bosses and leader in the media and the kind of general sense that the strikes are going on. There doesn't seem to be an end of the government aren't really doing anything. So lots to unpick, I think, and perhaps not quite the right time just yet to ask questions about personalities specifically, but it's something we can definitely see what happens and have a go and see if anything interesting comes up.
Just want to give a word into Tessa. on the strikes, and particularly given that she's got some quite close links to Labour.
Sure, and to the trade union movement. Full disclosure, the last set of rail strikes like this in 1989 from ASLEF, certainly the Train Drivers Union, were organised by my dad. So I've got some quite strong views on the issue of rail strikes, and certainly the Labour Party's involvement or non-involvement as such. So I think Mick Lynch is a really interesting personality to highlight, and certainly he's been going viral on Twitter and in many different forms in his media appearances, and he is able to do something which political party leaders aren't able to do, in terms of what they're able to talk about, arguments they're able to put across as a sort of non-party political voice. And he's been quite interesting in terms of linking these rail strikes to a much wider conversation on the economy. And I do think this is, the zeitgeist right now that the Labour Party needs to capture, in terms of, at the end of the day, Britain wants a pay rise after 12 to 15 years of real terms losses, and that goes across sectors, and not just public sector as well. The link between public sector and private sector wages is clear, and many people feel overworked and underpaid, and very tired at the end of a long decade of Tory austerity and now a cost of living crisis. In terms of the predicament for the Labour Party whenever strikes happen, is that the Tory party will always try to politicise the strikes. And I know a lot of people would say, but strikes are inherently political. That is true, but they will always try to make it party political. And strikes are not about party politics. They are about the merits of the industrial dispute. And where the RMT is coming from, in my view, their strikes have, that their dispute has a lot of merit to it, that has nothing to do with party politics. It's also very, very interesting looking at the YouGov polling on popularity of the strikes, essentially, and as you say, the way that public opinion changes the longer the strikes go on. But at the end of the day, the strikes aren't about a popularity contest, as much as the Tory party would like them to be. And I think it is interesting linking this back to the Wakefield by-election. If the Conservative Party thinks that union bashing is going to go down well in the de-industrial red wall, I've got news for them, because it's not going to. It might go down well in parts of the south. There's sort of commuter belt seats, people who are directly affected by the disruption that happens when strikes go on, but it isn't going to play well in places like Wakefield that do have those kind of historical links to unions and voters who will identify with exactly what RMT workers are striking for. So that's my take on the sort of impact on the political parties, and therefore for Labour, when you're running a strike, generally the sort of iron rule is keep politicians, particularly Labour Party politicians, as far away as your strike. Far away from your strike as you possibly can, because you don't want it to be party political. You want it to be about the merits of your dispute. So yeah.
Going to let Patrick English jump in on this, and then one for Torrin, and then we're going to discuss what appear to be some really strong vibes coming from Tiverton. But Patrick, do jump in first. I'm interested.
Yeah. I'll 30 seconds. Very interesting point, Tessa, about who gets affected by the strikes and how that matters politically. One interesting thing that we found is that when we've asked people, have you personally been affected by the strikes? You're quite right. The highest concentration of folk that say that they have live in and around London and the sort of commuter areas. Now, if you think about how will that impact things politically, well, those are exactly the type of people who are least likely to be supporting the Conservatives in a minute. Younger working folk living in commuter belts are moving away from the Conservatives if they were ever there, and are often sort of be quite closely associated with voting Labour or Green anyway. So the kind of people it's impacting aren't the kind of voters that are going to go Conservative in a long time anyway. So I think the political stretch of this, it doesn't look too great down the track if that's kind of the strategy at least. But yeah, that's my 30 seconds.
And Torrin and Jasneet.
I'll come in with a question. I'll come in with a little bit first. As Jazz is eating a Jeffa cake, but basically,
no, absolutely. I haven't walked in
food,
ages, so I'm going to crack on them and get something. But
we have stocked up, so
yeah, we got like a whole pile of like sweet things on our desk, and we're just
love it. Need to get food delivery in actually.
But something that actually I think just from earlier that I was thinking about was, we were talking about sort of the Lib Dems, the Southwest, and I think there's an attempt. We'll find out what the information is in a second that's coming out there, but I think there's an attempt to recreate that sort of Southwest Liberal, which was the sort of Andrew George style. They would be very vocal about the Cornish language. I believe Andrew George was also the first person to actually sort of enter the House of Commons and do his oath in Cornish as well. Like, there was a very strong sort of liberal tradition down there. And I feel that in some ways in this by-election, if there's any way that the Lib Dems are trying to manoeuvre their message, because I think a lot of tonight will be about where Labour is moving their message, but with the Lib Dems, I think it's going to be sort of towards that old style sort of, I would say, more centrist style liberal, the sort of, we aren't left-wing kind of Lib Dems that were sort of very, in the middle ground. And I think that's maybe what they will try and see return here. I'm just genuinely interested in what will happen down there with that sort of attempt at revival almost.
Absolutely. Okay, lots going to happen in just a minute. First of all, Paul Krishnamurty is going to join us. So yes, we now have nearly all of the polling station members. Johnny Ward is taking a well-deserved evening off. He's going to watch us from afar with some lovely Negronis, even though he doesn't seem to be in a very lovely place in our group chat. The other thing I'm going to update everybody on is the first sort of rumours coming in. When I say rumours, it's the first sort of sources of information, but the Lib Dem price, as I'm sure Neil will have been watching, has crashed. And I have heard, or seen, I should say, 3 separate sources saying that the Lib Dems believe they're on course to take Teverton and Honiton, hearing a majority of up to 2,000, hearing also that the postal votes are apparently broadly 50-50, which would be quite a significant sign, I would have thought, given the nature and the background of Tiverton and Honiton. Paul Krishnamurty is probably going to be absolutely delighted to hear that intro and that news. So first of all, Paul, hello and good evening to you.
Hello, mate.
Really good to have you here. Paul, it's all going on with Paul.
I might have to jump because the connection sounds awful. I've just seen what happened at the Tiverton and Honiton betting, so that looks all over. Am I coming through all right?
You are coming through all right. For anybody who's wondering why Paul might have a spotty connection, it's all going on with him. You're at Glastonbury, aren't you?
I am at one time, yes.
Yes, indeed. So, yeah, Paul really...
You're a bit of a Tom Watson tribute band, aren't you, Paul? Really?
Indeed. And it's the first night proper film festival. It's the first night proper, isn't it, Paul? Like there are acts or something. I'm pretty sure there are some acts.
No, as far as I'm aware, it's Friday. Everyone arrives Thursday and stays over. There may well be something going on. I mean, I'm not a festival expert. I went 25 years ago and I've never been back. So it's hard work for me. I was a lightweight then and I'm a lightweight now.
Well, certainly not lightweight when it comes to providing political analysis, and we're very glad that we've got you for what should be a really big night. But yes, that's a crash on the Lib Dems. And also, just speaking of Mick Lynch, I feel like I've got to say this because I've missed out on the chance to do anything on Twitter. I've been looking at so much, but I am told by two friends who I had to watch in Question Time for me that they're apparently the two biggest brain ones of all time have taken place in the last hour and a bit. And one of them is literally a Question Time audience member comparing the fate of train drivers to the fate of the dinosaurs. And I'm told, by the way, that that's not some sort of weird prank or something, or somebody trying to get me to say something stupid on the street. I'm told there's an actual video of it.
I saw it.
Did that happen? Did it?
Yes, that absolutely happened. Listen, that was. I mean, it's funny seeing the betting crowds. The thing going through my mind all through Question Time was, because that was the most Tory audience there's ever been. It was just pure Stratford-upon-Avon. Mick Lynch barely got a clap all night. And I was just watching that and thinking, is this Tiverton and Honiton? Is this the real true blue heartland? But yes, there was plenty of fun on Question Time. Plenty of fun. I would have said, I mean, look, they'd be well happy with it, the Tories, to be honest. There's a businessman on it, Ben Habib, you know him?
Yes, I am, how do I say, unfortunately familiar with another human being, but I am unfortunately familiar with Ben Habib for lots of reasons, which I don't want to get quite into on the stream.
Okay.
This evening, go on.
Yeah, he was an interesting guest, very interesting.
I'll bet.
Totally slamming the government, totally. Like, line by line on the economy for 12 years. It was very interesting.
I am noticing, and I am picking up, this is anecdotal, but I think there is some data bearing it out. We are beginning to see, Patrick English, are we not, a sort of crossover in attitudes by people you would presume to vote Tory. I'll give a very broad strokes overview, you'll have the better data. But older males who backed Leave, I have seen sort of consistently trending more and more negatively, not just towards Boris Johnson, but towards the government in their attitudes to the government and their handling of certain things. That includes not only the economy, but also immigration. I think also recently inflation has been polled for the last year or so, if I'm correct, and the numbers are really skyrocketing in the negatives. Also, somebody asked about this earlier, where's the age crossover now between Labour and Tory? Where's the median age crossover, right? Because that shifted, according to the polling, I'm led to believe.
Yeah, two very good questions. On the first one, the numbers in general for the government and for Boris Johnson and the Conservatives on inflation, on the economy, on all sorts of sort of what we consider typical valence measures, the bread and butter of government and the bread and butter of the Conservative Party, really are dire for them right now, really, really bad, and they are showing absolutely no signs of improvement. Now, to the male sort of older voter specific point, yes, that's also true, but that's more of a ceiling effect than anything else. That's because the Conservative Party's highest support is among older people and particularly men. So it's kind of, we're dropping from a higher place there, so the drops are more significant, as you like, than other areas of the population. So that's kind of, it's a game of factors there rather than anything too specific about that group. Now, the median sort of crossover, the last I sort of looked at it, it came all the way down to sort of just about 40. So that's pretty terrifying if you're the Conservative Party right now, and that bar is shifting. Now, we've heard for a long time all these demographic replacement arguments, well, all the Conservative supporters are older, so, that's a big problem because they'll all die out and they'll get replaced by younger people. So the Tories are going to die out. We had the same arguments about the Republicans over in the US for hundreds of years. Never happened. Why? Because as people get older, they do tend to shift their political preferences, and people get more capital. They start voting for the party that's going to defend their capital, i.e. that's going to be the Conservatives. So don't never read too much into these sort of age shifts. All these sort of older voters are the only people popping you up because, you know, there will always be more older voters to replace the ones that are sort of sadly dying. So wouldn't read too much into that. What I would read into is, where does the median voter go? Where is the median voter right now in terms of their opinion on the government, in terms of their opinion on the leaders, and in terms of their opinion on who is doing better on the economy? The key thing for the Labour Party right now is that without doing all that much, Keir Starmer is winning on Best Prime Minister. Labour are neck and neck, if not sometimes ahead, on who will best run the economy, and they now have had a polling lead which has been outside the margin of error for the best part of half a year now. So those indicators I would pay attention to. Look at the median voter, look at the sort of the marginal seats and what's going on there. That's going to tell you much more, I think, than any sort of demographic indicators will at this stage.
Really well put. Neil, I would be interested for just some of your thoughts on what we're seeing coming out of Tiverton and Honiton, and because I'm presuming you've seen that price crash.
Yeah, there's been a massive price crash. I mean, you know, what is it now? Midnight. So between 10 and 11, the price on the Lib Dems went from kind of 80% to win the seat to 70%, which may not sound very much if you're not following the betting that carefully. But that is a huge change. You know, we haven't seen moves like that in this market in the last week. There's probably, in terms of liquidity of this market, there's probably as much match since 10 p.m. as there was in the 2 weeks previously. So people are really, you know, getting stuck in and having a few bets in the last few hours. Now, you know, we were speculating as to why that might be. Obviously, there's not too much information between 10 and 11 in terms of bundles counted or whatever. I'm not sure exactly what happened. I think Nick Watt came on Newsnight and that caused a bit of a ripple originally. I didn't, because I was listening intently here, I didn't exactly see what he said. But the first move was basically a little bit of a quiet move up to sort of 86%, the Lib Dems. But then it suddenly moved to 91%, and it's just carried through. And now it's looking like 95-5, basically 95% the Lib Dems, 5% the Tories. And that's hovered about that mark for about the last 10 minutes or so without really moving too much.
Have you seen that, Boris, 2022's sub 2-1 now?
Let me see. I hadn't looked at that for 20 minutes. So, yeah. That guy, I was talking earlier before you came along, Paul, there was a fella that popped up this evening who wanted to have, I'll try and remember now, I think it was 6,000. I'm assuming it was a fella. It could have easily been a woman. But anyway, whatever. He was trying to bet 2024 or later for the Johnson leave date at 2.6. So in old money, roughly 13-8 odds. He wanted to bet Johnson to survive. It looks like he's kind of changed his mind slightly. He's got matched a bit. There's about 3,000 up there now at 2.86. So roughly speaking, 15-8. And like you said, earlier today, 2022 as a leave date for Boris Johnson was trading about 28%. It's now in the region of sort of 35 to 36%. Now, obviously, that market is very much correlated to what happens in these two by-elections. If the Tories lose both by-elections, which it looks like they will, then of course that market has to reflect that it's slightly more likely that Johnson leaves in 2022. But it doesn't seem to have moved enormously. You know, we've gone from 28% the day before yesterday to about 35% now. So, you know, it's definitely more likely than it was, but it's not overwhelming.
Yeah, I think that'll be that. I think that will continue to move, at least for the next 2 or 3 days. It'll be a long weekend. Depends on the scale of defeats, obviously. But I mean, the fact that the market, I mean, you know, far be it for me to have great faith in market moves while they're counting the votes, right? Because this goes wrong all the time. But that does sound quite significant what's happened. And that does suggest that everybody's come away when polls close and just agreed, you know, it's done. There's no real dissent on that. So, I mean, I find it just look, we're in uncharted territory, but I do find it unbelievable and impossible to imagine that the Conservative Party are going to carry on with this. If they've lost this seat badly, I mean, you couldn't get a clearer signal of where they're headed.
Yeah,
two years isn't that long.
I would agree with that.
But how do you think that manifests itself? Because clearly he's not going to quit, and he's not going to be too interested in a bunch of people that didn't like him anyway and voted no confidence in him last week, going all over the media and saying that they can't stand him and he needs to go. Those kind of people have been saying that for weeks, and he'll just defend by sending out Nadine to go and say how great he is and various other people like that. And we'll just be in the same kind of situation as we've been for the last kind of 6 weeks.
Just quickly, before you answer that, Paul, that answer, then Tessa's closing thoughts. Tessa, you've been absolutely magnificent. And then we also have a Green candidate who you should see on screen to my bottom right. So lots to happen in the next 5 to 10 minutes. But Paul, a rebuttal for that. And of course, I'm going to get some more thoughts from Pushkin too. And yes, I promise you will get to your questions and your comments. I'm loving them. But I'm also loving this discourse, which is just basically my standard MO. So let's crack on with it again, Paul, and I'll mute myself.
Yeah, so what I think will happen is there will be a lot of movement behind the scenes in the next few days, and you will get more and more people coming out. Remember, he's only got 32 MPs in hand from the first confidence vote. That's a very small number. And I think that what we may well see is a series or a race to be the first cabinet minister to resign, or to call for him to go, right? The situation I'm reminded of is, do you remember the whole Chequers meeting, Chequers compromise that we've thought out the Tory party's position on Brexit?
Indeed, yeah.
Yeah, right? It was like, you know, Trails was like the biggest event in the world, but it was also obvious to anyone who knew that they weren't going to come to some agreement that was going to solve all the disputes within the party. And there was a race in the next day to resign first. Dominic Raab won it by resigning at 7 o'clock in the morning. The meeting day finished at midnight. Michael Gove went missing for a day, you know, while he weighed up what to do. I think it's like that. I think there's loads of members of the cabinet, let alone like the rest of the payroll vote, who aren't particularly loyal to Boris Johnson. They're not huge Boris Johnson supporters. They may well agree with the 148 that, you know, he's a liability, and they're just waiting for the right moment, and there will be a signal from somebody. And the thing is, if someone were to resign now, let's just say, for example, Sajid Javid resigned, all right, on a point of principle, he shoots up the leadership charts. He suddenly becomes like almost, you know, the way the media are, he'll become like the de facto challenger because he resigned. And there comes a point where it just isn't manageable, and the whips will go with him and say, we haven't got enough MPs anymore. You've lost. You haven't got the confidence of the party.
Okie doke. Tessa, your final thoughts before going. And thank you so much, by the way.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Yeah, I think this. I think the political landscape at the moment is an opposition party which needs much more confidence, and a government and a leader, Prime Minister, who is far too confident for his own good and is taking his eye off the ball. And I think that will become clear in the election results tonight in Wakefield and in Tiverton and Honiton. Just to go back to Patrick's numbers on the rail strikes and who it's affecting, because I think that is a really good example of where the Tories don't have direction, which is if the people who the strikes are affecting are people who are turning away from the Tories and are far less likely to vote Tory anyway, what's the audience for this? rallying cry in terms of the Conservatives' lines on the rail strikes, and they have that issue across a number of policy issues. Another one being immigration and the failed and pretty disgusting Rwanda plan, and on a number of other things. They're becoming a policy vacuum, and some of us foresaw this at the last general election, where it was, the 3-word slogan, get Brexit done. But when you dug into the manifesto, there wasn't much else going on. And it's becoming clear as well that levelling up is amounting to very little more than another meaningless slogan that they haven't been able to flesh out. And then, of course, there's the most recent bit of policy meat that they threw out, which was on housing, which really, when you dug into it, threw up 2 big problems. Firstly, that it seemed to be that they wanted to encourage people who were already the most hard up to take out enormous loans in order to buy a house, which doesn't sound like a great thing to encourage people who are already struggling to do. And the other thing is how that might go down with Tory backbenchers and MPs once the penny drops for them, that actually what the policy amounts to is the taxpayer subsidies for people to be able to buy houses via the benefit system, essentially. They haven't seemed to quite clock that yet. And this is the problem that the Tory party and the Labour Party are going to have, which is on the doorstep, people will ask, well, how are you going to improve my life? And it's not going to be through anything really, which the Tories are putting out, pretty quiet on the economy until they're pushed into U-turning on something or other. And Labour has a similar problem, a lack of confidence, and really needs to start outlining at least what its instincts are on certain issues, and start teasing a bit of policy on things like housing, on things like childcare, energy, and those things which are really wrecking people's wallets at the moment. So it will be interesting to see how those kind of issues play out in this by-election, the psychological impact it will have on the Tory party in particular, and whether it shakes both parties, particularly the government, enough to start filling that policy vacuum with something a bit more meaningful and a bit more helpful to people in their lives. Thanks for having me. It's been a really, really interesting discussion, and great to meet everyone else on here.
Tessa, honestly, round of virtual applause to you. Please do join us, because there will be lots more polling stations looking at policy as well as politics. And yeah, everybody, I think, has enjoyed your insights. Certainly I have, and hopefully we can have you on sooner rather than later again.
Cheers. See ya.
Cheers. Right. We have had a very, very patient person come and join us. But one of the things we haven't discussed so far has been the Green Party. And whilst, yes, we are focusing on Labour, the Lib Dems and the Tories, it's only a month or so ago that the Green Party played quite a big role in local elections, and we definitely know that come the next general election, the Green vote will be absolutely vital, as will their policy positions, and also as will the issue of the environment, which is already pushing its way up steadily, that crucial list of British political polling issues that the likes of YouGov will track, the likes of Ipsos will track. So of course, who better to join us than Ash Roof, who...
Well, just before you bring in Ash, can I just quickly say,
yeah,
I just have to go to the kitchen. I'm going to look in the chat box and I'm going to watch, and people are going to tell me if you badmouthed me while I'm away, but I'm only going to be 30 seconds because I want to hear what Ash has to say.
Love
okay,
it.
but I am going
Ash.
to be watching that chat box, so you just, be careful.
Neil Channing is watching you, everybody.
How's it going?
Hello, Ash. Can you hear you?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, indeed, I can. Thank you very much for taking some time out to join us. It's much appreciated. Know you've got a lot going on. Firstly, how's your by-election experience been? Tell us a bit more about yourself, platform, etc.
It's been really interesting up in Wakefield. What I've had on the street, and it's not a massive surprise necessarily, A lot of people voting Conservative, a lot of people voting Labour. Not that many of them very enthusiastic about doing so, but resigned to doing so nonetheless. We've been putting a lot of focus, especially on rural areas in Wakefield. These are the areas that we're focused on a lot less, we feel, by the bigger parties. And I know that the Yorkshire Party adopted a similar strategy. I think the Lib Dems may have done as well. So I think we may have a case where it's a fight over the city centre for Labour and the Conservatives, with the smaller parties chasing third place by looking for big wins in the rural areas. I've seen some boxes so far. There's a couple of interesting things. Akef Akbar, the independent candidate, the former Conservative, who's a councillor. I had a peek at his box as it was being, his ward's box being opened, and it was like nothing I've ever seen. It's a landslide, absolute landslide in favour of him. I've never seen so many independent votes. It seems like he's done incredibly well in his ward, and Labour and Conservatives haven't really gotten a sniff in. He's done incredibly well. If you walk around Wakefield, you can see there's a lot of energy behind Akef. There's a lot of signs up, a lot of signs on people's homes, signs in the windows, things like that. There's a lot of energy for Akef in and around his ward. Outside the ward, not so much. I've got the results of one of the boxes that I counted about half an hour ago, and it paints a pretty strong picture. So I didn't count all the minor parties. I've only been counting Akef, Yorkshire Party, Green Party, Lib Dems, Labour and the Conservatives. But what I've got from this box is 7 Lib Dem votes, 10 for Akef, 11 for the Yorkshire Party, 14 for the Greens, 47 for the Conservatives, and 150 for Labour. So an absolute colossal landslide to Labour. Labour with more than triple the Tory vote in that box. Now, I think that will shift. Some vans have gone past me just a few minutes ago. I'm just outside Thorns Park Stadium now, which is where the count's taking place. Some more vans have arrived for some more votes. I would expect that those votes that have just arrived are probably rural votes, and I would expect the Conservatives to do a little better in those. But I've never seen a party come back from the kind of lead that Labour seems to be showing so far. This looks like a very, very strong Labour showing. And unless the rural parts of Wakefield are a totally different picture, I wouldn't be surprised to see Labour break past 60%.
Sorry, thank you so much, firstly, for that insight. Absolutely, it's really interesting just to see it confirmed. I'm going to open up the floor here before I take some questions. And I'm also going to take my own little break to finally get some fluids on board, because I have not drunk anything of any description since I jumped into a taxi to get here very fast. So open to the floor, questions to Ash, and thank you so much for coming.
That's okay. Fire away. You've got about 10 minutes of my time before I've got to dash back in, so fire away.
How has it been? We haven't really caught. It's been ages since I've spoken to you, but how has the campaign been? What's the biggest highlight? What's the worst moment?
The best stuff has been, honestly, it's been really nice. All the voters really enthusiastic, even voters that aren't voting for us. Nobody's really ever angry at the Green Party. I've shared some hugs with some of the Labour Party voters. I've shaken some hands. I spoke to a voter just a couple of days ago who was actually from Scunthorpe and knew Grimsby, my hometown, and knew Martin Vickers, the Conservative MP there. I mentioned that I'd fixed his washing machine before, and it turned out she actually knew my first workplace. So it felt a bit strange to be meeting a voter in Wakefield who goes all the way back to where I come from. But yeah, there's been some really nice moments with the voters. I think the worst stuff has just been all of the Twitter discourse. I would gladly have taken this election without Twitter. The discourse has been strange and I think largely irrelevant. Lots of anonymous accounts, most of whom aren't in Wakefield. A lot of infighting between the smaller parties, between like Northern Independence Party, the Greens, Yorkshire Party. All of that's been fairly rubbish. But Everything that's taken place in person has been really, really nice. I've met Akef tonight. Akef's a really nice guy. I've been talking to him throughout the campaign. Akef wasn't invited to any of the hustings, which I thought was a bit strange. He was excluded from basically everything. And the fact that he looks like he might be on track for third and a return deposit, which for an independent candidate, self-funded, who has been basically excluded from everything related to the election, is a really incredible thing. I'm proud of him. He's done really well. So that's been nice getting to meet him and say hello.
Hi, Ash. Sorry, am I good to put?
Yeah,
beautiful. Yeah, no, it sounds interesting. Really happy to see that you're the Green candidate. Can think about a candidate for the Greens. No bias involved, obviously. But I'm just wondering. So you say obviously first past the post. Whatever you think of the system, it means that a lot of people aren't voting for who they want to vote for. I'm interested if let's say this was in somehow a proportional election system going forward and people could vote for the candidate they want to. Do you think there was a general feeling that a lot of people shifting to Labour from the Conservatives perhaps were doing it very reluctantly to get the Conservatives out? And do you think any of them would perhaps consider the Greens or smaller parties, even the Independent? Do you think that would be a very different, given the...
There are a few different camps that I'd put those voters in. So for people who'd voted Conservative previously, the general vibe was that a lot of those people were really, really dissatisfied. You know, it's almost like buyer's remorse, right? A lot of these people, they voted for Conservative for the first time and really didn't like what they'd gotten. It didn't feel like a lot of them are voting Labour. Didn't feel particularly enthusiastic about it. Was, as you say, about getting the Tories out. But quite a lot of them, and I would venture to guess, based on who I've spoken to, the bigger chunk of them really weren't interested in voting at all. And there's a lot of those people that I was focused on. Talking about, hey, if you really aren't that interested in voting for the Conservatives or for Labour, this is a perfect opportunity to back a third party that you'd like to see grow. That's been a big part of my pitch. There's been a lot of 2019 Tories who I think have just stayed home or voted third party, but I'd be remiss to say that these are people who are necessarily diehard third party fans. A lot of them are just protest voting. For Labour, for a lot of the dyed in the cloth Labour people, they're really not very happy about the direction of travel for Labour. In Wakefield, especially with the strikes going on, because it's not just rail strikes in Wakefield, it's bus strikes as well. A lot of working class people really don't feel like Labour's doing anything. Labour's backing a clear pro-working class position. Again, from my perspective, this is where I've made gains because I'm a working class candidate, and I've been very, very vocal about the strikes, and I've not equivocated. I've not sat on the fence in this election as Labour and the Conservatives have, because it's an election and they kind of have to. They're incentivised to. I would say that if we had, PR or some other kind of alternative voting system, we would probably see not much difference in the Conservative voters. I think those people who are still voting Tory now are just the people who will vote Tory whenever. But I think that Labour vote would be very, very different. I think there's a huge amount of people voting, independent, Lib Dem, Green, Yorkshire Party, like before they vote Labour. I think that Labour Party vote represents a very, very broad tent of people who just want change. Whereas I think the Conservative vote is pretty sturdy where it is at the moment.
I have a question, if you got the time.
I do, yeah, fire away.
Marvellous. So thanks for coming along. It's really interesting stuff. Have you got the sense that there's been anything in the boxes you're seeing of any major differences, particularly thinking in terms of turnout, between the sort of more urban and more rural areas? Has there been a sense that there's been a sort of a drop off more so in the urban areas than the rural, or vice versa, or does it look kind of the same way?
It's a little hard to say at this point because the rural boxes are the ones I think are mostly being carried in now.
All right.
I've a lot of urban boxes. What I will say though, turnout is very, very, very low. Right. The amount of postal votes that were returned was very, very low. So unless there's been a small army of people with postal votes turning up today with their postal votes, there's a strong suggestion that turnout could be low. One thing I've wondered, and I genuinely don't know the answer to this, with low turnout, I don't know if it will uniformly affect across the board, or if people who would vote for third parties might be more likely to still turn out, because these aren't people who vote necessarily expecting a win. And so I wonder if maybe we'll see just a general slightly higher share than normal for third parties. And at least with ACEF, it definitely seems like there is. But it's really hard to tell if that's across the board for third parties or just ACEF doing really well. And it's also hard to tell how ACEF's going to do in rural areas, because he's a very, very city centre candidate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good point. I think a lot of stuff that we're seeing in the polling at the minute suggests that Conservative 2019 voters are the most likely to say they're going to stay at home, or they don't know who they're going to vote for, or just not interested in what we're asking them. So if there is a turnout differential story, you would imagine it's going to hit the Conservative vote pretty hard, and the third party vote and Labour vote will kind of maybe stay as they are and come up percentages wise very fast in the middle. But yeah, interesting.
I think it's not inconceivable that we might see multiple third parties hold on to deposits. It would not shock me to see Lib Dems, Greens, Yorkshire Party and ACEF potentially hold deposits or get very close to doing so. But until I see those rural boxes, it's really hard to tell.
Yeah.
Have you got time for one more, Ash?
Yeah, go on. Go ahead.
We quite often on the polling station we have long conversations about the Greens. Johnny that presents it is always tearing his hair out that climate change is not a bigger deal on the national stage, and he can't understand why nobody seems to care about the demise of the planet. And we often talk about all the obvious things, the fact that the Green Party has votes stacked up in the kind of wrong places, that they're split across the country. They don't have like specific places where they're going to do well. Under Corbyn, Labour perhaps took away some of their thunder because the Green New Deal policies and that kind of thing. Why aren't they really bouncing back since Labour are committed to quite big spending in terms of green issues, but they're not really fleshed that out very much. Do you think, does it disappoint you that the Greens nationally have not really been polling 10% consistently? And do you think there's any chance that they could get to 20% before the next general election?
I think the problem is that polling doesn't really reflect how we operate as a party. The Green Party isn't a party where we have local parties for every area and they're all equally active. The Green Party is a party where we have a number of very, very active local parties with a large amount of volunteers, but we have plenty of areas where there's little to no Green support. So, for example, Lincolnshire, where I'm originally from, the local Green parties, they're very, very small in terms of volunteers. And so the problem is we always get stung on national polling, but this is also why we tend to confound expectations at local elections. The local elections year were an incredible turnout for us because it doesn't show in polling, but we do target quite aggressively where we put effort in, where we put money in. And with the boundary changes, we are, and I don't mind talking about this openly because it's not that hard to work out. We are looking at areas that could be a game changer for us. So one really good example, if you look at Sheffield Central, Sheffield's a city that has been increasingly voting Green over the course of the last 5 years or so. And with the proposed boundary changes, Sheffield Central previously had multiple wards in it, most of which were Green, and one was incredibly heavy Labour and one was kind of a soft Lib Dem ward. They've excised that heavy Labour seat out and also that Lib Dem seat out. And so it's made up just of places where the Greens are incredibly strong now. And so Sheffield Central is a ward, is a place that we'll be looking at as
a genuine target seat. Yeah. Because previously you've had, Bristol West, but obviously Thangham Debonair has had such a huge majority there. Having said that, the flip side of that is the Greens have done very well on the council in Bristol, particularly with kind of disillusioned left-wing Labour people. Is that a realistic target in the next election?
I think it will be a target for us, and we'll be working very hard. I suspect, based on unions starting to change their mind on PR, I think what my prediction for the next general election, assuming we don't get an early one, is that it's potentially quite likely that with unions changing their mind on PR, that Labour might vote to support PR. And if Labour votes to support PR I think anywhere where the Greens are competing against Labour, including Sheffield Central, might be places where you see the Green vote effectively repressed as Greens lend their vote to Labour to get PR in. So I think we'd be very, very lucky to gain Bristol West. I think it is definitely doable and a lot of effort is being put in there. But I think it's an easier sell when it's a Conservative held seat because people want to try for change. Places like Isle of Wight are really interesting for the Greens.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to be...
Stroud, perhaps?
Stroud as well, really potential interesting target for us.
There's not really many others, is there, though?
No, the only reason Sheffield Central is particularly interesting because the incumbent Labour MP has announced he's retiring. So that might potentially significantly weaken the Labour hold there. And so that's a place where you haven't got an incumbent Labour candidate and there's no chance of a Tory being elected. So that could do something. I think whether Labour adopts PR will be a real game changer. I think if Labour adopts PR, probably will.
I can't see that happening, to be honest with you. But
yeah, if it doesn't happen, then we're going to keep building these local areas, places like Trafford, Sheffield, Burnley, and you're going to, I think, see this is how we won Brighton in the first place. Was a steady council, and then slowly people being persuaded about the idea of voting for Caroline Lucas. I think we've got 5 to 7 council areas that now look a lot like Brighton did before it voted Green, and so I do think we're going to see more Green MPs as long as we don't drop.
Can I just? Sorry, I don't want to dominate, but I'm fascinated by the internal machinations of the Greens because they've had all this problem with transphobia and some kind of splits within the party over that, and also there seems to be a split between people that. I mean, I kind of can't really work out when Labour changed its leadership why the Greens didn't just massively lean into disillusioned left-wing young Labour voters. And you had that thing where, oh God, I can't remember her name now. Sian Phillips. Sian Berry, sorry. Well, I'm getting confused. She made a bit of a disparaging comment about people leaving Labour, which put a lot of people off. Do you think that there's a kind of a block among some members that they don't really want the party to be swamped with left-wing disillusioned Labour people?
So there's a general problem. It's not so much about left-wing as it is about disillusioned Labour people, which is we were quite wary as a low membership party that a lot of people were leaving Labour for various reasons, but also a lot of people were being kicked out of Labour, and it was quite hard to differentiate between them. And we really don't want, you talk about the transphobia problem. We don't want transphobes piling out of Labour and piling into the Green Party. Likewise, there are plenty of people who were kicked out of Labour for very good reasons, and I think Sian was quite wary about that. I don't think she was right to say what she did, but I think the sentiment was that she was concerned about that. As for leaning into Corbyn after he was out, the problem is the Green Party. We are not just a left of Labour party. We are left of Labour, but we have a huge amount of rural appeal and a huge amount of Conservative appeal. We do genuinely earn votes from across the political spectrum. In the local elections this year, we were winning as much from the Tories as we were from Labour, and so it's quite potentially disastrous for us if we get seen and painted in the media as this sort of Corbyn evacuation zone sort of thing. We don't really just want to become a new Corbyn party. Conversations have been had about whether we would accept Jeremy Corbyn defecting were he ever to ask, and the general vibe is no. It doesn't seem like we'd gain for that. We could lose in a lot of rural areas potentially. So there's a careful balancing act to be had there, because we're a pretty broad church. Our policies are left wing, but we are a broad church. There are splits all over the party. There are Greens for HS2, Greens against HS2, Greens for nuclear power, Greens against nuclear power, Greens for trans rights, and Greens against trans rights. These splits exist all over the party. All you can really determine is which is the largest group by our policy. We currently have anti-HS2 policy, which suggests that Greens against HS2 are the large group, although that might change this year. We are consistently voting pro-trans rights, which suggests that those who oppose trans rights are a fairly small segment of the party. Likewise with nuclear power. So there's a lot of little scales in very careful balance. And things like being seen as just the place for Corbyn fans to go could potentially harm us more than it benefits us. So it's tricky to do. And I think Sean was probably trying to keep that in mind, but probably misstepped and said it really, I think, the wrong way and quite badly. But yeah, I'm going to dash off because I've got to be back inside. I'm getting a bit cold now, actually. But I'll be back inside. If there are any big developments, I'll dash back in, and I'll probably pop over when the count's over if you're still broadcasting. And let me know
very kind of you.
That's all right. All right. Thanks very much.
Cheers. By the way, I just want to congratulate Pushkin on what has to be one of the best posting efforts tonight by changing his background to a picture of Ash with the Monster Raving Loony Party, and presumably their like entire sort of I don't know what to call them, their big group or their entourage, and I think it's incredibly impressive he did that whilst Ash was giving such detailed analysis. So I'm very high on the posting efforts for tonight, although nobody's going to top the woman who did literally compare train workers to dinosaurs. And I hope that, by the way, that you don't consider it rude of me that I'm going to put that on Brain Runs now. I will never live it down if I don't. And with that, we can also go to Torrin Wilkins. Torrin, shit, what's your thoughts?
Well, I mean, I think that Pushkin, that is probably the best background that I have seen for a long while. And I was kind of interested in how that meeting went and trying to find out from Ash sort of that. But we'll probably be able to find that out later on, and how many votes the Monster Raving Loony Party actually gets. Maybe it'll be 2, 3. They might even keep their deposit, but. I mean, tonight, honestly, I'm really interested just to see how the Greens do. Centre has never had anyone sort of run for election whilst also being on our exec. So it's a really sort of, I will find it very interesting to see what happens. I hope the Greens do well. Ash is a fantastic candidate to have in there. And I think all of us who've worked with her at Centre and everything else, genuinely, we just really hope she does well. So I mean, it'll be a really interesting election night, but that for me, I think if there'll be any highlight at the end of it, we'll be watching what happens there.
Indeed, some thoughts. Pushkin, you want to come and jump in? And I want to go to Patrick. I've got a question, and then I'm going to drop some news.
Perfect. So to address an earlier point about why Greens potentially didn't go fully Labour, or to pick up disillusioned Labour voters, I'm wondering, because in a lot of true blue areas or home counties, I'm not sure what the name is, blue wall, I don't know, but in that equivalence, I think there's a lot of Tories going Green there as well. A lot of, I suppose, middle class or some more traditional Tory voters who are willing to vote Green, and I think a lot more of a shift towards the left would risk alienating that side of the Green support. So just offering my thoughts and perhaps why they didn't go fully Labour, because I think that there's a lot of conservative or soft conservatives who have very strong feelings about the environment wanting to vote for a Green party. And I'm wondering if they're trying to build that broad church across the board, because after all, I don't think they're necessarily, I mean, they might not like me saying this, but I don't think they're necessarily for government. I think they're more trying to put pressure on current governments and current parties, at least not on the first past the post, on current governments and current parties to adopt the Green agenda. So I suppose it would be the situation where they're trying to create a broad church of pressure, and that's perhaps why they're not adopting the more left-wing stances.
Thank you very much for that question. Sorry,
that's a really good point, though, about that's why the Progressive Alliance, so to speak, if one exists, has to be an informal arrangement rather than a formal arrangement. If it would be, I think what you saw at local elections, for example, was areas that would never vote Labour in a million years voting Lib Dem and Green, and you would definitely alienate them if it became a binary choice. Whereas, as we saw in like the last couple of by-elections, it's not actually that hard to, send a very strong signal to your supporters to prioritise campaign. And of course, when Labour were in between 97 and 2010, that was the situation. That's how they won like those big majorities, because there was that arrangement effectively going on with Lib Dem.
No, I agree with it. I think it will play. I mean, how far it can stretch, I don't know. When I say I don't know, I don't mean to say I don't think it will be effective. I just think there might be a limit to it, but I definitely think it will be helpful to both parties. I think the way they've gone about it so far, it seems to be working just fine. And this is a good practice run, probably, right? You have a very, very Tory seat in a very Tory area, which the Lib Dems are having free rein to attack at, and it looks like, according to the market, they're going to win. And then you have an up for grabs seat in territory that the Tories have taken from Labour, which is traditionally still more up for grabs from Labour, where again Labour has put most of their energy. But as you say, yeah, I do think it's much better as an informal one. Although I think, if anything, the sort of very online nature of politics now means that people who are politically engaged, i.e. the canvassers, the people who will be directing resources, they don't have to go and do it officially. They just know. If you're a Lib Dem who's got any sort of engagement with current affairs, you'll pretty much know where Labour will have his better chance, and vice versa. And Labour is a party with a huge membership, which is chock full of people who do that sort of stuff for fun. So, yeah, I definitely think that'll be a theme. Although that said, a general election could be a really, really big stress test. That I'd be interested, actually, Patrick, your thoughts on not necessarily on sort of a progressive alliance or such, but parties sort of staying out of each other's way.
Thoughts in terms of the
the idea of tactical voting, and actually, you know, how do you guys measure that, right? Like, do you just poll the question of will you vote for X in area Y despite supporting, you know, candidate Z, or do you do it differently?
So yeah, I guess there's two questions in there, isn't there? Is that what, from a polling perspective, how we measure that, how we do that, and secondly, how effective is it, and what does it do on the aggregate? So on the first question, what we tend to find with all of these things is that respondents are way more likely to say they'll do something such as tactical voting than they actually do. Because a lot of the time when you present respondents with a question like, oh, are you going to do this nice, interesting, fun thing? They'll go, yeah, I think that sounds great. And then when it actually comes to the crunch, they don't actually do it, because a lot of other factors suddenly come in and they're not answering a question on the YouGov poll. They're actually voting for who they think needs to run the country next time around. In terms of how tactical voting and or progressive alliances and or informal arrangements work on the ground, voters are very, very complex animals. And in the analysis of the 2019 general election, what we found is that Unite to Remain in a lot of places worked in exactly the opposite way in which it was intended. And a lot of instances we found, particularly in Wales, where the Lib Dems stood down, well, a lot of the Welsh Lib Dem voters went and voted Conservative. So it's not as simple as sort of parties saying to their supporters, go and vote for this party, or this party is the agreed candidate in this constituency, because a lot of those voters simply won't behave in the way you think they do, because a lot of voters don't vote for your party because they see you as part of a broader alliance of parties. They vote for you because they have this one issue or this one thing they care about, or they really don't like the other parties, and then you start telling them to vote for them, they'll go vote for somewhere else. So it's quite complex. It's very, very difficult to do, even more difficult to measure. I think probably the closest and best thing you get to it is when parties kind of withdraw campaign resources and withdraw campaign efforts without making any kind of big formal declarations. Then you tend to kind of think I get the most effective transitions, I guess, of voters when you clear lanes. You let parties take up swing voters that otherwise they might not be able to get to them.
That's reminded me of possibly the biggest example of this, Kensington, 2019, Sam Gyimah versus I forget who the Tory candidate there was, an Emmerdent Code for Labour. I think Emmerdent Code, Neil would know the exact number, but she
150.
Yeah, 150. She essentially got it snatched through the sort of effects of tactical voting gone wrong. Question actually for Paul, because you talked a lot about...
To be honest, I did a lot of canvassing in Kensington. I don't necessarily think it was tactical voting gone wrong. It was just stubborn Lib Dems, basically. Felicity Buchan's the name of the MP there now, the Tory MP. But I did 2 specific canvassing sessions where I knocked on the doors of people that were known Lib Dem supporters to ask them if they'd consider making a tactical vote. And largely they perfectly understood that they were going to come third, but just insisted that they always voted Lib Dem and that they were quite happy with doing that and that they wanted to show that they supported the Lib Dems. So I don't know. I mean, clearly the tactical voting websites were saying, you know, as they always do, vote Lib Dem in every single situation. And there was a lot of that going on in Wimbledon, where that was the correct thing to say from a tactical voting point of view, and in cities, which was a funny one. Yeah, I mean, obviously they said that in Kensington, but I'm not sure that was a kind of a mistake of tactical voting. I mean, obviously it was only 150 votes, so it wouldn't have to be too many people getting confused. I don't know. I mean, I could talk a lot about that campaign. If Labour were just, if half the Labour councillors didn't hate Evident Code so much and there wasn't so much internal division there, if they'd have given her enough money for an organiser and knocked on, they had whole wards that they didn't even campaign in the most marginal seat in London, where they had, 200 activists coming out every night for 6 weeks. It was pretty ridiculous. I feel very sorry for Evident Code there.
Alrighty there. Just some news and an update, and also want to get to a couple of questions actually, because I think they're really good. Firstly, Owen, who's been waiting very patiently. Owen waits, and also thank you, Owen, for the support on the stream, much appreciated. We're going back a bit on a tangent, but Owen says, have heard very flattering comparisons between Starmer and Blair, and equally also the fair criticism that Starmer has little policies and isn't defining the party. But where were Blair's Labour 2 years out from the election in '95? Was there much to define them? Minimum wage? Maybe. Gonna go to Paul and then Neil with this question regarding what were Labour doing basically 2 years before.
I don't really think it's a helpful comparison, the 97 example, for lots of reasons, just the structural differences between the country then and now. In 1995, as I remember it, Labour were already a long, long way clear. Basically, the Conservatives won the election quite surprisingly and at a betting upset in 92, and then you had Black Wednesday almost immediately. And as soon as Black Wednesday happened, they just crashed, and it was just one scandal after another. And regarding Blair, I mean, I think there is Blair comes off much better in that comparison, for my money, than Starmer. He was also helped, of course, by, the support of the Murdoch press and such forth, but he did briefly build for about maybe 4 years. He had a unique brand as this kind of new broom, this difference to the old politics, to not being Tory or Labour. And I think that carried, even if it didn't carry the actual votes necessarily of people in home counties areas, it made it more comfortable for them to vote Lib Dem to ensure Blair was still in charge. And I don't think Starmer was anywhere close to that. I think Starmer is actually incredibly lucky. Labour doesn't really have any policies. It hasn't really progressed, except in the polls against the very unpopular Conservative Party. And basically, they can get away with anything. Nothing cuts through. Nothing that happens if the Labour Party really cuts through, because every other day is another Boris Johnson scandal or another, disaster in the country economically, or polio virus in the water or whatever. And when you're in that situation, if you are a bland opposition leader that doesn't say anything, that might work. It might work temporarily, and he has a chance to, in the next year, 18 months, to define himself, to come up with some popular, memorable policies. But he hasn't done that yet, whereas, you know, Tony Blair had already had a whole swathe of policies he just inherited, basically, from 13, 14 years of opposition.
Neil, thoughts?
Yeah, I read that question a few times. I didn't really understand it, to be honest with you. I had to quickly Google it. John Smith died on the 12th of May 1994. So Blair was in, at the start of 95. He really hadn't been the leader very long. So whether you can take opinion poll leads that Labour had under Blair in the early months of 95 as being attributable to stuff that Blair was doing, or whether they're just carried over from John Smith. My memory of it, but it's going back a few years, is that Smith was ahead in the region of 15 to 18 points for quite a long period of time, and that Blair essentially just carried on that lead. He didn't really grow the lead, and it didn't really diminish. And I think Paul is correct, although my memory is not brilliant, that, he have those kind of pledge cards with like half a dozen policies, and they started drumming those in from 95 through to 97. And although, it wasn't 10 pledges, they had, I think, 4 or 5 things that were pretty easy to describe on the doorstep, and that people could vaguely remember. And of course, we were in a similar position that we're going through between the coalition and the majority Tory governments. 12 years, we'll call it 12 years of Tory rule. And of course, at that time, we'd had Thatcher and Major, and we hadn't had a Labour. A lot of people had never seen a Labour government in their lifetime. So the Labour Party was quite united, actually, in my memory of it, in 97, that people on the left of the party were just so sick of the Tories that although they knew that Tony Blair was moving the party to the right, they were pretty happy. Well, they were perfectly happy to accept that if that meant they could get rid of the Tories. The Labour Party is far from united at the moment. I mean, the Labour Party structurally, as an organisation, has all kinds of problems at the moment. Lack of money and all the problems with their computer systems and legal problems and whatever. They're nowhere near in anything like as strong a position as they were. And Keir Starmer, he's no Tony Blair, and I say that as somebody that's not a big fan of Tony Blair. I mean, as much as I dislike Tony Blair in lots of ways, he was a charismatic leader, and Starmer, I think we saw that in the last couple of days. People talking about the most common words that come up in focus groups, and by a long way, the most common word was boring. I don't think people called Tony Blair boring.
No, I mean, that's right. Starmer's brand is terrible. It's absolutely terrible. The only thing I'd say is that there's a large number of don't knows who really just haven't noticed him, right? Which would make sense. And therefore, he has a chance to do things better. He has a chance to change tack to, I
just think he's surrounded by really poor strategists. I mean, just on this strike thing, we were hearing earlier that, it's a dangerous thing for them to be positive about the strikes because, you need to be so careful and everything. The strikes are hugely popular. The polling, I'm sure Patrick can tell us the polling, I can't remember off the top of my head. I think it was something like 54-26 in terms of people being broadly supportive. And I'm sure it depends on exactly what kind of question you ask. But, generally speaking, the public, and Mick Lynch has been a huge part of the reason for that. But, I don't think that it really cuts through when the Tories tried to talk about back to the 70s, because most people can't remember the 70s. And the people that can remember the 70s were already voting Tory anyway. Labour voters generally can't remember the 70s. So I it seemed like a no-brainer to me to just go along with the railway union and say, why would you not? When you're in opposition, you can basically promise whatever the hell you like because you don't have to implement it. And if you say everyone should get a pay rise, well, that's absolutely massively popular. And in 2 years' time, when there's a general election, you don't have to give everyone a pay rise because you can say, well, the circumstances are completely changed now.
Yeah, but that would be catastrophic. That would all be thrown back at you 24 hours a day.
Well, it doesn't matter anyway, because obviously it makes economic sense to give everyone a pay rise. You just take the money off of the profits of these corporations that are doing so well recently,
Yeah, but you need absolutely.
But obviously Starmer's not going to do that because that's not his politics.
He's not. Well, it's also that.
Well, it's not his politics, is it? I mean, ideologically, he doesn't believe in taxing corporations.
Look, I don't think that is his politics, but regardless of whether they are or not, if you want to win that argument, and I absolutely agree, there's plenty of mileage in it, right? You have to actually do it consistently, relentlessly on all forms of media. I mean, half the problem with like a lot of Corbyn's policies, take free broadband, right? It's a perfectly reasonable policy, right? When you think it through, it's a good policy, right? When you dump it on the electorate 2 weeks or whatever before an election.
Yeah, I know. I've heard all that before. But I mean, that's one policy in like a 200-page manifesto. I saw plenty of. No, just let me finish. I saw plenty of critics after the election coming out with, they gave them too many policies, as if, if you polled people and said, what were the reasons that you couldn't vote for Corbyn in this election? If you polled people that normally voted Labour and said, why did you abandon Labour? Nobody's saying, because they offered me broadband and I didn't really like the sound of free broadband. I mean, that just wasn't the reason.
It's not one reason. The fact is that did come up in a lot of...
Yeah, but there was one reason. There was one huge reason. They wanted to get Brexit done.
Right, but also
just to jump in after Paul makes the point, Patrick, I really think it'd be helpful in answering this question, and Pushkin has been waiting for ages, and I think Torrin has as well. But do just finish the points, and then I'll get some cross talking on this, and then we've got Matt Singh to join us.
So just quickly, Labour has had popular policies in all the recent elections. It's called Ed Miliband had popular policies as well as Corbyn, right? The reason they did not cut through was because people didn't think they could deliver on them, and that's a different skill that's a different tactic strategy that you've got to develop to win. Hello, Matt.
Hello.
Yeah, well, you've muted yourself. I don't know. I don't know how you're such an amateur at this game, really.
I will tell you how it is. It is because I'm constantly trying to be a nice host. I was going to come up with something different, but no, I'm just being nice. Anyhow, Matt,
I thought you were going to say, eat some nice toast then. I don't know why.
I've managed to go without food so far, but that said, I've been absolutely parched. So you will see me refreshing myself out with regular intervals. Anyway, Matt, how are you?
Good evening, William. I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I am very good. Slightly parched, but very good. What have you made of what you've been hearing so far tonight?
None of it's hugely surprising, to be honest. I mean, obviously we had in Wakefield we had published polling, whereas in Tiverton Honniton we didn't. So obviously in Wakefield we've got more confidence about what we should be expecting in terms of the result. We had two polls with completely different methodologies that showed very similar results. Labour winning by sort of just over 20 points or around 20 points, and a sort of 13-14% swing. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, they were done a month ago. Things may have changed since then, but I mean, I think we know roughly what the story is going to be there. Teverton Honniton, I mean, in terms of what's to make of what's happening, it was hard to know really what to expect because, as I mentioned on a tweet, there was one private poll I was aware of that was quite early on in the campaign. And one thing we know from the past about these by-election campaigns involving the Lib Dems is that the swing tends to grow as the campaign goes on. So you can get some early polling, which may be perfectly right when it was done, but things can change subsequently. So yeah, it's a bit hard to. So when we see what we're actually getting from the counts coming in, it's really hard to know what we sort of should have expected. But yes, it does sound very much as though the Conservatives are going to lose both of these by-elections, and Wakefield, obviously they were only starting off with a small majority, and so losing that one by a big margin isn't a massive swing. Still, it sounds like if it's anywhere around the positive showing, it's going to be a reasonable result for the Labour Party. Tiverton and Honiton, that is obviously a very big swing. The Lib Dems do tend to be good at by-elections, but at the sorts of margins that are being talked about, that does sound like it's one of the bigger ones. So yes, bad night for the Conservatives by the sounds of it.
Indeed. Just on this note, something from Sam Coates, which is of interest. Apparently, there's some inklings that the Lib Dems may even do a North Shropshire. Apparently, people at the count suggesting that it could be a route rather than just even. I mean, I can't believe I'm saying just even a 2,000 majority, considering the scale of the task. But there appears to be now no doubt that they'll win. Every person close to that count is saying Lib Dems will win, and they've got it in the bag apparently, which is amazing considering it's it's just 1 a.m. And people are now saying that could be quite a big victory, which I think it would have a big effect, I think, on the political atmosphere and the political landscape. It would be a pretty shocking message for many Conservative MPs when you consider just how, I don't really know how to put this, but basically Tiverton and Honiton, I think, is the 296 most marginal seat. It's literally one of the safest seats in the country, and on paper it should be.
Can I just ask a quick question about the mechanics of the count? Because I'm sure there's lots of people here that can help me with it. Because the market is still, even though I appreciate what you just said, the market still thinks it's 95%, 5%, when it hasn't really changed in the last kind of 45 minutes. And maybe it's a bit more to 96.4. Is it reasonable to say that the Tiverton part of the constituency is ever so slightly more urban? And I appreciate it's not an urban constituency in any way. Whereas the Honiton part is considerably more rural, and therefore their votes will be coming in a bit later and will be counted later, and it's possible for it to look, there might be a small stagger to unwind, even though it seems highly likely that the Lib Dems are going to win. Would it be reasonable to assume that the later votes that come in for counting, if they bring, I haven't spent enough time at counts to know this. If they bring the more kind of built up area votes in first and the rural area votes in after, do they count them in that order? And is it possible that they won't start counting the more rural ones until a bit later?
I think that's fair. I think there's a fair assumptions. I mean, having been around, it's definitely the case that Tiverton is a bit more urban. Again, hardly that urban, but there is a town in Tiverton is, sort of reasonably connected by Devon standards. Yes, I mean, don't get me wrong, Parkway is the most frustrating train station in the world, just because every single time I go there, I'm always hit with a devastated news that it's actually 7 miles from Tiverton. But that said, there are bus links to Exeter. I've managed to get there from other cities. And yes, it's a bit more urban and a little bit more connected, even if the roads around it are country. So, yeah, I think that's fair. And we've had situations both domestically and also abroad where one candidate has made a really good start in the counting and people have gotten very excited, and then suddenly things have slowly and surely changed. So no, a good point there is ever well made. Torrin's got some news.
I was going to say, but basically, yeah, Wakefield Ash messaged me and basically said that 39% turnout for Wakefield. So I will keep you updated as Ash sort of messages me through the night of different bits that are going on. But yeah,
that is very much appreciated. Pushkin had something to say.
I'm actually going to jump into the point, the turnout news. That's quite interesting for a red wall seat. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe in traditionally Labour areas, turnout in by-elections in particular, let alone general elections, is very, very low. It's just interesting to see that. I might be wrong on this, but from what I remember them being...
The general rule of thumb to apply in by-elections, the turnout tends to be about 2/3 of general election turnout in the same seat. That seat was 64% last time, so you'd expect it to be round about just over 40%. 39% is pretty much what you'd expect.
Sure, okay, that's fair enough then. But to preempt our discussion, I think that's coming up. Sorry if it's not, but I'm wondering in terms of the reaction to this, because it looks like they are on set to Tories are on set to lose both seats. I'm wondering if if it really is an open and shut case of Boris Johnson does lose the premiership. I think the situation here is that usually we're traditionally used to leaders who play by the rules, that when the men in blue suits, whatever the term is, come in and tell them to resign, they usually resign. I'm wondering, because I don't think Boris Johnson's loyalty is to the Conservative Party as such, as much as it is his career. I'm wondering, we're not playing with a typical leader here. We're not playing with a typical political character. He's showing there's very much a sort of a different figure in politics for sure. And I'm wondering, is it going to be an open and shut case of, or is it going to be a case at all of, does he hand over the premiership, to because obviously they can't have another confidence elections, they can't force him to. Then will he hand over the premiership back to the Conservative Party to decide a new leader, or will he actually do what he can to survive this new challenge to his leadership? I'm thinking that's definitely going to be more the case, that he'll definitely fight. He'll go down fighting at least. So yeah, I'd just like to put that out there.
So just to say, I mean, the men in grey suits haven't actually told him that yet. So he hasn't defied them as yet. That moment may be yet to come. Ultimately, I've no doubt that he will try and fight. But if he loses 32 more Conservative MPs, and they can call another vote, that's the thing, they can call another vote, no confidence, they can change the rules in a day and just do it, right? I've heard this rumour that he's threatening people with calling an election. I think he's just got to try that, and he would be gone within 3 hours.
Yeah, that's just a rubbish bluff, isn't it? That's just, I've heard that. Everyone's said that, but it's just nonsense, isn't it?
Yeah.
He'd lose that election by quite a bit if current polling holds up. I don't think it would be in his interest to do it's an empty threat, because it's just shooting his own foot along. It's
just mutually assured destruction, isn't it? It's the Reservoir Dogs, isn't
it? Very good way of putting it. Patrick, you've got your hand up.
I do. A bit of psephological wonkery.
Oh yes, please. That's what you need at 1:10 1 a.m. That a Jaffa cake.
For wonkery. Let's go.
So that turnout figure is is higher, I think, than what rumours were anticipating, what we were expecting at the start of the night, with people saying, it looks really very, very low. As Matt said, it's pretty much bang in line. It may be a little bit under of what you should generally expect at a by-election in reference to the general election turnout. Now, interestingly, that makes you what you think about the swing and how you calculate the differential between what amount of swing is due to a party's vote dropping off and what amount of a party's vote is actually switching, quite different. So if you have an instance where you have a turnout crashing through the floor, one party goes down, another party goes up, you can make a pretty decent assumption about turnout driving off of that gap rather than switching. However, the closer your turnout actually gets to the benchmark before, the more actual genuine switching must be going on for those two sort of columns to stack up. So it would suggest, based on those turnout figures, that there has been a fair amount of genuine switching if the margin is going to be something what we think it might be later on down the line. But keep that in mind, I think, when we're interpreting these results tomorrow and we see the swings and we see exactly what party is and where, more of that than we thought probably was going to be down to genuine switching than just differential turnout effects.
Just quickly, I did just get up the two. Hartlepool was 43% and Batley and Spen was 48%. So 39. I mean, they're totally different constituencies, but they are, broadly speaking, red wall constituencies in a by-election.
Yeah, I think so. I think the apply Matt's equation, what were they in 2019? I don't know that off the top of my head, but if it's about 2/3, then that's about right. But yeah, I think again as well, we did see a lot of switching in Hartlepool, but a lot of that was, of course, the Brexit Party vote just dropping out of the floor and going to the Conservatives. So again, I think from that, I would say it looks like we are seeing some switching. But of course, without individual level data, we can't tell that. We're just making assumptions based on making the numbers stack up on each side of the equation.
But both of those were maybe 4% below the 2/3 number.
Yeah. So again, we're seeing exactly the same that as tonight, which is going to be about four points below that. So yeah, the maths works.
And I think to Patrick's point about individual level data, we do of course have the two polls from in Wakefield, so the Salvation poll and the jail partners poll, for which we did the field work. And yeah, I mean you could clearly see there was direct Tory to Labour switching going on there. Obviously there were as well as all of the turnout effects with the poll, and of course people at that point don't know for sure if they're going to vote, and then you've got all of the don't knows to think about. I mean, there are quite a few things going on, but certainly there was a fair amount of switching going on there, direct switching. And the other thing to think about is that I think this applies more in Tiverton and Honiton, where it was more, obviously it was a very big Tory majority to start off with, but for second place you actually had Labour starting off in second place with a I think it was 18-19% they got in 2019, and the Lib Dems third. So if you assume that it's the Lib Dems that are challenging the Tories and like to take it, they've got a lot of Labour votes to squeeze as well. But obviously if the swing is as big as people are talking about, and I didn't hear the exact quote you mentioned, William, but if people are talking about sort of North Shropshire, that was 35% I think in the end. It was a massive swing. I mean that's clearly direct switching. It's just, yeah, as Patrick says, it's a shame we don't have, for that by-election at least, individual level data to sort of really give us the true picture.
Has Will dozed off? I think he might have done. You've done it again, Will Kedjanyi.
Oh my apologies. Sorry.
No, it's good, because people like that shit. That's gonna, if we're making a little highlights package later, that'll just be, that'll be great. That's solid gold TV right there.
You're gonna go viral
again.
Yeah.
Okay, so the next question I have, right, is who is at what point does Penny Mordaunt become the favourite to be next Tory leader?
Well, that's, I mean, we did briefly talk about that yesterday, didn't we? That if Boris Johnson goes in 2022, my feeling was, and I think you agreed with me, Paul, that's kind of slightly bad for Penny Mordaunt, whereas if he goes in 2024 or even 2023, that's better for Penny Mordaunt. You did agree with me, didn't you?
I do think she'll do fantastically well with whether now or then, but it would definitely be better in a few months or a year. I'm amazed that Jeremy Hunt is favourite for that. I just find that completely.
I can't remember who I was listening to the other day, but somebody was being very assertive in saying that Jeremy Hunt literally had no chance of getting the MPs to be in the last two. Does anyone else have a strong view on that?
I'm just going to say on that. I mean, so firstly, I don't believe he can. He only got in the final two last time because Boris Johnson's supporters lent him some votes to stop Gove getting into the final two. He didn't get a lot. He's very low down the Tory Conservative Home charts as well. But the other thing is that he's going to have a rival. For the faction of the Tory party that he would appeal to is also Tom Tugendhat's third constituency. And, you know, who else might run? Tobias Elwood might throw his hat in, and a few of them. And
Is Tom Tugendhat kind of the wise guy horse in this, the one that everyone thinks they're being smart coming up with, but has actually got no real chance?
I'm not going to say he's got no real chance, because I think that he's, you know, compared to
he's very popular with the Twitterati, isn't he? Much more than he is with the Tory members.
I think he's a very good TV performer when he's done Question Time.
Yeah, that's why the Twitterati like him. They fall over themselves for that sort of thing. Well, they've got a little picture of him next to their Rory Stewart calendar.
Yeah, he is this year's Rory Stewart, definitely, if you mean that. Yeah, the Conservative candidate who non-Conservatives like, right?
Yeah. You see plenty of centrists on Twitter trying to say, you know, he's one of those nice Tories. They always let you down, those nice Tories.
But the question is, if he got into the race at any level, once we start seeing the head-to-head polls, how does this? What did you think about that first debate they had on Question Time or whatever, first hustings? What the focus group things? How do you fare head-to-head against Starmer? If the field is as we believe it will be, roughly, I think the two people who will perform well are Morden and Tugendhat, whereas I think Truss will perform poorly. People already know Sunak. Dominic Raab would fare poorly. So that would be the argument for Tugendhat, that ultimately he does a Cameron. You know, he goes into the leadership, into the finale as an outsider, but through his TV performances, win.
Pushkin's got something to say, and then I've got something to say on the next Tory leader.
Thank you. I think the interesting situation there as well with Jeremy Hunt is, I think we have to remember that the ERG is a powerful lobby group still in the Conservatives. I think a lot of people may not like Johnson's conduct in the Conservative MPs, but a lot of them like his type of politics. I'm wondering how that affected Liz Truss's way of running. I think Liz Truss is going down more of like a Johnsonite who doesn't like Johnson's behaviour, perhaps line of thinking. I'm not too sure, but very much Thatcherite as well. Trying to encapsulate that within that. So I'm interested in how that will come off for her and how the ERG will coalesce around, or who the ERG will coalesce around. So it's important to recognise that. I think it's also, insofar as, you know, the issue with Jeremy Hunt is I just don't see how it's popular with Conservative MPs, considering what he was doing during the pandemic. A lot of Conservative MPs, even liberal or wets or whatever you want to call them, Conservative MPs who support the Tugendhats, who support the Rory Stewarts, a lot of them aren't going to see, even they're not going to see much value in a candidate who was calling for lockdowns to remain until we got to 1,000 cases. Whatever we think about that personally, I think he's that you know, his outspokenness on being strict on lockdown measures, alongside Rory Stewart's also outspokenness on it, doesn't play well at all with Conservative MPs, let alone members. So I think Jeremy Hunt's a massively overplayed candidate just because he comes off well. You know, he's got a terrible track record on the NHS in terms of like convincing red wall voters to support him. He's got a terrible track record in the pandemic on getting Conservative voters and MPs to support him. I just don't see how he's in any way. He just looks good, and I think the media love to play into that a bit too much. Insofar as you know, the Johnsonite, I think it'll be the Johnsonite Conservative versus the common sense, or, you know, a good behaviour Conservative, nice Conservative, as Neil would put it. I think that's how the face-off will come. I think it'll be a Truss. I'm not sure who the nice Conservative in this case will be, but it's an interesting one to keep an eye on. I just don't think Jeremy Hunt is in any way near a front runner.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to agree with an awful lot of that. And just for prosperity, we should probably give the odds. Penny Morden is actually our favourite now. I wonder if one of the traders is watching this. If so, hello. Penny Morden 5-1, Jeremy Hunt 11-2, Liz Truss 11-2, Tom Tugendhat 8, Ben Wallace 9, Rishi Sunak 9, Nadine Zahawi 10. 16's bar. That bar is led by Sajid Javid. You can get 20s Michael Gove, 25-1 Dominic Raab, and I must say Mark Harper, because I know Paul has his eye on him as a potential value candidate, and I absolutely see the argument for it, and he is 33-1 with Star. Anybody got any other views on who might be? I pretty much agreed with what Pushkin said about Jeremy Hunt, but just on the ERG thing, I mean, obviously there are a lot of ERG MPs, and if they act as a bloc, they're very strong. I wonder whether they're really acting as a bloc anymore, though, because so many of them are on the payroll.
You know, does that make it a lot? They're not a coherent force anymore, are they? I wonder if anyone had any views on that. I bet Paul does. He loves talking about that kind of thing.
Yeah, I don't think they do, certainly in the leadership sense. I think there's probably about 15 who kind of take their orders from Steve Baker, who are militant on the Northern Ireland Protocol, for example. And I could see them having policy influence, but I don't think it's not the same as the 2019 contest where, how many people were in the ERG in 2019? About 50 in that faction, something like that. That included people like Nadine Dorris and Jacob Rees-Mogg, and large parts of the government. So, no, I don't think they're a block, really.
Just to, if it's okay, just to come with another point. What do you, Neil and Paul, according to what you think about this? What do you think about the Red Wall MP, like the sort of block of Red Wall MPs who the media keep trying to sort of ship as
the Tory 2019 intake?
That's the one, yeah, the 2019 intake. What do you think of them as a powerful block, or are they more of a media fantasy and a split group?
I actually think they're a bit more coordinated than the ARG, but I mean, I don't have any kind of inside track on that, but that's the kind of feeling I get about it. I don't know. I'd be interested in hearing what Paul says about that.
I was going to say I thought it was more of a media thing, really, where they're, in the same way that the Red Wall expands way beyond the Red Wall and the Blue Wall. What I've heard is that Penny Mordaunt is very popular amongst them. That was one of the reasons why I was very positive about backing her in the first place. I think obviously a few of them are coordinating, but I'm not sure that the factions in the Tory parties fit the labels anymore.
They're incredibly dim as well, aren't they, those people? They really are.
Not really sure to respond to that.
No one disagreed with that anyway. They are some of the stupidest people.
Righto. On to the comments, because we got a lot of comments to catch up on.
Oh, really? Well, yeah, so I mean, that's your fault. You were the one who nodded off for 20 minutes.
Exactly. So all the better to catch up with what our lovely viewers are saying.
I mean, like the porno spam bot thing has gone absolutely bananas while you were asleep.
I am genuinely unable to stop the porno spam bot, by the way. Everybody keeps telling me, like, oh, you got the porno spam bot doing the weird thing in the chat. I can't do anything.
You just want the numbers, don't you? You don't care where they're coming from.
I, for one, think they offer some very intellectual discourse on the matter. So I don't know what you're saying, Neil, but I think they're all right,
Well, we did say one and all was welcome, and all and one are welcome. So I guess, yeah, welcome to the political theatre, porno spam bot. Anyway, just looking back through, and lots of views coming in about Boris Johnson and the next Tory leader. There's quite a few here about the Greens from the excellent Ash, and a couple who are asking about the Green agenda, and some who are definitely not saying nice things. Well, Algo Fodder said that the Greens had easily the best performance at the May local elections, in his opinion, which, I think they did do very well there. Torrin and Pushkin, you've got something to say. Torrin and Jasneet first, one or either of you, whilst I look for some more comments.
I mean, honestly, in some ways, the sad things about this election is what Ash said when it was about the fact that, at the end of the day, online it's pretty horrible, and offline, when you meet people in person, it's absolutely fine and everyone is lovely. The number of anti-trans comments in there, it does kind of say a lot about how online and offline are so different right now. And I think in some ways that's the sort of darker side to the campaign. And as much as I wish it wasn't like that in terms of campaigns and the abuse that candidates sort of have to put up with, and at the end of the day, there's not a huge amount they can do. There is not, trying to report anything to Twitter is an absolute nightmare sort of thing. So like it's a really sort of difficult process. But I do think, if there's anything I wanted to say, it was basically that I think Ash, to go through the whole campaign in the way that she has done, she's very much made a tough stuff. And I think she's done a brilliant job because there's been so much of that throughout the campaign on places like Twitter, even on the live stream. Yeah. Like it's kind of been tough to watch, I think, from the outside, because, as I said, this is the first kind of election where it's more, I don't like to say one of us, but, she's literally worked alongside us for quite a long while. So in that sense, she is someone that we know and sort of count as a friend. So it's been more difficult and more personal for that reason, I think.
And it seems really cliche, but like, it's just not nice. Like in the live chat, just be nice, like, it doesn't help, like, whatever your views are on anybody or anything, it doesn't help just putting it in a chat for no reason. Like, it doesn't, like, Ash isn't here, Ash isn't gonna see it. And also it's just not brilliant. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's just not nice. Be nice, please. Right?
That's our message.
It's 1:30 in the morning. Just be nice.
Be kind, everybody.
Please.
Be kind. Just going back, at Debong asked which party's favourite. I presume that was about Tiverton. That's the Lib Dems massively. Now the market is essentially saying they've won. The last time I checked, their decimal odds have translated to 25-1 on in fractional terms. In other words, all but home and hosed. Henry's asking if anybody can still get on. The last I looked, there didn't look to be a huge amount of money, but as in freely willing to be laid, if that makes sense.
I think he was talking specifically about a boosted price that was available with another firm.
Yes, indeed, for Johnson to go next year. Just having a look, some really interesting comments along with all the others, and I thank everybody for them. Andy Cairns, Tory MPs have obviously been briefed to emphasise how high railway workers' wages are compared with nurses, etc. Labour MPs should have been responding with it's because nurses aren't paid enough. I do think it's a good point. There'll be lots, obviously, I think that Neil will have to say on this, but I am a bit more surprised at the absence of the. I don't know how to sum it up, but there are some fairly obvious standard comebacks when it comes to anti-union talking points, even if we're just doing it for the political theatre. And I'm a bit surprised that we haven't seen a bit more balls. So maybe actually I shouldn't be. I do think it's pretty clear direction from Starmer for people try not to get too involved, which I don't think is really going to work or be that efficient. Just looking through some others to see anything of interest.
You just retweeted, didn't you? That was quite interesting. Lewis Goodall talking about turnout. He confirms 39.1 for Wakefield, but he gives all the recent by-elections, 27 Birmingham and Erdington, 24 Southend West, obviously not, the parties didn't all stand there. North Shropshire was 46.3, Bexley again, all the parties didn't stand, so that doesn't really count. Batley and Spend 47.5, Cheshire and Amersham 52.1, Airdrie and Shotts 34.3, Hartlepool 42.7, Brecon 59.7, and Peterborough 48.3. So it's pretty low, really, by sort of recent by-election standards.
Tiverton's just going 52%.
Get in there.
That is a little bit higher than the past score. I mean, the thing about, it's a pretty rubbish tweet, to be honest, because the point is it's always relative to what's normal in that seat. So
sure.
All those seats, you want to see what the thing was at the general election. I mean, this is a slightly low. Wakefield is a slightly lowish turnout seat, so you'd expect a slightly lower than average for by-election turnout. Tiverton, you would expect something in the high 40s based on 2/3 rule, 72% last time. This time it's 52. It's pretty, that's a little bit higher. The benchmark score is pretty par for the course. I don't think either of those turnouts are anything too remarkable for a by-election, given where they are.
Tiverton one is 72, 73% of the general election turnout. So on the higher end of where the math will put you, but I think for a seat like that, it's not hugely surprising.
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing, I mean, obviously neither of these particularly remarkable. There was some sort of discussion beforehand about if it was low, we know that the Tory voters or Tory supporters are the grumpier ones, so it might be them staying home. But if it's normal or high, it might be them coming out to vote for someone else, which goes to your point about switching. So I don't really know what to make of it, but it probably, I mean, it's probably bad news for the Tories, whatever it is. But it's I don't think turnout's the story. I think that's the short version.
Yeah, agreed.
Nice 7-4 winner put up on yesterday's show.
Well done. The first II of the night from Paul.
Easy money, Paul. Just on the outright market for Tiverton and Honiton, I mean, it's nothing really, but the Lib Dems have traded as a 98% chance to win, and just recently they've drifted back, and it's been like 93% chance to win. So again, it can be just people taking profit. It's not very liquid at the moment. There's not huge amounts of money transacting, but yeah, I don't know. It could have just be somebody saying something on TV suddenly, or I don't know what's caused that, but it's just a little flick back.
It has happened before. It has happened once before. Labour were 101 to win. I think it's Dunfermline and West Fife.
Mm-hmm.
About 2008.
Well, Peterborough wasn't really that short, was it? But the whatever they were called in those days, whatever UKIP called themselves in that election, they got very short in that, didn't they? I think they certainly got to 1.1, 90%.
Yeah. I mean, these things have often been wrong before.
That is indeed true.
Pushkin, you're very polite. You always put the little raised hand thing up.
He's so lovely.
Once it goes past 1 o'clock, you should just butt in, mate. Really.
Okay, I'll adapt.
Don't ruin Pushkin for me. Don't ruin his presence. No,
I'm not used to that level of deference, and even in the daytime, it's just.
I can be a good influence, I suppose. I'm interested in looking at the chat, if that's okay to bring that in. There's a bit of a conversation going around a hung parliament, which I think would be an interesting conversation if it's not too far from the current topic. It's a very interesting point, because I'm wondering something that's sort of pushing Labour perhaps towards, or pushing a lot of pro-PR Labour activists towards more of an argument around Labour adopting proportional representation, is the situation that regards how well Labour do in Tiverton, not Tiverton, sorry, Wakefield, my apologies. Wakefield, that's it. How well they do in the Red Wall, if they can gain the Red Wall back, sure. It's more indicative of how they do in England and Wales, and that in Scotland the SNP still hold quite strong. And I'm wondering, it's an interesting conversation, because I suppose it doesn't suggest that they will get a majority, because we don't know how they'll perform against the SNP yet. And so I just want to bring that up for topic. How do we feel about this? Does there have to be a massive swing to show the potential for Labour to gain a majority, or is this a situation we can't predict that yet? We haven't seen a Scottish by-election. Just throwing that out there, see what people think.
I guess what Labour really want is for the Lib Dems to do better for all kinds of reasons that we've talked about earlier. That generally speaking, the Lib Dems are going to take some seats off the Tories. But if they can have the Lib Dems as a coalition partner, then they avoid the whole thorny issue of Scottish independence. And if Labour plus Lib Dems is enough for a majority, then Keir Starmer's life is a hell of a lot easier. But I mean, that would be my main thought on it, because clearly Scotland is still an absolute mess for Labour.
I think I've got two thoughts, one of which is basically sort of what Neil said, actually, because he put out really well. The other is that I think a lot of it is dependent on sort of the main driving issues and how the campaign is framed. framing has had a really big part. When I say framing, I don't just necessarily mean what issues are dominated. I mean how is the print press, etc., and what issues basically are changing candidates' perception with regards to the discourse, right? Because as we've seen, demonizations of candidates and sort of fear tactics, they can have a big effect. 2015, notably, 2019, of course, played a massive part, and also I think the reverse of this might have happened, if I remember correctly, in 2017, in the sense that the issues of the campaign were different from what the government, which had called the election, wanted them to be, and that ended up, I think, helping a candidate who was a bit underrated. One thing regarding also potential coalitions or potentially hung parliament is, I'm of the belief that at the moment, anti-Tory sort of voting, but maybe not tactical overall, but just anti-Tory voting looks like a stronger sort of coalition forces to be, because there are different reasons, I think, for people to oppose the government and to oppose the Conservatives, depending on where you are. If you're pro-independence in Scotland, you got the easy route of voting for the SNP. In the red wall, you might feel that levelling up has been a joke and that you're still where you were, and this government hasn't pulled through on those promises. And down in the south, in areas where I am, you might think that the government's not done enough on rural issues or the cost of living or whatever. So I'm seeing a sort of perfect storm. How exactly it will all play out, I don't know, because Lord knows what could change by the time the next election is scheduled to come around.
I think no overall majorities are almost certain. I find it really hard to find a case to make a majority either way. When you look at the seats Labour would have to take to get to 326, it isn't happening. There has to be. It would need the Conservative Party to completely implode, basically. And I just don't think that the Tories are going to come back to, to lose their majority, they've got to lose 37 seats, or whatever, right? That's really not a lot when you look at the red wall and you look at potential Lib Dem gains. I mean, I think they'll probably still be the largest party, but I find it very hard to see them getting a majority. And those odds, 1.77, they're not getting any bigger. They're not going to get any bigger. I'm pretty confident we can have this conversation. Day of the next general election, they will be a lot short. But they'll be a lot. I think they'll be a lot shorter. In the worst ways, I'd see them being evens.
I think to quickly add to that, if that's okay, it's interesting because in terms of going to government, the issue with the Conservatives is they pretty much betrayed the trust of the DUP. So even if they get short of majority, they're going to have to do some pretty harsh rebranding to get the DUP on side. And obviously, it's going to be very hard to go to swing back to Liberal Democrats, especially if they're under Johnsonite leadership, or some sort of Johnsonite leader. And even if they're under not progressive leader, but a nice Tory leader, let's say, even if they're under that leadership, it's going to be hard for them to swing and get the Lib Dems on side in a coalition because, well, the coalition, the Lib Dems are not only scarred from the last coalition with even a nice Tory, again, sorry to keep using that term, One Nation perhaps, but, the situation is they still need to keep Johnsonite, all right-wing Conservative MPs and members on side. So I think, to go off what Paul is saying, they're pretty limited if they become even the largest party. If they don't win a majority, they're pretty limited in how they can get a majority in Parliament. Whereas I think the Progressives are pretty much unified against the very sort of more shifting right-wing, at least culture wars the Conservatives are portraying. And they're more willing, I guess, to unite against that in some sort of even temporary government. And I'm wondering again, what effect does that have on PR? What effect does that have on the Scottish independence referendum? It'd be interesting to see some odds on that, if the host would like to enlighten us. So yeah, just that.
Yeah, one thing to say
I just was going to say something about the mechanics of betting markets as well, because we had a conversation on the polling station a couple of weeks ago about the Johnson exit date.
10 minutes.
Oh, Paul, how can you leave in the middle of a discussion about the technical aspects of betting markets?
He's off for a rave in the field. There's
absolutely right up your Strasser as a subject matter.
He's. I'll tell you what's happened. He's got a text. There's a secret gig going on.
Booty call. Is that what you're saying? Could be. It's 1:40.
It is Glastonbury.
I mean, he's in Glastonbury. I mean, it's party time. The point I was going to make was we talked a few weeks ago about this whole Johnson year of departure, and 2022 and 2024 plus have flip-flopped several times. So tonight, 2022 has gone favourite again. This afternoon, 2024 plus was favourite. Pretty much never 2023 is favourite. There was a short period where it went favourite, but there was it's a bit like the whole voting thing generally in that market. There's two big blocks of people that have very strong views and are unlikely to be swayed. Paul's got a very strong view that Johnson's going to go in 2022. Whatever you say, whatever happens every week, whatever happens to the price triples, everything goes wrong from that point of view. Johnson survives yet another thing that everyone thought was going to bring him down. And Paul says, well, this is the reason why he's going to go this year. And then there are other people that just say, well, he's Teflon. He never goes. He survives everything. I'm going to bet him to survive. And there's a lot of money on the exchanges for Johnson to last until 2024, really. I mean, this guy's popped up today. Again, I'm using Guy fairly generically. And wanted to have like $6,000 on him to last until 2024. Nobody ever wants to bet the middle one, 2023. So sometimes 2023 has drifted to pretty big prices. I mean, it went to 8-1 just a couple of weeks ago, and then this afternoon it was more like 2-1. Nothing's really changed in between. I think hung parliament is a little bit like that. Lots of people like to bet on the majority because if you like Labour, you don't get a massive price. They're about 11 to 10 or 2.1, or a 48% chance to get the most seats. But if you want to bet them to get a majority, you get a much more sexy price. If you want to bet the Tories, similar kind of thing. They're kind of 10 to 11, 52% to get the most seats, but they're a 25% or 3-1 chance to get the majority. So people like to bet on both teams, as it were, and they have an allegiance to those parties, and nobody really bets the middle one. That's the boring one, the no overall control. And I think it's drifted to too big a price. And I think it's a mechanics of betting thing that's caused it rather than an opinion. I don't think there's lots of people out there saying, do you know what, I really don't think there'll be a hung parliament. I want to lay that. I think it's just lots of people betting one of the two positive outcomes in a market where there isn't that much liquidity. I actually think it's a really good bet, a hung parliament at that kind of level.
Are you suggesting that in terms of the betting market, people using it as a proxy vote for Labour versus Conservative?
Not necessarily that they're betting with their heart more than their head, although I think there is an element of that. But I just think that people just get attached to their view in betting markets on politics because they're so long term normally. I mean, even by-election markets, I mean, these ones have traded for 6 weeks. And if you start off with an opinion that, maybe the Tories will hang on in Tiverton or, whatever your view is, it's kind of hard to swing it and go the other way in the middle of the campaign. I mean, generally speaking, nothing much changes in the campaign, little fluctuations, but people tend to stick with their view, I think.
Very well explained there, Neil. Torrin or Jasneet wants to jump in, so please feel free to do so.
I think a little while ago, I've been muted, sorry. A little while ago, it's quite hard to tie now after that. I think I wanted to draw on kind of a hung parliament and what it could possibly look like. I mean, Pushkin was talking about that earlier, and I think it's quite interesting if Labour are the largest party and do want to do a kind of a deal with the SNP, I don't think it's that far out of reach. I think we talked about a progressive alliance, and it's something that obviously happened, one general election in 2019. So I think that was what plied Lib Dems and Greens. Obviously, those parties wouldn't have enough to then make a majority. So I think Labour and the SNP could possibly do a deal. I mean, everyone's saying, oh, it's very far-fetched, you know, there will never be a Scottish independence referendum. But I think one thing, especially with Labour and nationalist parties, is look at Wales. And I mean, I always bring up Wales, I live here. But what, for example, like Labour and Plaid have done a deal, and that's really shifted the Labour Party left, and to the point where Labour MPs are disagreeing with the Labour Party itself on stances, right? So I think that actually politics can move incredibly quickly. I think we've shown that here, where in just one election, we've gone from having a fairly moderate Welsh Labour Party that's very well liked to having quite a far left Welsh Labour Party that is so kind of split in stances that even like their own elected representatives are infighting about it. And it's all for the sake of kind of having a majority in government. So I think if there was a hung parliament, we could see an element of that kind of infighting emerge in Labour through a desire of trying to be in power. I think that the public are getting tired of the Tories, and I think that at some point there will be a shift in government. I can't really see like the Lib Dems doing a coalition deal again. So I think the only party remaining is Labour that would be willing to go into government.
But from the point of view of this idea of a SNP Labour coalition, Nicola Sturgeon can't ask for anything less than an independence referendum, can she? Her own membership and her own voter base are not going to allow her to go into coalition without getting a referendum out of it. And the Labour right who control Scottish Labour are adamant that they don't want that. So how's that going to work? Are you saying that these people might not be in charge of Scottish Labour in the future?
I think that one thing that's quite, especially the Labour Party, is that, for example, in Wales, we have elected representatives that are very pro, Welsh indeed. If there was a referendum, they'd vote for a referendum, right? And I think we have that in Scotland to a certain extent as well. And I think if it came down to the question, I think in an election, you have to be hard. You have to say, no, we're never going to do that. But actually, when it comes down to it, parties are always willing to make kind of compromises and stuff like that. I think we're seeing that increasingly in Labour now, because we're seeing discussions about, what form the union should take. I think we've realised that it's unattainable in its current format. And I think that in order for Labour to fully win Scotland, and Labour have learnt this in Wales, is that they have to be somewhat indie-sceptical, right? That's where...
Do you think it's unreasonable to say, and it probably is slightly, that, I mean, it's not really a right-left issue, devolution and the embracing of independence, but because Welsh Labour is considerably more left-wing than Scottish Labour, is that why they're more open to that kind of thing? I mean, Scottish Labour have been so adamant that they're a unionist party, it would be a complete U-turn by them to suggest that they could accept any kind of Labour SNP coalition that's based on an independence referendum.
I mean, I think that, but I also think that, say, 10 years ago, we were saying that in Wales, 5 years ago, we were saying that in Wales, right? I think politics moves so quickly. I think.
But 10 years ago in Wales, you had a right-wing Senate. The Welsh Labour Party was quite right-wing under Carwyn Jones, and now it's much more left-wing under Mark Drake.
I mean, I'd argue that it probably wasn't that right-wing. I think that, again, there's a common misconception.
It was pretty Blairite, though, wasn't it? He was a Blairite, really, Carwyn Jones.
I mean, I argue he's a Labour moderate. I don't think he's that Blairite. I think especially the stances he took in Wales. I think that, compared to obviously the current left.
Well, he was on the NEC and he voted against Corbyn at every opportunity.
Yeah, but just because somebody votes against Corbyn doesn't necessarily make.
No, but he did. He voted in a block vote, factional manner. So that makes him right wing, doesn't it?
Really? I think it's unfair to judge Welsh Labour back in the day just from their leader. I think the nature of Welsh Labour was still very much left wing, hence why it's so accommodating to its current leadership. So I think, Neil, you make a good point, but I think to judge Labour back then by its leadership would be wrong. After all, Labour's not particularly well renowned for listening to its leadership all that often.
No, that's true. I don't totally disagree with that, but I just, I think it's pretty clear that Scottish Labour is of the Blairite tradition.
Well, I think that's unfair. I think that's unfair to say though as well, because I don't think that a party can be judged. So I can say, oh, it's left wing, right wing, whatever. But I think that there's always shifts that are possible, right? We saw the whole Labour Party shift massively within a few years, right? I think those shifts are always possible in politics. I think we've seen it in multiple parties over the last 5 years. You know, we see these massive swings from the left to right of parties, different factors.
Well, I don't see. That's not really how I see the Labour Party. I don't really think the Labour Party as a whole has swung that much at all. I just think that, you know, a small clique of people have captured the Labour Party, and you know, the PLP is a tiny proportion of the Labour membership, and you know, the Blairites who, you know, got 4.5% under Liz Kendall have got an enormous amount of power relative to their numbers. I don't think, you know, the general membership didn't move to the right. I mean, they have to an extent now because 160,000 people have left, but it wasn't a Damascus conversion by the membership. It was just a war of attrition where a lot of left wingers have left.
I think, Neil, I think you're right in a sense that's backed up by the fact that when Keir Starmer sold himself in the election, he sold himself as much more left wing than it's turned out to be, and that they consistently, the sort of more Blairite centre of Labour, always argue themselves to be electable as opposed to anything other than left wing. They never argue against left wing case. They consistently argue that we're just going to make it more electable. And then when we're in government, we'll have some sort of similar vision to that of a left wing Labour leadership. So I agree with Neil on that. I just think on the whole, it's difficult to rule out Torrin and Jazz, or Jazz more specifically. It's difficult to rule out, I think, Lib Dems joining a Labour government and coalition simply because I think they want to prove themselves as a progressive option to voters. I think the same would be, and then to address the Plaid Cymru point as well, I think when it comes, sorry, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right, honest apologies. But in terms of the PC, to call them PC, I think would be easier. I think PC wouldn't be so quick to demand an independence referendum. They've shown themselves to be much more moderate on the issue, join the coalition with Welsh Labour. I think they demand more devolution, which is well within, you know, UK Labour's reach as a whole. So absolutely. I think we'd be more like to see, in my opinion, a Liberal Democrat trying to prove themselves and PC demanding devolution coalition with a Labour government. And I think that might be enough seats to push them over the line, because as we're seeing right now, they're short of majority by 26 seats. Lib Dems are set to gain at the expense of the Conservatives. Plaid Cymru might gain at the expense of the Conservatives and Labour. So I think we might see that, you know, the Lib Dems and Plaid PC having enough seats to push them over the line.
To make, though, right, in a Westminster election, the power, I mean, the Lib Dems in theory have got leverage, but for the Nationalist Party, particularly the SNP, if Labour doesn't give them what they want, what are they going to do? Put the Tories in? They can't do that. So,
exactly.
You're definitely right.
In theory,
you're definitely right, but they can
practice. Have they?
I mean,
you're definitely correct, but they don't have to form a coalition, do they? They can leave Labour to be a confidence and supply government, which makes Labour a lot weaker.
Yeah,
I mean, that's what they would do, isn't it? I mean, if you're Nicola Sturgeon, you've got to go back to your members and say, I've won you a referendum. And if you can't win that, you can't join the coalition. You just have to say, all right, you'll have to govern by confidence and supply. And in effect, of course, you're right. The SNP are going to mostly vote with Labour, and they're certainly not going to put the Tories in. But then, you know, it still makes it harder for Labour to govern in that situation.
Oh yeah,
I think in terms of ideology of the SNP, sorry to interrupt anyone, but in terms of the ideology of the SNP, they're still very much principled in the fact they have a left-wing vision or a left-leaning vision. I think for that reason, Labour wouldn't be in too much trouble if the SNP didn't join an official coalition, simply because I still think they'd principally vote. At worst, they'd abstain on left-wing legislation or Labour vision legislation. So I don't think they'd have so much of a trouble if the SNP were to abstain from a coalition, because as Matt says, ideologically, even in practice, they wouldn't ever support or want to be seen supporting a Conservative government. So I don't think it's so much trouble for Labour if the SNP don't join the coalition.
Can I throw in a completely different curveball, actually? Because I know you guys all love talking about the Lib Dems because you're, you know, the think tank has a name that gives a clue.
Sorry, can I just basically make a small correction here?
Oh, it's swinging.
Can I just say, right? I've been called a Lib Dem tonight. I've been called a Green
I didn't
tonight.
say that.
I've been called
I
a
didn't
Tory
say that.
tonight.
I said you love talking about them. I never accused anyone of being a Lib Dem. You do love talking about the Lib Dems, though, which is great because I want to ask you a question about the Lib Dems, so it's perfect. Why is there an automatic assumption that the Lib Dems and Labour, I mean, obviously, I know they're all flirting at the moment, and there's, Labour have very good reasons to want to have a non-aggression pact with the Lib Dems because the Labour Party are completely skint. And they need an excuse not to have to fight all these elections. And it gives them a perfect excuse. So I understand that. But does anyone ever find it odd that Ed Davey was a co-author of the Orange Book and was considered to be on the right of the Lib Dems? And in the last Lib Dem leadership election, it was clearly Layla Moran represented the left of the Lib Dems and Ed Davey represented the right of the Lib Dems. Why is there such an... I know also, of course, I understand that the last coalition didn't work out very well for the Lib Dems and they're not really going to jump in bed with the Tories. But why is there this automatic assumption that they're going to just throw their lot in with Labour?
I think in terms of Ed Davey, I'm going to be brutally honest, in my personal opinion, I don't think he's a particularly principled policymaker. I think he's very aware, in a sense, perhaps, if you're looking at it in a good light, he wants to be able to put policies forward. But I think if you look in a realistic light, it's about power for a lot of Liberal Democrats, or getting back to that stage. He was a cabinet minister. He obviously wants to be back on the ministerial benches. I make no honest secret of this. I'm no fan of the Liberal Democrat leadership or the leader.
You can't say that in front of the Aberystwyth mob.
Can we just say, I don't think, to give you that there aren't many members of Centre's exec or sort of supporters even that are Lib Dems. I mean, we're not. I know people think we're.
Oh, come on, Torrin. I'm just having a bit of bants with you at 3 minutes to 2 in the morning.
I have to give the disclaimer though, but honestly, I think what's happening at the moment is Labour is very much using the position of the Lib Dems, where the Lib Dems are essentially going forwards to Tory seats and pushing policies that Tory voters like, winning those seats over. The idea is they'll do that in an election. They will get to the negotiating table when it comes to sort of, say, coalition, or what I would assume to be more of a confidence and supply agreement, something similar to what they have with Plaid and Labour here in Wales, a sort of coalition in all but name. And then effectively what happens is the Lib Dems, because their membership would be very, very, very unhappy if they actually went through with a lot of more conservative policies. This is the party that in Chesham and Amersham put forwards a policy of not liking house building, while its own members went forward and said, we like house building, right? This is a party that effectively its own members, if they try to do a coalition agreement on the terms that they are standing in a lot of these elections, would say no, especially after the coalition.
A lot of it as well was like, it's not even just at kind of individual local parties and local issues. There are a lot of disagreements as well, like between state parties. So like, the English Lib Dems and the Welsh Lib Dems are very, very different in terms of their policies. And obviously because of devolution, a lot of policy areas fall between the two. So there'll be like, for example, if you were ever trying to do an agreement between main parties, the Lib Dems would not be able to negotiate because it's which party takes priority. So it's kind of a problem, I guess, with having a federal party structure in a system that's a unitary system, right? So I think it creates... I just think there's... Just devolution, there's lots to say. It's kind of like my passion project, so don't get me on this because I'll be talking about it all night.
and effectively as well, what happens for Labour here is that they win a load of Tory-facing seats, and then those MPs that then join can then sign under an agreement that they would hope includes something like push Labour, for some referendum on it. And so I think there is a game plan there for both sides as to where this all eventually ends. You know, it's either the Lib Dems becoming stronger in Parliament, or on the other hand, they go, you know, oopsie daisy, we won all these seats on these sort of pledges, but actually, you know, we've decided that we would like to go for this sort of alternative confidence and supply agreement where you may get the odd rebellion on stuff like housing, but in reality it ends up passing.
But tying this back to the by-elections, talking about the Lib Dems and kind of like, you know, their dynamics, I guess. Question for Patrick, actually, but about, I've seen a lot of polling. I don't know if it's YouGov, I can't remember who it was now, but it's been in the media about the dynamics of North Shropshire, so obviously that by-election, and Tiverton being very, very similar in terms of like, you know, the age of voters, the graduate status of voters, the type of voters, the type of breakdown of seats. The North Shropshire by-election was one that was constantly compared to kind of the Welsh seats around it, to kind of Mont, we're looking at Brecon, those seats. So would you say that Tiverton is like a kind of similar breakdown, again, that like Celtic fringe that kind of runs through the south and then goes up a little bit and then goes into Wales a little bit?
Are you putting Shropshire in the Celtic fringe?
Yeah, I'm trying to. It used to be in Wales, so it counts.
Very ambitious, very ambitious.
An ex-Welsh seat.
Yeah, very
Does
good
it have a
point.
Marcher Lord?
Huh?
Does it have a Marcher Lord shop?
I'm just checking. I'm checking for Waitrose.
Look, I will try and claim any Welsh seat I can. Also, you might want to look for Waitrose. You might want to look
I'm pretty sure it doesn't have a Waitrose.
But I think M&S Food is as fancy as Waitrose.
Shrewsbury
There's
definitely
a lot
has
of those.
Yeah. Shrewsbury has a Waitrose, guaranteed.
You've got to go to Telford to get your Waitrose, I think.
No, it's got to be one in Shrewsbury, surely.
This is even
it's
more
bad news for the Shrewsbury. I can't see one in Shrewsbury. I
literally don't think there's a Waitrose like anywhere really in Wales either.
Yeah, to answer the question, yeah, the North Shropshire looks way more like Tiverton and Honiton than it does Cheshire and Amersham. And I wouldn't put North Shropshire as part of the blue wall, even though the Lib Dems won it and it's in that of England that isn't the sort of Celtic fringe. So it definitely shares a lot more in terms of the political, socio-demographic vibe of the Celtic fringe than it does the blue wall, definitely.
Can we I know that it came up with the name of Celtic fringe, but can we rename the Celtic fringe? Because that in my head like links to Scotland more than it does Cornwall.
You know what? You can do whatever you like.
I am so excited for what you're going to rename the Celtic fringe.
I think we could have a poll. We'll put a poll out tomorrow. In
the comments.
Yeah.
So you know how you've got
fringe.
You know how you've got the Rust Belt. You could call it the Celt Belt.
Celt Belt. Well,
I thought you were going to say the rustic belt then. What's wrong with the rustic belt?
The Rust Belt in the US.
Yeah, but you could call it the rustic belt.
The rustic belt.
It's kind of a play on Rust Belt, but it's got an element of kind of hippy dippy about it.
On the comparison between North Shropshire and Tiverton and Honiton, it's interesting because the results, the first thing I said when the by-election was announced, the 2019 results of the two seats is relatively similar. So in that sense, it's quite, the comparison is fairly obvious. But I think the thing is that in, perhaps not so much in Tiverton, but just in the southwest and the so-called Celtic fringe generally, there is a pretty strong liberal tradition in that area. So certainly in terms of the way people think about it, certainly in terms of bringing in activists from the surrounding area, I mean, I think that kind of, that certainly does make it, in theory at least, probably a more sort of accessible target for the Lib Dem. Obviously, the whole circumstances around it are different, so I'm not sure it's there's perhaps straightforward comparison, but in a lot of ways you can certainly see the similarities between
yeah, definitely. That's a very important divisor, and that's a distinctive thing about that collection of seats down there in the southwest, is that liberal tradition that was there for a long time. It just isn't there really in North Shropshire and that kind of area. So yeah, that's definitely a very important factor.
Actually, I've got a question for you, Patrick, which we haven't covered at all, and I've noticed it hasn't really come up that much in the whole of both by-elections. And I appreciate that the whole thing in Tiverton and Honiton was a bit of a joke and people kind of took the mick a bit more, whereas it's a much more serious thing that happened in Wakefield. But the two elections are both, controversial in the previous MP has left in disgrace. How much does that, generally in elections, how much does that make a difference, do you think?
Good point. That's something I've not modelled. I would say that you certainly have a bit of an easier task if you're an opposition party trying to take the seat if the former MP has resigned or been kicked out in disgrace, than you do if they haven't. It's a feather in the cap, or like a string in the bow. But I think, having not modelled it, I don't have a good answer to it. But we will probably expect it to be worth probably a couple of points, I would say. A scandal normally is, and then again, we can look back to benchmarks where we have had scandals and see the impact of elections. The biggest one that we ever had was, of course, the expenses scandal. There's a lot of modelling been done around that to see what impact that had on incumbents' vote shares. But the problem with that is that most of the incumbents involved in the expenses scandal stood down. So it's really difficult to isolate the effect of scandal on vote share because most of them went away, and then a lot else of it comes out in the wash. I would expect it does matter, but it's difficult to model.
I actually do have some data on that. The JL Partners poll in Wakefield, they did, this is all published, this is all on the website. They did do message testing for both sides, what would and would not be a convincing message. One of them, so the question is, below a number of reasons people are given for voting for the Labour candidate at the by-election, how convincing, if at all, do you find this as a reason to vote Labour? One of the statements was the Conservative MP last time was a criminal. So obviously a pretty clear reference to the circumstance of the by-election. 36% very convincing, 13% somewhat convincing, and only 12% said it was somewhat or very unconvincing. So that it does sound pretty high. The thing is that a lot of the other statements they tested did even better. Obviously the Conservatives on I think 28% overall poll, down 20 points on last time. So when they're doing that badly, a lot of these statements against them will be hitting home. But I mean, those are pretty high numbers. So it seems like people are at least saying that it makes a difference. But as we know, people saying they're voting for a certain reason and actually voting for that reason are not necessarily the same thing. So a bit ambiguous, but based at least on what people are saying, it does seem to be relevant.
If I can chip in here, I think it's a really interesting point in regards to the extent to which people vote on the local MP profile versus the fact that it is a national election. Obviously, local MP profiles play much more in a by-election than a national election because you're specifically voting as one isolated constituency with no effect on the outcome of government. However, another interesting point is in what context does this happen? Now, insofar as the MPs, some pretty shameful stuff went on, it's in the context of a government where the bar is quite low on what goes on. So I'm wondering, it's probably going to be very hard, I guess, again, to isolate how that specifically played out, because in the context of what goes on, what happens with the local MP is probably generally just part of the context of what's happening to the government. And what's happened in this situation is pretty poorly performing local MPs who did, pretty shameful things, are in the context of a government who a lot of people believe did some pretty shameful things. So I think, again, it's more how it plays in the context of the situation as opposed to its individual isolated effect, as well as the fact that most people vote on the basis of national politics, let alone local.
There's just been a revised turnout figure from Tiverton and Honiton. Apparently, they found a box of postal votes.
So, Paul, this is a potential disaster. What's going on here?
It's gone up now to 52.3%, which is.
What did you bet? 50 to 55. You're on mute, Paul.
Still on mute.
He's just talking to himself because he thinks he's lost his bet.
I've
this
got
is
over
what
50.
happened.
So I've got over 50.
Oh, so it doesn't matter. You're okay. They can find another bundle. You don't care.
Yeah, don't
Yeah.
I think though, I just find it really funny how they just find boxes.
Does make you
How
wonder.
do you lose a box of votes? Like,
It's a bit.
That's really
it
concerning.
is very worrying. It's like,
Oh, we just found it in this cupboard under the stairs. How
Oh,
did
well,
it
no, we
got
did it.
there?
I found
Like,
this,
oh my goodness, it's 10,000 more votes.
I mean, Will, you could, if this result doesn't really suit Star Sports very much, does it? The Lib Dems winning. And
No.
you're still in Tiverton. Maybe you could lead a group of people to storm the town hall.
And find some mallet.
I mean, the security there can't be that big.
I am sensing hot fuzz, but with a very sort of political twist. And you know what? Actually, put a pin in that idea. I might pitch it somewhere. It's definitely got BBC Three vibes, an iPlayer only series in which we tried to turn around the result of a by-election. It just actually speak on
that thing where it's like the Englishman that went up a hill and came down a mountain. But they like, there's a very niche reference, but it's like this thing. Well, it's this thing that actually happened, but it was an island, but it's set in Wales and Netflix. But it's like they basically found out that their hill was like a tiny bit shorter than a mountain, so they took
That's
those
right.
rocks up to like make it a mountain.
Still my
And
favourite
that's what it feels like. This is.
I should point out at this point, I'm back in the UK at the moment. I actually live in the Netherlands, where something that is 300 meters high gets called a mountain.
No.
Like that is a medium-sized hill. Excuse my language.
Just on the subject of our position. No, the Lib Dems winning is not ideal, and I'll tell you why. If you were on the Twitter feed last night, if you follow us, you'll have noticed that we took a very big bet last night. We took £100,000 on the Lib Dems to win Tiverton and Honiton. A bet that I have to say, I think at the time we were happy to lay, or at least I was happy to lay, purely because from what I'd heard, read and seen, I did not have this as a race that was going to be won comprehensively.
No. And you were fairly relaxed about the concept of having a job as well, weren't you? So that was...
Yeah. And it's fun, and it's funny how things change, because 12 hours is a very long time in politics, and now I am very much less relaxed about my employment prospects.
Luckily, you've made a lot of good contacts, and someone's bound to give you a job. One of these think tanks will probably take you on immediately. If only you knew one.
If only I knew two people who worked for a think tank.
I wonder who those people are.
I do actually. I have one thing on actually like polling, and the interesting thing that's been happening, which is every by-election, the Lib Dems saying we are going to just lose out very slightly. Like... And then Christine Jardine last time goes on the TV and said, "Oh, we've just lost it. I'm really sorry. Like, my goodness, we've won by a landslide majority." And then the next time it's like, "Oh, we're just going to get just slightly." And then
I don't know whether you saw also Vince Cable was quoted yesterday as saying that we're going to do quite well, but we'll just miss out.
Yeah, like it happened again even today this morning. Like they were like, it's not going as well as we hoped. And then earlier it was like, we could maybe win it. The postal votes are looking quite neck and neck. And I was just like, we just heard off the phone as well that obviously Ash, the candidate at Wakefield, but she said that the Lib Dems there are getting phone calls saying that they're going to apparently win in Tiverton by 8,000 votes. So very questions going on in the Lib Dem camp.
But I do think it's this usual thing of they play expectation management. I think mainly because of voters and going, well, if you're on the fence now, you've got to get out because it's down to the wire. When in reality, the situation is very different, and it's interesting just how much I think it's skewed everything, and that cautiousness, I think, from the party themselves that are running, that they're worried. Oh my goodness, are we actually going to win this? I think a lot of people will listen to that.
I really have to think that. I mean, a lot of it has got to do with the sort of the narrative and the way that it's the way that the result is perceived. Because if you think that they need a swing of just over 20%, they could get a pretty chunky swing and lose, or could have. And if expectations had been sort of, broadly in line with wherever we end up, which is them winning, I mean, if they did something slightly worse than expectations and lose, that could quite unfairly on them
be portrayed as bad result. Yeah,
exactly. And being thought of as relative to expectations, when it's not really a bad result, it's just that expectations were slightly wrong, and people obviously focusing very much on the sort of binary outcome rather than win, which is the important thing. But yeah, so I can't blame them for managing expectations, but I'm pretty sure that's what they've been doing to a big extent. I mean, these numbers they've been briefing, I'm not even sure they're from an actual poll. It sounded like it was some sort of modelling based on canvas returns, which sometimes has been very, very accurate. Richmond Park comes to mind. Lewisham also up against Labour. Their numbers were very accurate there. Cheshire and Amersham, they wildly underestimated themselves. Looks like they might have done so again.
To comment on the expectations management point, I think it's interesting because we're seeing a lot more now. Well, not a lot more, perhaps more predominantly now happening in the Conservatives as well, in regards to, for instance, the Sucre report. There's briefings in the Telegraph about how disastrous that would be, and I would force Johnson to resign. And then in comparison, it looks moderate, but it still was a pretty damning report. Again, with the local by-elections as well, the Tories briefed that those briefings in the Telegraph, they'd lose 800 plus seats. They still lost a lot of seats, but in comparison to the expectations, it was low. It was acceptable. And I'm wondering, for anyone who has a good idea on these matters, to what extent does someone who doesn't know too much about it, to what extent does political, how can you measure when something's expectation management versus reality, and to what extent does expectation management affect how the polling is, how the odds are placed?
What you have to do is understand, actually have a good understanding yourself as what would constitute a good result or a bad result for a given party in a given election or set of elections, and then think about the circumstances. And so if an MP or a party is talking a load of rubbish, you know that they're talking rubbish. I mean, you know what would be a decent or a bad result. I mean, I do think people are trying to play the narrative in various ways, and not necessarily always in a people are always either expectation management or talking themselves up sometimes or whatever. I don't really understand it, but I think the fact is that the media, especially social media, but I think also the traditional media, they have a few experts who understand this well, but I think a lot of them just don't understand the psephology that well, don't understand the polling that well, and so you will often see reporters hearing one load of spin from one party, one load of spin from another party, and triangulating between the two rather than actually understanding, because quite often one of them, usually whoever's doing badly, is often talking a load of rubbish, and so by triangulating or sort of balancing between the two, you end up with not really reflecting what's actually going on. And I think the parties all understand that, and they know it's part of the game, and so they play the game. And I think until the media start getting a grip, frankly, of psephology, they're going to keep on doing it, because why wouldn't they?
Yeah, I mean, to tie into this, I know it was obviously I used to work for Lib Dems. Sorry, shock horror me being called a Lib Dem all this time, but I did. And one thing, so I did the European election. So one thing that we were the South East, and we were the only region that had Lib Dem MEP. And one thing we were constantly told was, right, okay, I remember the meetings, and it was like, our goal is to retain this one MEP. And then as the campaign went on, it was, we could get 2 MEPs. Then it was like, if we really try hard, we can get 3. But the whole time we were trying to get 3 MEPs, which we did in the end, we were always briefing the press, we just want to retain this MEP. That's what we want to do, because we knew that we knew definitely we were going to get 1. Polling suggested that. But when we started getting to the point where we could get 2 or 3, we were like, right, if we say, we want 1, then it makes us look really good if we win 3, because it looks like a massive shock of the night, right? You see, affecting parties will manipulate the media and go, right, okay, well, we could get this result and that would still be good. But if we get this result, it'll be even better. And I think that element of surprise really plays out as well. If the whole time during the campaign we were saying, we could win 3, then it's not as special on results day, but then suddenly it's a massive story, right? So I think that definitely in terms of parties in the press, they know what they're doing. And if anything can seem as a shock, if anything can seem as a surprise, they will try and make it a surprise just because it captures more attention. And you kind of, I think especially a by-election, especially at this point as well, you want it to be memorable, right? You know, you've got a government that's incredibly damaged and you want something that sticks in people's minds. And I think the Lib Dems especially want that this time after North Shropshire as well, because you've got North Shropshire, then this. And you also got Sarah Green in, what was her seat? The one in
Richmond.
No, it wasn't Richmond. Chesham.
Oh,
Chesham.
Yeah.
Sarah Olney was Richmond.
Oh, yeah. This is me getting Lib Dem by-elections mixed up.
Too many. But yeah, then you've got all of these successes, right? So you just remember it story after story after story. And knowing the Lib Dems, probably about 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, there'll be some massive publicity stunt. Waiting to see what that is, to be honest.
I really can't wait to see what sort of novelty thing Ed Davey will do. I have the feeling that they could make it rural.
I reckon if it's not some kind of fringe that they then part, like, I'm going to be very
I would like him to knock over an inflatable cow.
Blue cow.
Great. I love that. That's my new favourite.
Or burst it with a pin.
An oversized yellow pin.
I was going to ask Paul a question actually while you were talking about the way that party management tries to manage expectations or whatever. Would you say, Paul, that it's fair to say that the betting markets are sophisticated enough to see through that pretty much every single time?
No, I wouldn't. I'm not sure that when it comes to by-elections that the market is particularly good guide to anything. I don't think it's big enough. I think the information is so sporadic. I mean, we haven't had a single poll in Tiverton, right? And everybody's playing expectation management. Invariably, the political pundits that talk about this haven't even been to the seat or been there, once. And the market gets driven by rumours on social media. How many times have we seen these markets collapse on polling day because people post pictures of large numbers of people queuing up to turn out somewhere? So I don't really think it is a good guide.
I think it's one thing actually bringing up kind of pulses, or like especially people, press, whatever, going to these by-election seats where they wouldn't normally be. I think is such a big thing during this by-election. I mean, it's something that we've heard kind of in a lot of accounts that people have said when there's like voters kind of accounts of, Ed Davey came down, or Boris Johnson came down, or Rishi came down, or whoever it was, whether it was like a senior politician in any party. I think we had the same in Wakefield with Labour. But it's that whole, they're here, but does it actually matter? I think parties make these massive things of, all of our elected representatives need to come out, we need to look unified, it's going to help swing votes, But actually at the end of it, all voters are kind of the same, especially from experiences as well. It's kind of that, but if it wasn't a by-election, they wouldn't actually be here, would they? So I think as well, it's quite interesting to see, I guess, because I think people give too much credit to by-elections sometimes. I think it's that kind of paradox that Patrick was talking about, where a by-election means everything nationally, but also nothing nationally. And I think people often give way too much credit to by-elections. I think they can act as an indication of how people feel about the government. But I also think that it's not necessarily a national attitude. And it's also not necessarily, it's not something parties can replicate in an actual election. And actually it doesn't, the country focusing on one part of the country for say 6 weeks isn't going to take away years of kind of them being ignored, right? And it's just one of those things, but I think that it'll be quite interesting to see if the parties bringing out all the machinery, all their big figures, is something that helped the by-election, hindered, whatever.
I was just laughing to myself because I was thinking that the Labour campaign's big campaign day in Tiverton and Honiton must have been that day when the councillor from Plymouth came to visit for the day. That must have been their absolute massive campaign day. They must have been so pleased to see that big name figure come across. I mean, literally nobody went there, did they, from the Labour Party? I shouldn't think they even had another MP come to the seat, really.
But I do think, well, in terms of kind of the Labour and the Lib Dems and the Tories, how they've mobilised the seats is very interesting, right? So we've got, for example, like the Lib Dems, which are mostly London-centric, having to go down to Tiverton, which has been really difficult. I mean, I've heard from a lot of kind of like colleagues that I used to have in the party and stuff like that, where it's like, they don't have enough activists, they don't have enough cars. They've got loads of people who, for example, live in London, so they don't own cars, right? They don't drive. In North Shropshire, we kind of had, you had a lot of local constituencies there that were Lib Dem, right? You have Mont, you have Brecon, you have constituencies that are very nearby. So there were lots of activists with cars, but in Tiverton, whilst those constituencies were Lib Dem, say 6-7 years ago, that's quite a long time in politics. So I think that, that kind of Liberal base is there, but it's quite elderly as well, so people don't tend to drive. So I think it's quite interesting because the Lib Dems have massive issues, for example, with cars and actually being able to reach rural areas, which I think, again, is showing in kind of the box counts. Early voting suggests that in urban areas, the Lib Dems are winning 2-1 in votes, but then in rural areas, it's equal, right? So that, again, could reflect the lack of campaigning, the lack of infrastructure they had in rural areas. I think with the Tories, it's quite interesting as well, because even in by-elections, I know that they often have fewer activists and, like, for example, Labour and the Lib Dems turn up. But it's quite interesting because, again, they have the local infrastructure. This is quite an active Tory party who have quite a good few local stances. And they're a party that are, known to regularly campaign, regularly canvass. They know the seat well. Again, they've got good access to cars, local resources, know where everything is. So that's quite interesting because the Tories, whilst they've had people visit, it's been mostly a home effort in the type of campaigning that's happened. So that's interesting to see how that plays out. In Wakefield, you have a completely different situation as well, where again, you've got activists, for example, from Labour, for example, from Wales or from Scotland going all the way to Wakefield. So it's interesting to see kind of how well can Labour mobilise there. I think they're really I think the ground game is really interesting, how it's breaking down and how it actually breaks down into vote share. I think that's one thing that I'll be looking at tonight, definitely, because I think it tells you a lot about how the G will turn out in those seats as well.
Well, one thing to say about these, I mean, there's quite a few interesting points in that, but the one thing we haven't talked about so much is tactical voting, and because of the intensity of the campaign, as you mentioned, I mean, by-elections do tend to be very atypical because the campaigning is so intense, and as a result of that and possibly other things, you do tend to get these very, very outsized swings. I mean, for example, the national polls have been showing swings of about 9% from Conservative to Labour in Wakefield, whereas the by-election polls were showing 13-14%. I mean, that's pretty often the case of a by-election. And one of the things that plays into that, perhaps not so much in Wakefield, but especially in Tiverton Honniton, where it's the Lib Dems challenging. There was a big Labour vote last time to squeeze. Tactical voting it normally happens in by-elections, but one thing to pay particularly close attention to is that if it's happening more north, say Labour lose their deposit in Tiverton and Honiton, say the Lib Dems get a very small vote share in Wakefield, that kind of would imply to me there's tactical voting going on an industrial scale, which is not then simply that it's a by-election and there's a lot of leaflets and bar charts and goodness knows what else coming through the door, but that would then point towards the government being particularly unpopular and people wanting to go out of the way to give it a kicking. And while by-elections is not always good results in the next general election, one thing we know from the mid-90s, when there was a lot of tactical voting going on in Westminster by-elections and also in local elections, John Curtis wrote about this at the time, that then was a harbinger of what then happened at the general election. So that is would be quite interesting to keep an eye on. But yes, the intensity of the campaign is a big part of that, but possibly not all of it.
There's a lot, as you guys just said, there's a lot of good reasons to why this would not be an easy Lib Dem win. and sort of which makes, I think, the expected scale of what might happen this evening all the more kind of impressive, if not unexpected, based on what we've all been hearing and seeing and reading for the past few weeks. Ed Davey has just tweeted, "Looks like I'm going to need a bigger hammer." So I don't know if he is. The
inflatable cow is not happening, is it? You can't really hammer an inflatable cow.
I mean,
well, I don't know why he needs a hammer, right? Because he's going to do. He better not do the blue wall thing then, because it's not.
If he's going to start bludgeoning cows over the head, that's not going to be future.
If he does a blue wall, I'll be fumed. I'll be absolutely fuming after all this conversations today. If he goes and declares Tiverton as part of the blue wall.
There should be a market on what Ed Davey's going to do in the morning. I think that.
Yeah.
I will make a small prediction, which is every single time they have a by-election, they do exactly what they did the by-election before, and then a new thing. So first it was just the blue wall. Then they did the blue wall in the morning, and then the weird popping Boris's bubble stunt or whatever it was.
What's it called? The Celtic Fringe, is it?
Yeah, Celtic Fringe.
I mean, you don't really need a hammer for a fringe, do you?
No,
it doesn't work.
Well, you could have a sort of large inflatable Boris Johnson with the fringe dyed blue, and then a big yellow or golden coloured pin to like burst him.
You can't be hitting Boris Johnson with a hammer. That's not a good thing.
You sort of cut the fringe off with the big orange scissors.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, I like where it's going.
That's it.
He's already committed to the hammer. You can't U-turn on the hammer at this stage, really.
Someone's commented saying
Lib Dems, Neil.
A giant orange tractor would suffice. Don't let us down. I love that.
Oh, that would be excellent. A tractor porn reference.
Tractor.
I never thought the role of Lib Dem leader would essentially be to just go around the country and knock over some polystyrene blocks out of like blue bricks.
If he's driving a tractor, I could drive a tractor, so I could be Lib Dem one day.
He could drive a tractor into a blue wall.
Yeah, I can't drive a car, but I can drive a tractor.
Sorted. Get yourself down, because it sounds like there's going to be.
Is anyone going to feel really? I'm sure you'll all be delighted. I think I'm going to go to bed. Is that bad? I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I have work at.
Shame.
I'm normally a proper store, but I've got some stuff to do tomorrow.
Yeah. Neil, you have been an absolute stalwart this evening.
Well, are you going to be upset with me now?
No, Neil, we're going to miss you. That's for sure. I will.
I'm just trying to think.
I actually will. Thank you very much. I was just going to say thank you very much for doing this.
Well, I'm a bit worried that you're going to slag me off when I'm gone. So
I'll defend your name. I'll defend your name.
Actually, Torrin, I got to tell you this. Last time, I watched the entire 12 hours of the local elections to see if anyone had slagged me off. I thought that as soon as I wasn't there to interrupt you every 5 minutes, you really came into your own.
Oh, I said this time, I was like, the bit I love is at the end where I just end up, bouncing off of comments. But that's what I love, right? Because given
you just did like a 3-hour soliloquy after I went to bed.
Yeah, but it's because the type of politics, right? I'm less good at going, what's going to happen in this by-election? Because my general thing is like, well, not a huge amount. It's a by-election, and it's not going to. They probably won't hold on to the seat if they're the Lib Dems.
You can't say not a huge amount's going to happen. How are we going to keep the 32 viewers?
Well, exactly, that's the point. So I have to sort of carry on. But if you ask me about like a policy question, I mean, I can go on for hours.
I did watch 12 hours of it. I can confirm you can go on for hours. But I was impressed by it. I'm going to go to bed and I'm going to watch it back over the next couple of days. So
you'll just
if you do slag me off, I will notice.
Neil, I make a blood promise. I will defend your name. Do not worry.
Push, don't worry. It wasn't you I was worried about. There were a couple of people I was slightly worried about, but I'm not going to name names. But it wasn't you.
Was I one of them?
Oh, Paul, please, come on.
Tom, what's the tribute, man?
I am a bit worried we've been agreeing a bit too much on
we have been recently. A bit, yeah. I know we need a Labour leadership.
I'm not really comfortable with that.
We need a Labour leadership contest. That's what we need.
Jesus. I noticed Will, who's dozed off now again, I think, but he didn't even come to me on the subject of the Labour leadership earlier. he knew what was going to happen. My blood was already boiling just listening to all that nonsense, but I didn't. Luckily, I didn't get to speak on that subject. So
I have to say, Neil, you've been very well behaved this evening.
Well, thank you. I'm glad you noticed it because I have made a special effort. So,
and that special effort is much appreciated always.
It's been fun. I've enjoyed it. It's been nice to see everybody. I don't get out much, so I just one thing before I go. I would just note that 2024 or later has reverted to favourite again, and 2022 has drifted back out to second favourite in the which year will Boris Johnson cease to be the Prime Minister. I mean, it's not a lot of money being traded, but it's interesting of a sort. Anyway, I'll love you and leave you. Have a lovely evening.
Good night,
if Will looks like he's dozing off, don't forget to wake him up every now and then.
We should get an air horn or something.
Yeah,
that's what you
hammer bashed against the table.
Or maybe a hammer.
What I'll do is I'll just
maybe an orange hammer.
It'll be really loud.
I'm gonna have the time of my life for the next 2 minutes. Hopefully, I will remain. I'll remain lucid until we make it to our results. Wakefield, I was hoping Wakefield would come a bit earlier, but no, apparently it's going to come between 3 and 4, and Tiverton will come apparently a bit after that. So
I want to stay up, but I probably should go to bed as well.
Please don't leave us. Genuinely, please don't leave us. I don't really have anything more.
I've got to be up to open a shop at 9. Like I buy it at 9, so I've got to get up at like 7:30. And I'm like, I'm kind of awake now.
This is what politics does to you.
I don't know whether to just stick it out and just really super home at work tomorrow.
Why don't you go to sleep when well, actually, no, that was leaving me open for ridicule. Why don't you just go to the results and instead of staying for any post alerts, just
conk.
After.
Conk. To be fair, I don't really need to talk to anyone. I just need to have the key and open the shop and then hide upstairs.
There you go. Anyway,
also just to Oxfam, this is not what I do at my job. I do my job properly.
She is helping the most unfortunate.
Yes, I am Oxfam. Don't sack me. Thank you.
Yeah, YouGov looking very dodgy today. Actually, now I think.
Anyhow, to the comments. Righty. And
they have. I got called. What is it? Oh, people were debating if I was Welsh or not, which I found quite amusing. I got called green millennial. I'm not even a millennial. I'm technically Gen Z, so you failed. Yeah.
I do like Frank Brennan. He's quite
being called a millennial.
Pardon?
Were you offended by being called a millennial?
Yeah, it was awful.
I mean, it was the green part. I was like, you're more conservative than I am on the stuff, and I'm like, well, this is
amazing.
I also don't live in Cardiff. I live in Aberystwyth.
No, I do enjoy Frank Brennan's contributions to this. It's been a very lively chat. Thanks to Frank Brennan and his good friend Gurney. Yeah, good bunch.
Frankie,
you want me to say Cloudcare PG in Welsh, and we'll save that for the end of the day. Drunk to do it. Yeah, that's about it. I'm done now.
I went and had a little look up when you guys were talking about on parliaments and likely outcomes and who actually thinks what. Well, of course, us YouGov being YouGov, we actually have polling data on what people think is the most likely outcome of the next general election. And a hung parliament of some sort is the most common answer. About a third of the public think that a hung parliament is the most likely outcome, be that Conservative-led or Labour-led. But the most common individual outcome, so we kind of break down hung parliament into who is the largest party in it. The most common individual outcome is a small Conservative majority. And that's about a quarter of people think that is the most likely outcome. But of course, as with all these questions, that's excluding, not considering don't know, which is actually the most common answer category. But for a little while, small Conservative majority was even above don't know. But almost 40% of people thought that was the most likely outcome back in 2021. So I don't know how that kind of relates to the betting markets, but yeah, the kind of the collective no overall control is the most sort of common viewpoint, I think, in the public right now.
Patrick, how do those numbers look in? Because obviously that you kind of expect them to look at the moment, given that that's roughly what the polls are showing. But how do they look in a situation like, say, before the last election, when it looked pretty? I mean, were you still seeing Labour support, a decent number of Labour supporters saying, "Oh yeah, Labour's going to win," even though it was obvious that they weren't?
Most Labour supporters are saying don't know. I think that's their
right.
way of saying, we're sure we're going to lose, but we don't want to really be pessimistic about it. And obviously, the kind of Labour will win was much higher among Labour voters than it was Conservative voters. And right now, among Labour voters, a hung parliament led by Labour is the most common outcome at 25%. But at no point since we've been tracking this has a Labour majority even really registered on the Richter scale. Kind of the highest it gets is about 16-17%. So even they're pessimistic.
Right, 16-17% overall, or among Labour supporters?
Among Labour supporters.
Okay.
Yeah.
In terms of popularity of outcome, what's that looking like, Patrick?
How do you mean?
In terms of preferred coalitions or preferred government outcomes?
That's a good question. I haven't actually looked that one up. It's difficult to divorce from vote intention, because as soon as you ask people, well, what's your preferred outcome for a government, they just say the party they voted for. So you either have to sort of force a choice on them and say, if you had to choose between this, and this, who would you pick? Then it kind of gets a little bit arbitrary. Like, what does a Lib Dem Labour coalition mean that's different to a Lib Dem Labour SNP coalition, right? So it's kind of a difficult thing to get at. Generally speaking, we can ask, would you prefer a coalition or not, I think. But again, we're getting then to the kind of nitty-gritty details of don't know land. So it's tricky to poll.
I do wonder, because for me, because I think the last election, these similar polling, when not last, was it? Yeah, I think before the 2019 election, when the Lib Dems were, after the European elections, were, doing quite well in their opinion polling. It's quite interesting to see that questions asked to them was they didn't actually prefer a Lib Dem majority government outcome. That wouldn't be their ideal outcome. It would be a coalition with Labour. I think I remember seeing that. I think it's just a very interesting indicator for tactical voting wise. Are Labour voters really, actively Labour, or are they perhaps more in favour of a tactical vote for Labour and hopefully they get into bed with the Liberal Democrats, etc., with the SNP, etc., with Play Cymru. I just find that quite interesting in terms of, is a good indicator for the extent of active support for party as opposed to tactical.
Well, so didn't a week or so ago, Salvation had a poll asking people, they sort of had quite a detailed preamble asking, like, to imagine a situation where Britain had a proportional electoral system, and spelt out in quite a lot of detail what that meant. How would you vote in that situation? And the voting intention numbers they got from that were really within a couple of points of their standard VI. I mean, the differences were in the directions you expect. Labour and Tory a bit lower, and I think Lib Dems, Greens, and possibly Reform slightly higher. But so it was obviously the difference you'd expect. But the interesting thing was how small the difference is. I guess the thing is that when you're asking a hypothetical question like that, no matter how detailed your intro is, you can never really sort of replicate the how it would be in the event that you really had that. I mean, if you think of the other limit case, I mean, where I am in the Netherlands, it's a completely proportional system without even a threshold like Germany has, and so you literally have 17 parties in the last parliament winning a seat in a parliament with 150 seats. So you kind of, I mean, you just don't know how the reality is going to play out. But it was kind of interesting, at least in terms of when you ask people how they behave in that situation, that the difference is so small from the actual popular vote.
And people are very bad at sort of hypothetical questions in terms of estimating hypothetically what they do in this hypothetical scenario. They tend to default to what I do anyway, or where I think this question is going, which is neither of the two things of what you want to measure.
I think Patrick's point is interesting there as well, because I think when asking voters how they voted last election, there was some sort of, I don't know how this exactly happened, but a lot more people said they voted Conservative than actually voted Conservative, which suggests that a lot of people don't remember or don't particularly care in peacetime. About how they voted in the past, of what they intend to do. I guess more of an election time measure. I'd be interested sort of in election time.
2017, a lot. It wasn't that more people remember voting, it was fewer people remember voting Labour than had, and where they actually went was sort of all over the place.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's kind of, I mean, that kind of thing, well, obviously it messes up your analysis, but some pollsters who ask past vote and then wait to past vote that they collect later, that can then mess it up, which I think a few people had at the last election. But others are like YouGov, so Patrick and co, they actually ask people at the time and then use that rather than having to ask people to remember it. We don't use password waiting at all, so that avoids the problem. But yeah, it did mess a few people up in 2019.
Yeah, I just find it quite interesting because I suppose to me it suggests that it's only really during election time that people really think about or engage in that sort of the political, I guess, detail in terms of how they actually think they're going to vote, how they feel, how strong they feel about parties, etc. And I'm wondering if that also has an effect, that this was a proportional poll done in peacetime, again, quotation marks, as opposed to a proportional poll done during an election campaign.
I mean, the thing is, it was comparing a proportional poll in peacetime with a sort of a standard VI in peacetime. So in that sense, it's kind of it's sort of not it's sort of reasonably apples to apples to the extent that it can be. I mean, I know the BES has a question on which party people really prefer, or they ask people the reasons for voting the way they did, and one of the options is the sort of you don't ask people who they vote tactically, because that word can be used a bit loosely, but you ask people one of the reasons, the option reason was I really preferred another party, but it had no chance of winning in the constituency, sort of the definition of tactical voting. But the thing is that always only gets about 10%. And then you'll get some people in various places voting in different directions and cancel each other out. So it doesn't seem like the effect that you can actually isolate and actually measure is that big. But again, obviously, if the reality were different, then how people say they would vote might be quite different too.
Really interesting insights there, and lots more of that hopefully to come. 2:47 a.m. Excuse me, losing my marbles and my words. So just a bit of news from the excellent Lewis Goodall, who's hearing that county is coming to a close in Wakefield. So some results hopefully will be within our lap soon. And of course, where else do you want to be? We've got Matt Singh, we've got Patrick English, we have, of course, our wonderful trio now from the Centre think tank. So yeah, we're all set for whatever might happen. What sort of result actually? Because we discussed different results and what hypothetically I have an interest, but what do you think the final tally will be in Epsom, at Epsom, I should say, and what do you think are the consequences based on how severe the result is? We're presuming now that Labour has won. So does anybody have any ideas on what the discourse might be? Pushkin?
I wouldn't be surprised if Labour went over 55%, even beyond 60%. It's looking like a very strong sort of hit to the Conservative defence line. I think the outcome is going to be an interesting thing to watch, because I think it's whether the Conservatives actually, whether it just simply rallies the anti-Boris lot more against Boris and the pro-Boris lot more in favour, or if it does actually weaken Boris Johnson's current support base. I just find it difficult to see it weakening Boris Johnson's current MP support, because they don't, they wanted a chance to deal with a prime minister who was polling so badly, wasn't particularly seen as electable, they would have already taken that chance. I think they all know full well that he wasn't going to perform one of these by-elections. So I don't think it really matters on severity what happens. I think his support base will remain in place. However, come closer to elections and he doesn't improve, especially after summer, then I think there's more to worry about for him. But I think as of right now, I think it's nothing that the MPs didn't expect. I don't think there's going to be a particular shift in support from the MPs. It might just rally the anti-Boris a little bit more. That's what I really see. Maybe more positioning from potential leadership contenders.
They certainly should have expected it, because the JL Partners poll actually came out the Saturday before the Monday of the vote, and then the Salvation one, the JL Partners one was done before the ITV published these images from the parties, and the Salvation one, which was done just after, was a few points worse, kind of as expected. And then obviously Tiverton, I mean, we don't know exactly what the result's going to be, but we know based on previous Lib Dem by-elections that you certainly expect a big swing to them. So yeah, I mean, I don't know in terms of what the outcome is going to be. I don't have any great insight into the internal politics of the Tory party, but I mean, in terms of how they're going to be interpreted, certainly the Lib Dem by-election results are harder to interpret simply because they're so good at them. But I mean, a par for the course swing from a governing party to an opposition party would be sort of in the low double digits. And if certainly if Labour's got the result around what the polls were saying, that would be 13-14% swing. That would be, if it was 14%, that would be the biggest swing Contalab since Wirral South in 1997. Which, just mentioning that year, will be enough to get Tories getting extremely anxious, concerned. I mean, it's not the sort of swings they were getting in 1994, 1995. It's not suggesting that sort of result, but Labour, as we discussed, doesn't need that sort of result. It doesn't even need an outright majority to be able to govern. So, I mean, I think on that, if we assume that the Wakefield result is somewhere in the region of what the polls were suggesting, then yes, that's a good result for them, and it should be flashing alarm bells along with all the other information we have. It's all, because it's not like by-elections are pointing to something different from all the other evidence we've got. It's all pointing the same way, and it should be flashing alarm bells for the Conservatives.
That pick up on that last point, I think that is a very important one, is that yes, by-elections are wonderful, exciting. We stay up till 5 a.m. to see them come in. But yeah, they're generally in the age of polling, in the age of the 24-hour news cycle, they don't give us any more fresh information than what we sort of already have on the field in front of us. So to go back to the expectations of what's going to happen, if Labour did get north of 60%, they wouldn't have been that high in Wakefield since the 1960s. And Wakefield's been competitive since about sort of 2005. So if we do get a big sort of gap, a big majority for Labour here, we're going back into the 90s in terms of a Labour majority of that size. So it would be a pretty big milestone, a big marker, I think, as to the vulnerability perhaps of the Conservatives in the red wall, and what this might sort of mean more broadly speaking for a lot of red wall MPs that kind of sat there thinking, well, hang on, how safe is this majority I've got? You know, that 9% one's gone, I'm on 1%, other one's on 15%, getting worried if it's a massive majority. So I think the size of the majority will matter for how it's interpreted around sort of the wider, how much of the red wall is Labour going to win back, and sort of who gets jittery on the Conservative benches based on that. But as far as we're aware, if we do the quick maths on the payroll versus the no confidence vote, pretty much all of the backbenchers must have voted no confidence anyway. So there can't be that many 2019 intake who were sat there still supporting Johnson, I don't think.
Just looking at those numbers, Labour got 40% last time. So if they got even 60%, that will be up 20 points.
Yeah, that'll be huge.
That will be huge.
Yeah, it will be enormous.
In the context of less votes being cast, there, that has to be remembered. You know, a general election doesn't necessarily carry the same result the by-election carried.
Sure.
Which might be an argument that Johnsonites put forward, I suppose.
I'm sure they will, and it's completely true. But again, it kind of goes back to the conversation we had before about if turnout is 50% or lower, or 40% in the general election, then yeah, you get the differential effect is probably going to drive a lot of the swings. But if we're up at 60% and Labour going up 20 points, that's a lot of genuine switching. It has to be for the maths, for the columns to even out. It has to be.
Yeah.
One good benchmark by-election from the past I think we should keep an eye on is Crewe and Nantwich 2008 was in a very similar place on the Tory target list to where Wakefield is roughly for the next election, and the way that the result was interpreted was it just it confirmed that Labour were in massive trouble. It was a massive turn. It was a transformative moment. The swing on that day was 18.5%.
Oof.
That is to me, that would be a good benchmark if Labour could do that in Wakefield. I had them down for winning by 20, but I tipped up Tories to get under 25% at 7-2. I mean, again, that's another benchmark. It's how badly the Tories do. It's how badly they lose. If they've lost by 8,000 in Tiverton, I mean, that's as bad a result as anyone's ever had, isn't it? It's off a scale bad. And again, like, it depends how badly they've done in Wakefield. If they've got below 25,
yeah,
that's grim.
It's
an emergency.
I think, yeah, as we kind of said, we know all these things already, right? We know the Conservatives are unpopular at the moment. We know that they're losing ground. Although I think what it might do, it kind of gives what by-elections do, as I think that's what you're alluding to. It gives us a frame of reference that includes Westminster, right? These are MPs. These are people who go into the House of Commons. So if we kind of get this point in which we know all of these things are true about public opinion, about voting behaviour right now, then get zoned into a Westminster by-election where you're sending an MP to the House of Commons, it kind of crystallises it, I think, right? And it kind of crystallises the trouble if Wakefield is almost, it's lost, right? Tiverton and Honiton also looks like it's lost. It kind of, this duality of you're losing in both places, you're in serious trouble in two wildly different constituencies.
Absolutely. I think you can't underestimate how quickly this has happened to the Conservatives. Right? Yeah. They are reacting. I don't think there has been a coordinated reaction to what's been happening, because really we're talking about a year maximum, and particularly November, December onwards.
Yeah.
And, there's always been these scheduled dates, these scheduled pitfalls for Boris Johnson, the local elections, now the by-elections. And at every stage, it's been much worse than expected. And I think that right now they're going to go off for the summer, go back to their constituencies. They will have, if it is as bad as we're hearing, Tiverton, they're going to be hearing that on the doorstep. And I just think they will spend the summer working out a way of removing Johnson by the autumn. And the Tory conference will probably be a leadership contest at the conference.
Just FYI, just ran the numbers, 8,000 would be about a 30% swing, roughly.
30%.
Yeah.
I mean, I think while it's an interesting point, I just don't think in terms of by-elections, I just don't think it'll remove Johnson's leader. I think what you'll see is certain groups within the Conservatives trying to use it as a sort of example to sort of, as their pressure groups, use it as an example to push MPs to feel a certain way, to get Johnson to back their set of policies. Because I think the issue with Johnson is he hasn't committed to any one group. And I'm wondering if, the ERG or the Red Wall MPs, whatever they stand for, if they're just going to use these by-elections instead of, actually kicking out Johnson, if they're going to use these by-elections as a way to sway him more to commit to a set of policies, and say, look, we'll keep you in if you take this route down. I'm wondering if these by-elections will be more of an indicator of how factions will work, or more of an effect on how internal factions and Conservatives will work for policy outcomes, than it will be an actual leadership change. Because I don't see why the Conservatives want to. I don't know. I just think they themselves struggle to see obvious contenders for Johnson's position. Yes, there are people positioning themselves, and the media can hype them up as much as they want. But with Sunak out of the picture now, I just I don't think anyone particularly sees an actual alternative. And until they see that alternative, I think they'll try just to lobby Johnson in his weak position to their way of thinking.
I think that is delaying. I think that is certainly a reason why it would have been delayed so far and why maybe delay some more. But the bigger picture is that Johnson is the particular drag on the Tory party at the moment. Absolutely. It's very easy to see a different Conservative leader being ahead in the polls.
Oof.
Well, in a month, in 2 months, things can change very quickly, just as they changed quickly in the last 6 months.
I think the issue is, and I'm sure Patrick and Matt may either interject to back or rubbish my claims, but I think polling seems to show that the Conservative brand is pretty badly damaged, and a lot of leadership contenders, would-be contenders, have been forced to sort of back Johnson, which has also damaged their brand, and a lot of them are on the payroll, which also further damages their brand. To be consistently associated with this government, I think the Conservatives, like Labour under Corbyn, are going to have to do some pretty serious rebranding, and we don't know. And I think it's going to be an internal war, basically, between more right-wing Thatcherite / Johnsonite and more left-wing, not left-wing, but centrist One Nation Tories.
This is why Penny Mordaunt's perfect. She's not associated with the government.
Didn't she have to back Bob Johnson? Didn't she have to publicly come out?
She's had to back him at some point, but she's not associated in the public's mind with any of the scandals. Sure. Senior member of the cabinet.
Well, to be fair, most of the public can't name more than 4 members of the cabinet, simply because that's something that we care about, who stay up for 3 a.m. for by-elections, but most people have better things to do with their lives. I think that the tainting rarely falls down past the kind of the great officers of state, to be honest. But I think it is a good point, and the lack of an obvious successor does matter. I think it does sort of hinder the sort of Boris Johnson removalists, if you like, in their quest. But as we keep saying, things can move very quickly. I don't doubt that if they wanted to, they could remove him, get rid of him, and just kind of see what happens. And I guess Paul would say anyone would do better and could get top of the polls within a month. I think. I do think that the brand is very damaged, and it will be a long road back to a sustained polling lead. However, they do have the advantage of a Labour Party and a Labour leader the public are simply not inspired by and are kind of defaulting to, because they're just not the other terrible lot at the minute. So,
well, that's it. That's what Labour's lead is really built on.
Yeah, and it's built on Tory don't knows. It's built on 25% of the Conservative vote from 2019, either telling us they have no idea what they do or they wouldn't turn out at our next election. That's pretty much what the vote is built on. There's very little transfer directly between Labour and the Conservatives in the polls right now. A little bit more than there was in January and in December, but it's never gone north of 10%. And
so on this, just moving on from this, I don't know if you have any recent MRPs, but who should be favourite to win the most seats in the next election? Because the betting is currently 55%, 56% Tory. Sorry, 54% Tories, 46% Labour. So, in terms of just winning, outright winning? No, just winning most seats.
Yeah. The MRP evidence, the collective evidence, all the evidence we have right now would say that the Labour are underpriced there if an election is happening now. However, what the markets have to consider and what we have to consider if we're actually going to do a forecast, which we don't in the minute, we just do nowcasts, is bounce back, right? And that always happens in election campaigns. The opposition goes 20 points ahead in midterms. Oppositions never win by 20 points. Oppositions seldom win, right? Incumbents normally win. But when oppositions do win, they usually win from a point of being about 20 points ahead and then end up winning by about 5 to 6. So if you're using that maths and you're looking ahead and you're thinking, okay, where are Labour right now in the polls? Where are the Conservatives right now in the polls? If an election is in 2024 as opposed to now, what would the smart bet be? It probably still would be, historically speaking, Labour are not in a position right now to win the next general election, historically speaking. Now, that doesn't factor in the fact that Boris Johnson and his deep unpopularity, and if he stays as leader, probably not a lot's going to change. It's not going to be a massive narrowing in the lead, but you never know, right?
Cost of living too, you know.
And the MRPs that we have now would say Labour are Labour on for 300 odd seats, essentially. But that they're nowcasts, they're not forecasts.
I'm wondering if the betting swings in the next few days after these results. That might be one impact of this.
Yeah, could be. And it's always interesting to see polling swings after by-elections as well. You know, I distinctly remember a few times the Lib Dems going north, sort of 4 or 5 points after taking a big by-election win, and everyone's talking about how great the Lib Dems are. So it'll be interesting to see the vote intention next week in that regard.
Absolutely. The Lib Dems could be very interesting to watch, because you've also probably got Somerton and Froome by-election.
Yeah.
Right. That is a Lib Dems will on this evidence will absolutely walk that.
Yeah, that's pretty much. But I mean, the really interesting thing from the point of view of the Lib Dems, I mean, there's always been this thing with the getting poll boosts. I mean, they're famous when they got to 50% in the polls in 1981, I think it was. There was right after the Crosby by-election. And that was they always used to get huge boosts from that. But the thing is now with them not being the third place party in terms of seats, but that being the SNP, actually getting these sort of publicity boosts is actually a much bigger deal than it was in the past, because they don't have the same sort of automatic level of publicity that they did when they were sort of the official third party. And they kind of, and so it does kind of, going back to the whole expectation management thing, it does sort of make a lot of sense from their point of view. But yeah, they will certainly. It's kind of unfortunate for the Lib Dems that it's happening on the same day as another by-election where it's Labour. Otherwise, this could have been quite a big news day for them. We don't have much longer to go, guys. We've got updated estimates here on the declarations. Wakefield within the next 30 minutes. Tiverton and Honiton within the next 60 to 90. So we could be in bed by 4:15. So the BBC journalist who earlier suggested 4 a.m. for both of them was pretty well spot on that basis.
Pretty well, yeah, pretty well.
These declaration time estimates are not usually noted for their accuracy, but
no.
Yes, well, at least it wasn't any later.
No, exactly. But so we got the Wakefield one within 30 minutes. Have we done a straw poll on where Labour are going to end up? So
I don't know. Since we've started doing this, I've gone bigger. So I'm going to say they'll win 50 to 24.
50 to 24. Yeah. Okay. All right. Any advances on that?
I missed what we were guessing, so do I just guess random numbers and just
Wakefield result?
Wakefield result. Labour and Con.
Is this betting? Because I don't know how betting works.
Oh, because it's shares.
Don't really know.
So we got 50 and 24.
Okay, I think. What's the first one?
50, 24.
Oh, okay, fab. Okay, sorry. I said 50 and I was really confused.
No.
My crap Welsh internet. I think. God, I made it into a whole thing now. Okay, I think maybe 45, 20. I don't know. That's quite a lot for other parties, though.
Could happen.
Are we guessing the
Labour and Conservative?
Okay, I'm gonna guess. I don't know. Torrin, what are you guessing?
What am I guessing about what? Wow, that's a good answer. What is this? What's the question?
I don't understand.
Okay, I'll explain it. I'll guess the random.
The Labour and Tory vote shares in Wakefield.
Oh, I thought you just went overall. That's why I was trying to add the two different
Well, that is like seeing into a crystal ball.
I was so confused. The first one they said 15.
Could someone remind me what they were at before? So what the original vote shares of the constituencies were last election?
Wakefield was 47 to 40, I think, roughly. Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to actually make an informed guess this time now I understand what we're doing.
I roughly agree with Pushkin, to be fair. Well, his estimate last time of like sort of.
I think 30 to 60 is well within reach here. In terms of 30 Conservative, 60 Labour.
No, I think 55 or 30, I think, then like 15% of the party.
Are you writing this down? Sorry, I want to make sure I get that.
I think William should be writing this down now.
Wakey.
I'll put them down in the notes actually.
Yeah, put pen and paper. On Matt, what are you thinking?
Do we win anything if we win?
I like how
I'll arrange for a free bet for the person who gets closest.
Nice.
Oh yes.
Right, so Paul has gone with 24. Who else has had a guess in Jasneet? What did you go for in the end? Or sorry, let me repeat myself there again. I've got Paul's. So can you recap for me, Torrin, Jasneet, which one of you picked? I'm not muted, am I? Oh, thank God.
No.
Great, just speaking gibberish. You already made your guess for Labour and Tory vote shares in Wakefield.
Yeah, I guessed 55-30.
Torrin?
50-35, there you go. I'm just.
I like it. I really like it.
Just take off 5, move it around, you know?
Pushkin?
60-30.
Ooh.
Quite ambitious, Pushkin.
Oh, damn right I am.
Big sigh of.
Tells you what sort of centrist I am, you know.
Will be driving a bus through a brick wall.
Radical centrist.
To be fair, that would just cause many injuries, but like.
Is it a red bus? Because that's a bit controversial. You have like.
Actually, you know,
£1 million to the NHS on the side of it or something.
What you could do is, you know how Boris did that thing with the JCB digger, where he like smashed it through the block of polystyrene. I know this was like political communications, is basically find a wall of something and blast through it with another object, whether it's like a hammer or like some kind of vehicle. It's the metaphor of politics these days. It's just blasting through walls of stuff.
Blast through a wall of boringness, you know, like sort of destroy the boringness within him. I don't know, you know, sort of.
I'm going to go 56-25.
I like how specific that is.
Yeah,
that's a really on the. You know, you could if you just put the 0.1 or something in there, then that would have really sealed the.
Can I downgrade my Tory vote share to 25 as well? Actually.
Oh, here we go.
Sorry, not
this is one of those where you can like you know, well, actually, well, you know, you'll go in there. I'll reduce mine.
Trying to get as far away from Torrin as possible on this one, actually. You know.
We're going to end up with like the Tories on like 1% of the vote and Labour on 99.
Right, Matt, what is it? What's your call?
I would say so. I think since the polling, I think the Lib Dems and Greens will have been squeezed, but I think the others are still going to be. There's going to be a few votes. I'm going to go 55-28.
55-28. Right.
Right. Okie doke.
Can I upgrade my Tory vote share to 27? Actually.
Right.
Sorry, not to, I'm just having a big think about this. You know.
Absolutely no more revisions.
You guys can vote on whether that's allowed or not.
Just gonna buy time. Damn, fair enough.
Do we have any predictions in the chat, William?
We have one from. Oh, gosh, I've missed his name. Hold on one moment. Andy Cairns, who. Pulp Stars and Andy Cairns. Pulp Stars goes 54-27. Andy Cairns goes 58-23. I like 58-23 actually.
Wow.
Yeah, is that what you're going for?
Yeah, might as well.
Are you allowed to, when you award yourself a free bet?
No. The long and.
Pick your favourite panelist if you win.
That'd be Torrin. Torrin's the favourite, I think. Torrin's first in the bio in the YouTube, so I think Torrin's the favourite.
I think Neil comes in close second, you know.
You actually can't.
I don't think you're even in the bio.
No, I wasn't. I've been sort of like dejected from this. I don't know.
Unplanned entry
Stop
to
the count.
Eurovision, just sort of got up on the stage.
I'm the underdog, isn't it?
You actually can't award me a free bet because I don't live in the UK.
It's okay.
You wouldn't be
You're
able
going to make an
to.
alliance.
Sorry?
You're going to make an alliance. So if you win, I can just take your.
No, if I win, if I win, I think William should supply me with a giant inflatable cow. That sounds like fun.
Now that I can do.
Okay.
Can I have one of those too? Because I don't know how betting works.
No, you have to win.
Yeah, sure. Giant inflatable cow for everyone.
Okay.
I think that's the best explanation of betting.
I
I've ever
honestly,
heard.
I don't know how. No one's taught me how betting works. Is that bad that I don't know that?
To be honest, I don't know either. I just look for what ones at the top.
Right,
Yeah, like I know how
I
it's
actually
like.
didn't know.
I know how
Let
to
me
like.
explain. Let me explain. Okay. Most betting you see in the UK will either be fractionals or decimals. Fractionals are what we fixed odds bookmakers use. And the simple equation with fractionals is there's a number on the right, there's a dash, there's a number on the left. And if fractionals, hypothetically, if you bet the number on the right, you would win the number on the left in profit, and then that will be added for your total stake. So for example, if you have let's say you have £2 on Starmer to be the next Prime Minister. He's like 92 favourites at the moment, I think. And that eventually happens. When it does happen, you would get obviously your £9 back and your £2 back, and you get £11 in total, 9 to 2. So that's fractionals. Paul, you use decimals all the time. Have an explain of what decimals is, please.
3:15 in the morning. Right. So, in short, if you the odds are presented in terms of percentages. So, for example, the odds could be 2.5, right? If you want to know that represents a 40% chance of something happening, and to work that out, you simply divide that number 2.5 into 100, and that will give you the percentage probability. What it means in betting terms is if you place £1 on, you get £2.50 returns, so £1.50 profit.
Okay.
I now understand betting, which is.
I kind of understand. We'll get there.
Well, now, if either of us win, we actually have an idea of what on earth to do. Because otherwise, I would have just placed it on something.
Yeah, when I
random.
bet, like if I ever bet, I just put money on whatever and hope it brings back money. Like I don't really know what the numbers mean.
Or is it faith-based investing is what they call it when you just invest in China or somewhere where you don't really know where the money goes. You just
it was like
put it in and you hope that something comes out. And that's
what we do.
So let's imagine a world where Labour win Wakefield, but it's not by the kind of margins that we're talking about or the polling was suggesting. Let's say it's like back to like a 2017 or something, and they win it by like, I don't know, 5 to 10, or it's their vote share doesn't even grow. The Conservative one just drops off. Is that a good win? Is that a win for the Labour Party?
I think it'll bring Keir Starmer's leadership into question, especially when you do the expectations situation where the expectations were so high and they're even higher within the Star Bet chat. The issue is that the expectations were high. A win is a win, fine, but the expectations were that Keir Starmer would smash it out of the park. And quite frankly, if you can't smash it out of the park against a government this unpopular or this incompetent, then it really does bring the whole boring question back into light. Is he capable to be leader? Is he capable to maintain the polling lead in the face of bounce back during a general election campaign? And it might embolden Johnson and his supporters against Starmer and Labour. So I think it would definitely damage Keir Starmer. I think even if they do win by a massive margin, Keir Starmer will still be under a lot of pressure to change his act. But I think it'll bring him under question in terms of should he remain leader more so in that case.
The problem is that Labour never remove leaders. They just never do it. You know, Gordon Brown was in an atrocious position. They didn't remove him. Stood Corbyn, obviously. I do think, I mean, certainly if it's a narrow win, but really whatever the situation, if the Tories have lost both by-election, I think there's going to be a hell of a lot more scrutiny on Starmer now, a lot more focus, because there is the growing realisation that there's every chance going to be Prime Minister.
Yeah.
On that, William, have we got a question from Andy, who's just tweeted me? Sorry, you're muted.
I am so glad that Neil wasn't here for that. Let's have a look. Can we have some price on these Wakefield guesses? Gosh. Owen, if you can price it up, I'll be very impressed, and I'll give you a retweet. What's more for the pleasure. Any prices on? Let's have a look.
What about laying the 7 or 8?
Laying 7 or 8. I think personally, I would still stick with if I had that position, just because Starmer's numbers on their own, as discussed, they're not great. You know, it probably is going to hold them back from getting a majority of the full Labour Party. But that said, him going up against Johnson would give him a very winnable chance. And even if he doesn't go up against Johnson, he's got better favourable ratings than most people give him credit for. And he also was, what was he also? I've lost the trail of thought. That's it. Yes, sorry. He also has numbers that look okay against sort of other cabinet members, hypothetically, if they were to go and be prime minister in an election. This is going back a year or two, I think, but I genuinely think that he's probably still in the right place. So I would stick with rather than lay off, or at least wait a couple of months.
What was the position? Sorry, in question.
The position in question was Andy Cairns, who has Starmer to be next PM at 14, 16s and 20s. And what price do you make him now, in your mind, to be next PM?
I would say 4-1.
Oh, there you go. Righty. Gonna have a look through the comments.
To be honest, I'd probably lay that back if I had that position at 6-1 right now. Maybe a little bit less.
There you go, Andy.
So I was having to think about our forecasts and what we were implying in terms of the combined two-party share, and we were all up around about 70 to 80, and it got me thinking, what is an average share for by-elections for not the top two parties? And looking back at some recent ones, Batley and Spen, that was 70% for Labour and Conservatives, and then the remaining 30% going to other parties. So I think probably in the ballpark of a combined figure of 70 to 80 feels about right. I think there's a lot of parties standing in Wakefield as well.
Batley and Spen is a bit of an outlier though, because it's George Galloway.
It is, yeah, it is.
It's probably 75. I'm going to say 80. Yes, I would like to say 74, didn't I? I guess. I mean, it depends if the Lib Dem and Green vote has transferred. It will be higher then.
Good point.
Yeah, because Matt was talking about the squeeze, right, and how much the other parties get squeezed. So in Hartlepool, that was 51 Conservative, 52 Conservative, and 29 for Labour. So that's 70. Well, that's north of 80. That's not much share at all going to the smaller parties.
Indeed. Hopefully Wakefield will be coming up with the results rather soon, and then Tiverton and Honiton off the back of that. Word on the ground is that the number will look quite impressive. Dems. So yeah,
we might go north of 60. That would be wild, though. That would be
That'd make me the closest predictor. Just saying.
So do we have predictions for Tiverton and Honiton then?
Yeah, let's do Tiverton and Honiton. The predictions. Paul, start with you.
Oh, give me a second. I'm going to say 47-32.
Righto. Patrick.
Have you just gone for the exact same share as North Shropshire? You have, haven't you?
No, I haven't. No, it's not that. It's not. I'm going to change it. I'm changing it. Sorry. I'm going to go 49-32.
All right. Okay.
I still might be underestimating Lib Dems there.
I feel like that feels a little too high for me. I'm going to go 40, 44-33, I think. Lib Dem come.
Right.
It's that Labour vote, isn't it? Does the Labour vote collapse?
Yeah. How much does that stick? If it doesn't stick at all, then we're looking at a North Shropshire plus. If it sticks a little bit, then we're looking at something more around 10 rather than 15-20.
I'm going to say the Labour vote probably will stick to an extent at least. I think they will maintain like 10% of the vote, I'd say. So I'd say maybe Lib Dems on 40, 44. No, I'm going to say 42. The Conservatives on 35, I'm going to say. So yeah, Labour 10%, Lib Dems 42, Conservative 35.
Right. We got Paul, Patrick Pushkin, Torrin and Jasneet. Oh, sorry, and Matt as well.
If that, I don't know where that 8,000 rumor came from, but if that's anywhere near right, I worked that out to be not about 19 points. So, I mean, certainly looking at that would imply about 30% swing, which is like I'd expect to be bigger than Cheshire and Amersham and smaller than North Shropshire. I mean, to me that sounds believable. So I guess I'll go 49-30. I think that seems
okay. I'm going to be more conservative with that.
You've got a position
for
conflict of interest here.
41-36.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'll do that. 41-36. That'll be me. For Cheshire, no, sorry, not Cheshire and Amersham, Tiverton and Honiton. Excuse me, I am running on fumes, as you can evidently see. Even now being splatter. Right.
Imminent. Wakefield declaration imminent.
Paul might be muted. I'm hearing him speak and I'm not hearing the sound. Or is that just me?
That's just you. We've got it's you. We've got two more Tiverton and Honiton predictions to collect.
It is, yeah. Sorry, there was something wrong with the sound on my laptop. So I am completely off it. Right, Torrin and Jasneet. Sorry.
I'm going to go really big. So I'm probably going to say, I think 53 to... Oh God, it feels like a competition this. To 30... something. That let's say 53 to 33.
50 for 33. Yeah.
Maybe higher. 53 to 30. Go 35. Let's do a higher one.
Right. Change that. And Torrin.
I feel like I'm going to have to go out there because everyone else has sort of been actually quite sensible and gone around a lot. I'm going to just go really out there and go sort of...
Go 60, go on.
I was going to go 60-30. There you go.
No.
Whoa, out
you stole my Wakefield by-election prediction. I'm a trendsetter, fair enough.
Una reverse.
I like it. I really like it.
Are we doing Labour predictions? Because I predicted mine. We're not taking into account Labour because I think Labour's actually going to hold up at 14%. I think they're going to hold a lot of their vote.
Labour isn't real.
Have we got to that point in the night? That point in the morning?
So true.
Can I just ask a sort of
yeah, sure, we can do Labour vote.
unrelated question?
You're going to ask about all the questions.
No, I'm going to ask about the. Is it subliminal messaging behind you, William? That there's a Swedish flag.
Swedish flag.
Is that just to because obviously centre most of our stuff is sort of Nordic countries? Is that like a subliminal messaging to sort of ensure more support or?
You got me. I'm doing the old boy band trick from The Simpsons. Plant it there, plant the seeds deep enough, and eventually everybody will be eating out my hand on the stream.
Can I just say that I really like the company toys above you? They're really cute.
They are.
That is true.
I'm not gonna lie, Patrick. I really like your plants as well. I've been like admiring them.
That's a big compliment. That's a really big compliment.
Yeah, the jungle is real and it is massive. It's funny, like doing interviews and stuff. Like people like text me afterwards, be like, "Oh, I saw you on Skype. Nice plants." It's like no comment on the substance of the interview, just the background.
Just a beautiful plants.
Exactly.
It's okay. Mine died.
Oh, like that's sad. There's a lot of ones here that look like they could be on the edge, but they're still kicking for now. Where did we see it was imminent? Where did that rumour come from?
Sky News. That's what it's got on in front of us right now.
Shall be imminent for 50 minutes.
Yeah, they always do that. I might go to bed and just miss it. Plants.
Well, like stay up till like the last 4 seconds.
The last second and then go to
yeah, it's just be like, good night, everybody. I'm done.
I rate it. That's massive energy.
One little guide for what it's worth. Tories to get less than 25% in Wakefield has been matched at 3-1 on, so 75% likelihood.
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
So does sound pretty bad.
Yeah.
If this was CNN, that would be a key race alert, I think.
That would be a key race
alert.
Yeah, the wolf would be right on that.
Yeah.
So that's implying way odds on for them to get under 25%.
Yeah.
That would be a disaster. That would be absolutely.
Sorry, this is in Wakefield.
Yeah.
That'd be terrible.
Yeah, that would still be. When is the last time that the Conservatives were under 25% in Wakefield?
Oh, never.
Yeah, right.
Never. They've got a solid vote there. The thing is, I do think that this is where their problem's going to come, particularly in a moment. That there are other options in by-elections for their supporters to vote for. The Yorkshire Party, for example, right? That local independent, I think, was a Tory, wasn't he?
Yeah.
So, if they're not infused, if they're angry with the government, if there's no pressure for them whatsoever to stay with them in a by-election, and this is what happens to unpopular governments, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, it is. I guess the magnitude is relevant, and the regularity in which it is occurring is relevant. But the question is relevant to whom, right? The only people that really matter in this equation at the moment as to who runs the government are Conservative MPs. So unless it matters to Conservative MPs, then really matter in the grand scheme of British politics, right? Again, it just has been the same. It confirms what we already know. It confirms where the government are with the public right now. It confirms where they are with the voters. But in terms of the more medium to longer term consequences, such as does Boris Johnson survive? Is this politically momentous, massive event? Well, that's just purely down to Conservative MPs and how they consume the results, right?
Yeah. I do think, I mean, it's really not asking much to get 32 more MPs. Of the 211 that supported him, I doubt more than 40 or 50 are real, true, loyal supporters.
I think to go back to the payroll issue, I think a lot of them are still on payroll. A lot of them still see opportunity in the government in terms of their careers. A lot of them wouldn't be on payroll if it wasn't for Johnson, like Nadine Dorries.
Sure.
No chance should be a cabinet minister in any other government. Yeah.
Well, that's the 40 or 50. I mean, there are 40 or 50 of them. And you know they are because they're the ones wheeled out all the time to defend the indefensible. Michael Faber, I know he's not on the payroll, but another just rock solid.
Yeah.
But I do think as well, like, sorry, hello. I do, I do think as well that I know that Boris is getting whatever, like 25%, say, would be really bad. But then I don't actually think in the grand scheme of things it would be awful. Like, I think this by-election would happen, and then I think in like 2 or 3 weeks' time, we'd be back to where we were.
I also think that the push on this one will be that there were sleaze behind both of them that were separate from Boris. And I think even with the Owen Paterson stuff as well, right? If you want the alternative way of trying to put that these elections weren't that bad, it is actually, this isn't about Boris's brand. You know, yeah, Boris's brand needs to be improved, and you know, we've got a long while till the election, but also it's you've got voters in a constituency who are annoyed at the local Conservatives there, are annoyed at what their MP has done. I
think they're just annoyed at politics in general, though, as well. Like,
and then they have a choice, right? Do you vote for the Lib Dems, or you know, and try and get something? Bless you. Try and get something slightly different, or do you continue with the Tories? And also, the other thing with by-elections, I think that is often forgotten, is you get that MP for a shorter period of time. So at a normal election, you're probably electing them until whenever the next election is. Whereas with a by-election, it's almost a sort of try before you buy style of you'll get that MP until the next election, however soon that may be.
And I think
but it's not going to be like
by-elections. People can be a little bit more like, you know, in general, but people tend to vote for a national party, especially if they're in a swing seat like Wakefield, or even in Tiverton or whatever. But it's more that people will vote for a bigger party. But in a by-election, we see people voting for smaller parties. They're kind of more parties being standing in the first place, right? So I think it is. I don't think it's a be-all and end-all, especially. I think the lines that are being pushed at the moment, especially so. So you have the Lib Dems obviously going, oh, it's a massive victory, whatever, it's another by-election, or we're a by-election winning machine. Fair enough, but we saw last time, you know, they almost won, what was it, David Cameron's old team, Whitney, and then they won Richmond Park, both of which, again, were these massive swings that we're seeing now. But then in general, they didn't have the capacity to carry that out. Labour, the lines being pushed this morning of, oh yeah, you know, if we win the by-election tonight, it's our first by-election win since 2012. That's such a big thing. Whether actually in the grand scheme of things it isn't, because if you look at the government and the things that they've been doing and the policies they've been pushing, and also the amount of sleaze and the circumstances of most of the by-elections, really the Labour Party should be doing much better, right? So, I mean, I think both parties are going, well, the Lib Dems and Labour are going, oh yeah, like it's a massive win for us, and the Tories are going, oh, it's not that bad, you know. So I think that actually the grand scheme of things, I think politics is just where it is, and it's just going to return again after, you know, an upset. So
I mean, I think in terms of the Lib Dems tonight, I mean, the embarrassing story I always have was when a journalist asked me all these questions about Brexit and, you know, where I stood on it, and sort of, and I mentioned just at one point that I had been down to Cornwall a lot as a kid. And I ended up being born in Cornwall in the article, and I was like, "This is not quite what I was meaning here, right?" But I was my point in the interview was I was like, the Lib Dems hadn't realised the strength of feeling on the sort of Leave Remain. I mean, we're now sort of 6 years past it, they hadn't realised then that sort of strength of the Leave vote in the southwest, and I think their issue now is that they're very detached from that kind of liberal in the southwest that they used to have on board, and I think will struggle to ever really get them back. I mean, the second referendum stuff, I think it was Andrew George who said it basically went down like sick on the doorsteps, that whole stuff. And so I do think that there's, this is where I go back to what I was saying earlier with Neil, which is I almost feel like as a by-election, the Lib Dems may win tonight, but it will be a loss for the Tories. But because of the seat that it's in, it's going to be tricky for them to effectively have to rebuild that sort of southwest liberal message within one election with, someone mentioned earlier, you got sort of scandals that happened, like even in Devon with the Lib Dems, and you've got all of it, like from sort of Paddy Pats down to, Jeremy Thorpe and all of that stuff, which seems like long lost memory, apart from when you're in the literal area where stuff has happened. And then put on top of that, you've got the EU referendum stuff, where a lot of voters going, I'm voting Tory instead. And a lot of them just feeling that the Lib Dems during coalition, if they were more left-leaning and decided to vote for the Lib Dems as a protest vote, they weren't going to do it anymore. So they've got a big hill to climb. And again, this is why by-elections are quite difficult, because we go, well, look at the massive vote share that they've got. Haven't they done fantastically? But I think internally, the conversation would probably be, well, yes, we've got the by-election result, but how actually do we appeal to that voter? Which I don't think they've actually made as much headway on as I think they are thinking they have.
I also think that the nature of by-elections has definitely changed recently. Like if you look at, say, like the last series of by-elections, I say it's probably like, I guess Boris came to power, like it's been a much more like populist form of politics, I think, and a lot more of like voter apathy, and people just vote based on one thing rather than like lots of things, right? We're seeing lots of voting patterns being broken. And I think by-elections are an indication of that, where we've had these massive swings in by-elections, and I know by-elections can have massive swings, but I think to a whole kind of different level where we're not seeing those replicated at a general at all. So I think it's quite...
We did also see them at the local elections.
Yeah.
487 losses when the expert projections were like half of that, 270. Right. I mean, I agree, I don't disagree with what you're saying, but I would say that it all just compounds to being demonstrating what a bad result this is. Because if the Lib Dems haven't truly cut through and become a big force in the southwest again, how can they win a seat like Tiverton and Honiton on a 30% swing? Right? And it's an anti-Tory vote.
By-election.
If you're doing it in a by-election, and I would say the biggest thing is, it is people hate the Tory. I mean, people that I spoke to from like North Shropshire, they went, yeah, I voted Lib Dem. And I go, okay, so why did you decide to? And they just went, every Lib Dem canvasser that went anywhere near me just said, do you want the Tories out? And the answer would be, yeah, I'm unhappy with them. Okay, vote for us. You may not like us, you may not think we're the best party, anything like that, but hold your nose and vote for us instead, because the alternative is the Tories.
And I think that's the thing, and I think that's not the way to do politics either. So I think actually more white. This is very deep. This is getting very. It's 4 a.m, so we can get deep. But I think, that it's quite sad that we've come to this, like just voting for parties because they're the least worst.
That is sad, and it's definitely, the tone has definitely gone downhill in recent years. No question about it. I could talk about that forever. But in terms of this Labour had this, I think, when at the end of their term, when you become unpopular, people will just jump on the alternative when they get an opportunity. Labour did terribly in all the mid-term elections towards the end of their time. Yeah. Another thing that this sort of vaguely reminds me of, without very obvious massive differences, is the UKIP by-elections. The two ones they won. Where again, I mean, they got like 50% or something in Clacton.
So I did that for Rochester and Shrewd because I lived there and I witnessed it all firsthand.
Oh, the second, right. That was the second one, Rochester and Shrewd, Mark Reckless. Yeah, that one.
I saw David Cameron eating some fish and chips.
I love that one thing that you'd remember from the campaign.
And again, though, they massively overperformed UKIP on those two by-elections. They never get close to that in the general election.
Well, they held Clacton fairly easily, but lost.
No, they did actually. It's the same. It's Douglas Castle, isn't it?
Yeah.
And also Clacton is like the most favourable seat for them.
Oh yeah, that is the most UKIP you could ever imagine. Yeah.
But there was other by-elections. So they nearly won, like Hayward and Middleton and East.
Mm-hmm.
And
Newark, they were quite close in as well, weren't they?
Which was one? Which one?
Newark.
Newark, yeah.
I mean, the thing with Newark, it was right after the Euros in 2014, so it was kind of that would have. I mean, in general, the Farage's parties, apart from when they had a defecting incumbent, they didn't do that well at by-election. Hayward and Middleton was a good one. Eastleigh they were against the Tories and the Lib Dems, who were both in government at the time. So that was kind of in general, they didn't really do that well. But I think the notable thing about UKIP doing so well at that point was how Labour, as main opposition party, you would have expected them to be doing well at that point. But really, once UKIP started getting on the rise, Labour were not doing so well in by-elections. I think that, certainly at the time, to me, that seemed like a big flashing light for 2015 that the Labour weren't really doing better at that point. But like I said earlier, I think this sort of long period from then up until sort of really the start of the sleaze with Owen Paterson and that the sort of the wearing off of the vaccine bouts, that sort of long period of Labour doing pretty badly in by-elections, that seems to be very much coming to an end.
I think I remember the longest or second longest stretch without winning
for an opposition party, since 2012 till now, 10 years. Well, that's
a long time.
Yeah,
it kind of shows you the depths to which the Labour Party went and just failed to recover, apart from the wildness of 2017. Like, it's quite remarkable, really. They've gone on this run and they're going to break it today with what sounds like quite a good win on a fairly average by-election turnout. So, if that becomes a narrative that Labour have won this seat, won it well, looked like they've convinced some people who vote Conservative to come back to Labour, that could be a very powerful point for them and Keir Starmer to point towards to say, look here, like we've done this corner.
Yeah,
we've done this corner now. We're starting to win again. This is the point at which we kind of pivot towards the electorate and say, you see what we've done here? Let's go do this in 60 other seats in the next election and put me in government.
Yeah, I mean, certainly they would take it that way. I mean, the risk from Labour's point of view is that, as we discussed, the Starmer's ratings are still not great. Labour's brand is not yet fully recovered.
No.
And so if the Tories recover, particularly if they change leader, and obviously that's not going to be solve everything, but you can certainly see how there's a potential for a different leader to do a hell of a lot better. Maybe a very strong result. I mean, it depends how strong. If it's really, really strong, then I think perhaps we need to reassess things. But if it's just, Labour do very well and think, oh yes, great, it's all sorted now, well, maybe it isn't, then, maybe that's a risk for them. But other things being equal, you'd rather have a good result than an average result.
Yeah. I'm going to combine a segue question with a shout out to Will Halliday, who is a former student of mine on the stream, still going strong into the night. Very proud of you, Will. And this segues nicely where he was asking about sort of the upcoming winter, the cost of living crisis that we're in now, only going to get worse in the winter. What kind of political world do we envisage for Boris Johnson if he loses both by-elections tonight? Things get worse in the polls, worse with his ratings, worse with the Conservative ratings into the autumn. if not, then is there any moment in which Boris Johnson is removed by the party, or do you just think he's safe there until they either find an alternative or there's a general election?
Of them, that's another reason why he can't survive. I mean, it's already upon us, cost of living crisis, and he's, someone else should answer this because I'm just going to say yes. He's going to go in 2022.
Fair enough.
Expertly marshalled there, Patrick. Very, very adeptly handled, I must say. Yes, I'm back for one last blast at trying to make it through both sets of results.
Well, we can do it. We've got this far.
The results have been imminent for the last 15 minutes, so a lot of hope there.
I think to go back to the point, Paul, I agree that 32 letters and 32 votes isn't that hard to find, but I don't know if there will be the appetite to try. That's kind of my position right now. I think they would need some coordination to change the rules. They need some coordination to get the letters in again. And I don't see that happening this year.
I think that's happening behind the scenes as we speak.
Yeah,
I think Lord Ashcroft issued a very ominous warning last week on Twitter, telling people to join because you need to join 3 months before the leadership contest.
Okay, so
he's a very powerful man.
So another actor comes in and organises them. Is that what you think it could happen?
I just think there is, the Tories have had to respond to a rapidly escalating crisis over 6 months. It takes time to coordinate a strategy. I would say that really the local elections were a key turning point. There was the preparation for Sue Gray and all of that.
Yeah.
And the no confidence vote was cobbled together quite quickly. I don't know if they expected to get as many as they got. They probably got more.
Yeah.
And I suspect that once that confidence vote happened, and once 148 people voted against him, the wheels have been in motion behind the scenes. They were never going to do it before this election. I'm not even saying they'll do it before the summer, but I think over the next few weeks, it will all just completely unravel.
Bold prediction.
Being called to the stage, candidates.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Well done to everyone and to the 40-odd people still on the stream.
You guys are amazing, absolutely amazing.
So have you got the predictions to the ready?
It looks good. Here we go.
I know my prediction is going to be correct. It's got to be correct. There's just no other way. 60% Labour easy. Come on.
Here we go.
Very, very hard. I think they've got to be a bit smoother. So here we have
Tom Larkin of Sky saying Tory source Lib Dems mid-50s, Tories in the mid-30s. So that would be about, so that 8,000 figure would actually be about right on that.
Tiverton. Yeah.
Tiverton, yeah.
That's amazing. I think we could need to wake up again in the morning and really sort of to take that figure in.
Is that your subtle way of saying I've had enough, I want to go to bed?
I mean, no, because everybody can just see that from like the last 3 hours. But but in all seriousness, that's a staggering turnaround. I couldn't have got a hope couldn't have got one person, not one person,
okay,
directly anything apart from even Paul. I don't even think Paul would have had the margin that big to say, yeah, Lib Dems by 8,000 or so.
I think it was what were Tiverton? Yeah, no, yeah.
I mean, they were very short. Don't get me wrong,
yeah.
but even then, not have them.
That'd be crazy.
Well, the outrights were about 3-1 on, 4-1 on, something like that.
Yeah,
Did it get even shorter?
Went to 4-11 with us.
Okay.
Lenny Correa of Politico said that Labour have got a bigger swing in Wakefield and they need to win a general election.
Being the acting
Coming
returning
through now,
officer
apparently.
at the election of a Member of Parliament for the Wakefield constituency, held on Thursday the 23rd of June 2022, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate in the election is independent.
People's votes and be paying them at some point. So,
all right.
144.
We'll be worried about what they're
You've made our predictions public, Will. Thank you for that. That's great.
I really had them in for winning as well.
Any idea what percentage 8,000 will be?
No, because it would depend on where they are.
171.
Depends on your baseline.
8,000 in Wakefield is about 29%.
Thursday, the 23rd of June, 2022.
Okay, here they are.
Notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate in the election is as follows. Gordon James,
Labour gain Wakefield from Conservative. Yeah.
David Hurdson, good man, politicalbetting.com. Right up.
Yes. Lovely guy.
Yeah.
Party, 1,182.
Good man.
Gordon James, UK
Labour until the end.
Party, UKIP, 120.
They're making us sweat. They're making us sweat.
Theresa Hurst, David
Then here we come.
Roundtree,
Tory got about 30%, I think.
It's better than we think. Better than we thought.
Nationalised energy companies, 84. 187. Blackwood, Simon Roberts, Labour Party, 13,164.
So that's 5,000 majority.
5,000. Yeah.
Nothing special, is it?
That's okay. That's not bad.
18 points I made there.
Yeah.
So that's so the polls are pretty well spot on then.
Yeah.
On that
Yeah.
basis.
Independent, 20.
Yeah, that's a talking point.
It's about 40, about 48, 30.
Liberal Democrats, 508.
Yeah, 48-30.
48-30. All right.
Who wins
Was
that?
it what was the result?
48 that we think roughly.
Yeah.
48-13.
Needle, Jamie Luke.
I've put the bits up on Twitter.
Reform UK, 513. The number of ballot papers rejected is
All the Lib Dems out there.
Simon,
Nice.
Ashley, Britain. 14 voting for more candidates than the voters entitled to.
Okay.
Writing on that by which the voters.
Give us the shares.
46 being unmarked or wholly void for uncertainty. A total of 62.
The Greens beat the Reform Party. That's pretty nice.
Oh, there they are.
So basically, it's a not particularly newsworthy result.
Yeah, that sounds fair to me.
Where are we in terms of previous election results? Where does that put us? That puts us, well, nowhere really.
It's not quite 1997 for the Tories, but it's not. It's between that and 2001.
Yeah. Now, if you're the Conservatives and you're being told you're back to 97, 2001 levels of support in Wakefield, that's not an ideal situation to be in, is it?
No. I mean, at the minimum, you are losing like a lot of seats. Basically, so somebody said the polls are pretty much bang on. It's also, I think, pretty much bang on in line with the Red Wall polling. Certainly, the stuff I've been seeing from like JL Partners and you guys every week, it suggests that they're basically going to cede back all that territory or much of that territory to Labour if you repeated this at a general election. Again, I need the bunny ears caveat.
48-30. I've just seen the result. 48-30 is right.
48-30. Sorry, bunny ears caveat, because I am talking about a by-election result being repeated as a national election. I, of course, am not asking you to take that as gospel. So if you repeated it at a general election, then you'd cede back like most of the red walls, I understand.
Yeah, that is Labour Labour are back up to where they were pretty much exactly in 2017, a bit higher. The Conservatives, back down to where they were in 1997. So that puts Labour up just about 7%, 8%, 7%, and the Conservatives
8% for Labour. I think.
Yeah, and Conservatives down 17. So that Conservative vote down up towards 20% is the consistent story of all the modelling that we've been doing at YouGov everywhere we've looked, essentially, is that kind of figure, Conservatives down 20%. So that
imminent in Tiverton, result imminent in Tiverton.
Imminent in Tiverton.
So says Theo Usherwood.
In other words, 45 minutes based on what just happened there.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
yeah, I think
it said
say
that to
like,
me.
It said a little while ago. It was like Wakefield 30 minutes, Tiverton 60 to 90 minutes, so it's like half an hour behind.
Was that a pretty, in terms of Labour, they didn't really live up to the expectation that they have beyond 50%. Would you say that's a bad look for them, or do you think it's fine?
I think it's somewhere in between the two. Do you know what? Actually, I think it's Starmer, right? I think it's a Starmer result. And when I say that, what I mean is basically, it's not
as good as it could be. Yeah,
it's not the greatest thing that you've ever seen. You know, it's not Night of the Ritz or whatever. But it also just really is not as bad as some people might go out and say it is. You know, it's very Ned Flanders, right? like it's a very Ned Flanders sort of result. You know, it's like it's good. It's not great, but it's good. It'll do.
You want the bet thing?
I genuinely, my brain is not allowing me to process.
It wasn't.
I don't know if it was me or Torrin. I think
it was Torrin.
I think it's Torrin.
Torrin won. Yay!
One thing I will say though, actually, is the independent candidate, which Ash was talking about earlier. I think, given sounds like sort of centre left to left wing, will have also eaten away at Labour's votes.
So he's meant to be more Tory, isn't he?
Isn't he a former Tory or existing Tory councillor or former Tory councillor?
See, I don't know whether this is one that Ashley asked to join the Greens, but I don't know whether it's the same independent councillor.
It could be.
Even. So I don't know what.
Here we go.
Teverton and Honiton.
Oh goodness, we're all.
Oh wow, fast, speedy.
They've heard our prayers.
And it is exactly 4 a.m. How nice.
That's fabulous. Yeah, so I think summary, the jail partners poll, very good.
Bullseye.
Yeah.
Very good. Well, it's a Lib Dem gain.
Sky, you just lost the Teverton Honniton picture. It's quite funny.
Oh no, Sam. And then Salvation won.
The Labour vote did collapse.
Yeah.
1,562.
Oh wow, that's low.
Oof.
Why have Sky's graphics gone AWOL?
Having been in that control room, having been part of those operations, my heart is pouring out to the gut.
What was the Lib Dem Tories got 16,000. Tiverton. What did Lib Dems get? 23,000. Was it?
I can't see. The graphics went AWOL. That's what I was looking for.
Jesus, tap dancing.
About 23, 16.
That's a swing and a half.
That is a swing and a half. Wow.
1,500. That's a lost deposit for Labour, I think, isn't it?
Yeah. That's a lost deposit. So Theo Russell was right about that. He said that, called that very early in the night. Now, that's very interesting because that.
What percentages there?
That
sounded like about a 7,000 majority. If I heard that, I couldn't hear completely, but that sounded what it.
If any of our viewers heard it, pop it in the chat.
Why have Bristol elections tweeted 241? What does that mean?
52.9% Lib Dem, 38.5% Tory. So that is about just under 30% swing, I think.
Yeah,
that's large.
Oh, you know?
That is large.
I mean, yeah, basically, a similar version of saying wow. I mean, two things. First things first. I'm going to make this sort of public in the declaration. I tweeted this earlier. A public apology to Sebastian Payne because yesterday I dug him out a little. This again, there's no.
I agreed with you. I liked it and probably retweeted.
But I have said I put 54 quid and 70 pence on the Tories to win this. Sebastian Payne, if you or any of your friends are watching, that will go to a good cause of your choice. if he finds it, I do intend to do that, and I'll do that when he gets a good cause. But just initial reaction, it is wow, really, and this is the thing. I'm going to use a horse race analogy here. I know I'm breaking all of the conventions of political analysis here, so cover your ears, Patrick and Matt. But I'm going to use a horse race analogy here, which is basically that we've seen a sort of Bide style performance, and I think it's more of a Bide style performance of the Lockridge or say the QE2 really, rather than what he did at Royal Ascot. And when I say that, basically I mean that the Lib Dems by the market were expected to win. I don't think if you'd had, say, a vote handicap or a majority handicap, you'd have had them winning by that much. I think even allowing for the pre-event expectations, that's a thumping. It's I don't know if this is recency bias, but might it be more impressive than North Shropshire? It just, I'm sounding very obvious, right? But it feels really, really big. It feels like a statement win, and that's going some, given that the Lib Dems' last 3 by-election victories read all 3 majorities overturned being over 15,000. I mean, again, it's the double whammy we talked about on the polling station yesterday, because this is the worst of all worlds for Boris Johnson, because when it comes down to it, what got him there is pure electoral self-interest on the part of the Tory party. What's probably been keeping him there has been, aside from maybe a lack of an obvious heir or whatever, electoral self-interest. There is not a Tory MP in the land who is really safe if this guy leads them into the next general election. If you can lose Tiverton and Honiton and you can lose Wakefield, you're vulnerable. You're basically vulnerable. Technically, it's not going to be replicated at a general election, but they literally have just lost their 48th safest seat and their 200 and I think it's 94th safest seat in terms of the ranking of the marginalities or whatever, if that makes sense. And one thing that's going to be really difficult for them to do, and this is possibly the hardest bit for them, is how do you get a party, or how do you get a manifesto, or how do you get a strategy that defends the lives of people in Tiverton and Honiton and the Red Wall? That's very difficult to do, especially also if you're a government that doesn't do much governing in the first place. It doesn't have anything really to show for however many years you want to put it. You can't, I mean, they can try, and they definitely will try to reset it, but it doesn't look like it's working. Pushkin.
Sorry, I'd love to answer the question, but I'm about to pass out, so if I can excuse myself from there. I'm so sorry. It's a really interesting question, but I'm gonna have to call it a night on this one.
Pushkin, you've been great. You've been absolutely brilliant.
Thank you very much.
Tell the people your Twitter handle so they can follow you.
You know what? I've got energy again. With pleasure. Allow me just quickly make sure I get it right this time. So it's at Pushkin Defier, no space, PUSHKINDFYER. It's just more retweeting stats than anything else. I'm a bit of a lapdog, but it's fine. We live with that. It's been a real pleasure, though, honestly, all of you, including Neil and those I've left. A real pleasure to be part of the live stream. I hope there's future events like this. I hope I'm as welcome. It's been a real pleasure. Fantastic.
Pushkin, you just ask, we'll drop you an invite every time now.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's a bit of an expectation now, just saying. But no, honestly, thank you so much, everyone, for this. It's been a real fun pleasure. I've enjoyed taking a break from my life to do this. Really good. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks for coming on.
Thanks, man. Yeah. I guess sort of looking more at the figures and looking more at that swing, that 38%, 38-point increase in the Lib Dem vote in Tiverton and Honiton. That's absolutely wild. Now that's going to be a product of a little bit of turnout, but it's also going to be a product of a lot of switching. And I think a lot of the post-mortem on these results will rightly focus on the government and sort of Conservatives and what they've done wrong, but I think as interesting question is how do the Liberal Democrats get almost 40-point increase in their vote share? You know, it's very relevant. It'd be very interesting to see if there's one in Somerton and any other by-elections. Is that now the benchmark that they're hitting? Is this Cheshire, Monmouthshire, North Shropshire, Tiverton and Honiton? Is this what we should now just expect from the Liberal Democrats? They're just going to and win a by-election on a massive swing. Is that the new normal in British by-election politics now?
But it's what they used to do.
Yeah.
Prior to the coalition, that was the Lib Dems, and especially if you've got an unpopular government, then why not? You know. And
how much of a function is this of the unpopular government versus the Lib Dem by-election machine is back?
I'm very confident it's 80% anti-Tory vote.
It's definitely been about. I mean, the thing is, Cheshire and Amersham at that point, the Tories were still doing pretty well. They just picked up Hartlepool and the National poll, and they're doing well. And the Lib Dems still got a chunky swing there. So I think the Lib Dems do get a lot of credit for their by-election machine. But what's changed in the year since then is that the Tories have now become really, really unpopular. And I think to William's point, like there isn't any such thing as a safe seat when you've got a government that's unpopular and voters are minded to punish them. The key takeaway is that voters are now minded to punish the Tories, and on a pretty big scale. I actually looked at we were talking earlier about tactical voting. So Labour lost its deposit in Tiverton, Lib Dems lost their deposit in Wakefield, and each stormed to victory in the other. This is industrial scale tactical voting, and that is a big deal.
Absolutely, yeah, it is a big deal. And if that is replicated in any way at general elections, there's a lot of marginal seats where you've got a significant Lib Dem or Labour vote to squeeze on the other side, which suddenly could come very quickly into play.
Yeah,
totally. And the thing is also, this is not really a data-driven take, so I'm prepared for it to be shot down. But I think people are going to be more aware and much more tactile with it in terms of their resources and their time at the next general election than they were in 2019. I think a lot of lessons will have been learned by people in terms of sort of resource allocation and ground games or whatever. Let me put it this way. I think you're going to get, I know that Kensington wasn't the right example to use because Neil corrected me on that, but I think you're going to get far less Kensingtons at the next general election, if that makes sense, because that allocation will be sharper, and you're seeing it here. And that's also not to mention the fact that just conventionally from the last election, you're going to have a big swing anyway.
Just to say, I think Jazz is going to head off.
I'm going to go to bed.
Jasneet, thank you. Every time I say it's an honour, it probably sounds a bit cheesy and phoned in, but really, it's an honour. It's great having you here, and I thank you very much for giving so much of your time. So cheers for that, and hope that you enjoyed being with us.
I did, thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Cheers.
I'm going to slide out now.
I'm going to say I just slide into the middle. There we go.
What's your reactions, Torrin? What are you feeling?
That wasn't my reactions. You have to unlock the door. Jazz was just like trying to open a locked door, and I was like, "This is not going to." I was like, "Wow, we've got to that stage of the night already." Where reactions, yeah. I mean, I honestly think the Lib Dems were.
Oh, you've got my phone charger. Thank you.
What a way to sort out a response. There you go. So yeah, I mean, the Lib Dems were always hampered by the fact that they'd been in coalition. It's a big thing that held them back. I think being in coalition, Ed Davey, being in government, the Lib Dems seeming as a more sort of middle of the road option compared to Labour has meant that when they go and say, vote for us, hold your nose, and at the end of the day, you can get in, a Lib Dem rather than a Tory, I think that is way more acceptable to people than, if you vote for your local Labour candidate who you completely disagree with, then I just don't think that will go down, has gone down as well at the doorstep. So in that sense, I do think that, the takeaway from this is, I think it is very much an anti-conservative, who can conservative voters go out and actually vote for kind of election, or I say election by election set. And the answer is they can vote for the Lib Dems, even if it means holding their nose. And a lot of Labour voters as well will drift over that way, but will Labour voters not, will Tory voters even drift over to the Labour Party? Not really. And I think that's, as it's not a sort of, I think as flashy explanation of sort of, the political ground sort of completely shifting. But I think that, will it be something that they can replicate? They do have this thing, right? If they continue going and continue getting more and more seats like this, they will have that problem if they face, then an election of, well, it was difficult enough for, Sarah Onley to keep Richmond Park, after winning a by-election, right? Huge amount of campaigning goes into that. And in London with good transport links. Then try and take on 5, 10, whatever number of, by-election seats, all at the same time at a general election that you haven't gone for. And, I think if there's any preclude to that, it was when the Lib Dems tried to keep on, people like Chuka, when they left for, the independent group and then for the Lib Dems, weren't quite able to do it, even with sort of, in that sense, big defections. And I think that's the real, long-term thing from this, which is it changes things in the short term in terms of the Tory government and stuff, but in the long term, I think there's so much work still for Labour and the Lib Dems to actually do to turn this from an anti-Tory message to, okay, here's why you should vote for us and keep those MPs in those seats, when the argument they're going to be making at the next election is who should be the next prime minister, who should form the next government, and so on.
I just think it's a really, really superb point and really well said. I think that's the big task, especially for Labour, who will have to go and make more of a case and get sort of more on the front foot doing that, because their overall lane realistically is bigger. It's can't make our leader prime minister. But that said, I think what tonight does bring home is that there is the opportunity and platform to do it. And for all that Starmer, I don't think has clicked into gear as a politician in the sense of a campaigner yet. And for all that Labour haven't really got their wheels spinning in terms of a vision yet, they've got the platform and the opportunity to do so. And that's not to be taken for granted in British politics. You guys all got more experience than me in this area, but it feels quite rare that a Labour leader, I'm 27, so that's probably got a big colouring of it, but it feels quite rare that a Labour leader gets the chance to make the case to the electorate properly, without something or other traditionally going wrong.
The last one was Tony Blair. You're right. That he has got a massive. I'm not sure that he's up to it. I'm not sure at all that Starmer is up to capitalising on the opportunity he has. But let this go on for a few more months, and then lay out a few popular policies.
Yeah, I really think that a sort of a control and simplicity is going to be the thing here. It's interesting because I would like Labour to be I'd like Labour to be more like open Labour, if that makes sense, constantly thinking about ways to make Britain better. But in terms of a campaigning strategy, I definitely think this is a situation where they find 5 to 6 areas where they have an alternative, a popular alternative to something the government is doing wrong, and then go in a sense to hammer it. Also, one thing, the most important reshuffle we may never have really acknowledged until now, definitely the last shadow cabinet reshuffle. Those front benches have a massive job. Now, I know they don't get particularly name recognition, but in terms of setting a tone and an agenda and being sort of good campaigners who can just sort of keep the general vibe going and just do their best to make people aware of the stuff Labour has to offer, it feels like they've got a huge part to play. And we shouldn't underestimate the importance of a campaigning cabinet. I mean, cabinet now is filled chock full of campaigners. Look at Doris. Look at Doris Patel. I could read a few.
Javid.
Yeah, Javid. Just all people who did campaigns and have kept on doing that in government. Matt, I feel like you had something to say when I referenced the shadow cabinet. I'm interested to hear it.
No, I didn't.
Oh.
No, nothing particular to add on that. Sorry?
I'll say so. You're absolutely spot on what you just said about the need for the stronger shadow cabinet. That's when we were comparing Starmer with Blair in the 1997 situation. That's a big difference. Blair had a cabinet of people who were all Labour big beasts who had been around forever: Brown, Robin Cook, Prescott, Beckett. There was no question what they stood for. Nobody, even though Blair himself was very, loose, very big tent and don't be defined as anything, they didn't have the problem Labour have now, which is that people look at Labour now and say we don't know what they stand for, right? That shadow cabinet, all of them collectively, it was crystal clear in the 1990s that this was a party that was relatively on the side of the worker, on the side of the little guy, of the public services, etc.
Indeed, well said there, Paul. I'm just going to go through some of the comments because it's been like literally hours. And I just want to say, first of all, there are 34 people watching us at 4:30 in the morning. And this is after you've seen the numbers come in. So you could have gone to sleep easily if you wanted to. So thank you all so much. Seriously, it's really quite humbling. And it makes it all worth it. And also, I apologise for having fallen asleep for what feels like a combined 90 minutes out of the last 2.5 hours. But it's nothing like a good old by-election result to really G you up. So let's go through some of the comments. Actually, a question, which I think we've been discussing, but just worth going to directly. Max Steiger, what do we think the general election outcome will be? And I think also he asked, do we all generally think Keir Starmer will win the next 2024 general election? I'll ask this and then go to the panel because I think we've touched it before. My feeling is that Keir Starmer can win the next general election. I think he most likely will do it. I don't think he'll do it with a majority. Something will need to be agreed. I think if you had it tomorrow, he probably wins it 2015 style. And I think that Labour would be pragmatic enough for some sort of agreement colloquially to go through. I also think that the feeling of anti-Tory, the strength of anti-Tory feeling, I should say, would probably guarantee that something would work out. I just cannot imagine Boris Johnson being removed from office via an election and any of the other parties wanting to risk the chance of him possibly being allowed back for the back door. So that's my feeling on that. What do I think the next general election outcome will be? This is dependent on quite a few things, but I think that Labour, largest party, some sort of agreement would be where I'd stand on it. I do think other things can change, and I think things will change. You will see a Tory response of some kind to what's happened tonight. Whether it works remains to be seen because they've got really difficult structural issues to deal with. The pay offers dispute is a great sort of example of the stuff that the government has to deal with, in the fact that the Tory party will get the blame for that. Whether it's fair or not, they'll get the blame for that because it's their problem to solve. Then I think also you'll see the Lib Dems doing what they've been doing, but again, a national campaign is very different to a by-election one. They've got the by-election thing down to a T, but as we all know, it's so different. And then you come to a general election and you've got to make the really big, hard choices about where you go, and what you chase. And I'd like to think they'll target pretty smartly, but they'll definitely have to let some seats go, and that could be really interesting. So that's where I am with it. Your thoughts on those two questions while I go and find other comments from last couple of hours.
What was the other question? One was Starmer.
The other question was basically, do we all think Starmer can, or do we all genuinely think Keir Starmer will win the 2024 general election? I presume that basically means become Prime Minister in that scenario.
And what will the result be?
And what would the result be?
Okay, I'm going to say that Keir Starmer will become Prime Minister in a coalition with Penny Mordaunt as Tory leader, but the Tories will win most seats.
I wonder what price you'd get. You get it. We could get you a fair old price in there. Expand into that, because whilst I see Mordaunt as sort of being one of the more, but by this cabinet standards, like one of the more practical people, I hardly have her down as a sort of person to build great bridges across to someone of Keir Starmer's ilk. Is that fair?
No, there'll be no bridges built. She'll be a much more sophisticated version of what we've got already, I think, and that's why they'll select her.
I mean, I'm of the opinion she's. Do you know? I still think she's value at like 5-1 to be the next Tory leader. I still don't. I don't think it's a bad price over 5. I can see that. So yeah. Just quickly, Andy Cairns asked, can we get something up for when they declare? Unfortunately, not for 2 reasons. Number one, I was nearly experiencing the tiredness death of the universe, and also I think Simon rather blissy as being asleep, and honestly I'm rather jealous of him, although less jealous now. I've got a bit more energy. Just having a look through. Natty C doesn't like Boris or Starmer. Having a look. People asking if the results are in yet. They are now. And I think there's been a big argument. Oh, this is interesting. Henry L says, as your token Scott, he reckons that Labour will take some seats for the SNP in the next election. Labour doing, I think, better under Anna Sarwar, I'm pretty sure.
I agree with that.
Patrick, actually, and Matt, have we any data on Scottish Labour and Anna Sarwar, any improvements since he took over?
Yeah, definitely. I might use these as an opportunity to do my closing remarks with work beckoning me at 4 hours.
Absolutely.
Duck out on that after this one, but yeah, there's no doubt that Anna Sarwar and sort of Scottish Labour have definitely improved their position over the last sort of couple of years. They've re-established themselves really as the front-running, I guess, pro-union party. That's both in terms of election results and polling, and generally the sort of modelling that we do would suggest Labour will take back probably a couple of seats in Scotland, but it's, we're too far out from election really to call that for a minute. But there has been improvement. It's not massive, it's not huge. They're not suddenly neck and neck with the SNP in first place, but they have pulled second, and they've put some pretty clear distance between themselves and the Conservatives as the kind of the top dog pro-unionist party, which flash back to just 4 or 5 years ago, that was completely opposite way around. We were talking about SNP Conservative battles for years and years to come north of the border. So definitely there has been an effect, and definitely Labour in Scotland are in a stronger position now than they were previously, but long way to go to really get to the point where they're seriously challenging the SNP across a raft of constituencies. But for now, definite improvement. And on that note, I might say goodnight to you all.
Patrick, thank you ever so much. It's been brilliant. Also, thank you for steering the ship whilst I experienced various moments of lucidity. that was very successfully handled, and only serves as a reminder of the fact we got to get you on the polling station a bit more. Seriously, many thanks. For anybody here who's not familiar with Patrick's work, he documents pretty much everything brilliantly, but he does really interesting work on groups of seats. Celtic Fringe is his latest masterpiece. You can find it earlier by going back in the stream. Also, I will retweet it on Twitter. So you can just take a look at basically sort of what he's looked at. And as you can see from tonight, it appears that that fringe is looking awfully flaky.
Flaky Fringe.
The flaky fringe. What a great way to end your review. Thank you so much, Patrick.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Been a pleasure, guys, honestly. You take care now.
Thanks for coming. Cheers, mate.
See you later.
I think I'm done too, guys.
No worries at all.
Got to get up for the test
so much. Especially as you've been trading golf for about 12 hours before.
I have, yeah.
By the way, I missed the first round completely. Who's doing well in the
Rory. Rory's 9-4 favourite, joint lead with JT Poston, Schaufel and Cantlay up there.
I tell you what, Rory could go on an absolute hot streak and get bar. It seems that's how crazy golf is, in the sense that it could be looked back on disappointment that he's playing the best golf he has since Kill Island, possibly, and like people might look back and think he's got only a Canadian Open from it. He's got to be a massive runner at St Andrews, surely. But if he can just keep the hot streak up, he's essentially
like the weather. St Andrews. I mean, it really does. In dry conditions, in non-windy conditions, I'm all over Rory, definitely. Yeah, but if it's windy, hasn't got a prayer.
Well, there you go. Some golf betting chat to end a political betting live stream for everyone. Cheers, Paul.
Cheers, guys. Take it easy.
I will try. Matt.
Yes.
Are you staying for a little while, or are you taking?
I actually have. I've got a write up to do, so I'm not going to.
No worries at all. What's the write up, and where can we find it? Is it just going to be for? Remind us of your lovely website again.
Yes, no, this is, I am writing for CapEx, who I write for sometimes. And it's talking about the by-election results. So that will be up later. I will tweet it from my Twitter account at @matsing_. So you'll be able to see it there. But I mean, just on the results, I mean, I think to me the most interesting takeaway is the scale of the tactical voting that seems to be going on, and how you interpret that in terms of what it says about how upset voters clearly are with the Conservatives, people who voted Conservative last time in two very different types of seats, both Leave seats, and they've gone to parties that are sort of very much not Leave. So that perhaps waning a bit, but I mean the key thing was Lib Lab vote switching. As I tweeted a moment or two ago, Labour lost its deposit in Tiverton and Honiton, won Wakefield on a pretty decent swing. Lib Dems lost their deposit in Wakefield and won Tiverton and Honiton on a massive swing. This is industrial strength, industrial scale tactical voting, and it's not. It's a big deal, not in the sense that it's anything like this is going to happen in a future general election, because it just isn't. But it may happen on a smaller scale, and that's significant. But I think even more significantly, that is what's behind it, which is further evidence of a very of an electorate that's very upset with the Conservatives and minded to give them a good kicking when they get the opportunity. In terms of the individual results, I mean, 12.7% swing to Labour in Wakefield. That is exactly what they got in Corbyn 2012, the last time they gained a seat in a by-election. It's solid. It's not spectacular, but it's decent enough. It suggests they're getting their act together in terms of by-elections, and generally, Lib Dems obviously will be very, very happy with that result. In that seat, whether they'll be able to hold it in a general election or not, I'm not so sure, but I guess that's not the most important thing right now. But yes, very, very interesting by-election night, and a lot of food for thought for a lot of people, not least of whom is Boris Johnson.
I think that's quite a powerful way to end what's been a brilliant display of analysis. Thank you so much, Matt Singh of Number Crunch Politics. I will link to his CapEx recap, I should say, in the morning when it comes out. That'll be if I even have the muscle memory to type by then. So we'll see. You might get some praise from me, you might not. It just depends on how many brain ones I've got at the time.
Thanks, William.
No dramas. It's just the two of us again.
It happens. To be fair, it's just because I feel like every time it's like an election night or anything like that, I'm just like, I'm normally so interested in, oh my god, what's going to happen next, and I think it's been a weird one. Like, honestly, in some ways, because everything that I sort of expected, slim Labour victory in Wakefield, sort of, the Lib Dems doing their usual by-election stuff, but it just feels like the entire night has been it's always been dominated by the bigger political issues for like Labour and the Lib Dems. And yeah, so I don't know. I feel like it always ends up doing that, which is, you know, trailing off into the bigger problems between the two parties. Because honestly, like it's gonna feel like a good night for them, but really, it's a silver lining, but they've got a lot of work to do. That is my entire summary of tonight.
And as always, it's a really good one. Yeah, I think that's very fair. I think if there's one thing, I know that sometimes people can overplay by-election results because it feels really big and you're in the moment and you think, oh wow, what a big result this was, but wow, what a big result this was. What a big pair of results these were. I have the feeling this will be remembered for quite a while, not least because the swing is genuinely historic, and it leaves British politics in a really tricky place. I read a piece from Tom at Tagan in Atlantic. I read him a lot on these sort of big picture issues, and he wrote something about British politics being stuck. And that, tonight's results confirm that's where it is. We have a governing party which has 140 MPs. There'll be more than that now, who do not believe in its leader and who do not think that the Prime Minister is fit to lead their party nor the country, but who can't do anything about it, presumably for now, until they implement a rule change in their own party. And we have a government which has to tackle some of the most serious issues that any government has faced in recent living memory, and which doesn't have the wherewithal, the skill, or, to be frank, on some level, the motivation really to get at those tasks, which is quite ominous, really. I'd have to say. Anyhow, last call for some questions. Even Andy Cairns is going. So yeah, I think we'll probably wrap up there. I'm going to just see if anybody tweets us with anything, and I just want to thank a few people. Firstly, everybody who joined the stream here. Joe Citroni has been immense in setting all of this up nearly, and David Stewart was around so that I could get the call going and put the live link in there, and he stayed, and it was very manic getting it all set up in time, but he was really good about it. A big thanks to the people of Tiverton and Honiton, especially the lovely people of Tiverton Town Centre. It's a really lovely place, I'll tell you what, and if you ever actually want to go and get away from it all, I promise you will not find a calmer and nicer place than Tiverton. Lovely people, very serene. And if you're the sort of person who likes their own space or whatever, or just likes to chill, the town centre is basically deserted by 6. It's absolutely perfect. And I say that as a compliment. And last but not least, thanks to all the traders for your wonderful vote share, Marcus, and your wonderful efforts. And thanks to everybody here for watching, because as I sit here, there are still 20 people with us. 20 people at close to 5 a.m. After a by-election result. What a great way to end. Torrin, a pleasure always to be in your company.
It is. It has been, honestly, I mean, each time we do these, no, genuinely brilliant. I mean, I feel like we're bringing more and more of the centre team on each time. Everyone gets a turn to come on here. But no, honestly, it's been really good, and as ever, I mean, I get to talk politics for a few hours, so it has been honestly a pleasure. Everyone has been lovely as ever. So yeah, it has been just really nice.
What a wonderful way to put it. Thanks everybody for watching, and we will be back again very soon. There may be an emergency polling station tomorrow. I am not sure. There might be an emergency blog tomorrow. There'll definitely be some reaction. Stick to Star Sports in the morning for all of that, and then we'll see what happens throughout the day. Cheers, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.